Welcome to Guess the Sound.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Her simply means restriction.
One sound.
Leila. Is it Leila?
Joy? I think Joy. Lolita.
Lolita. Not Lolita?
I don't know.
Ikaw, Chang A yata eh.
Oh no, it's not Chang.
Ikaw, guess ka. Give us a clue. What? I'm Chang A. I guess it's Chang A. I don't know what hers.
Yeah, it's not Chang.
Nana?
No, it's not Nana.
It makes you sound you don't know.
Kagura. Long time didn't play, was it?
Never use Kaguras.
Sorry, I'm not Kagura main.
Hide my rum.
Hide my room?
Ralph.
Rough? What is this? The voice don't even sound familiar. Hide my rum.
EXP hero
Hide my
Is
rum.
it EXP hero? Oh no, we don't know.
The sound is not even relative. For sure.
Bane.
Because I don't use vein, so I don't know.
Oh my, I'm bleeding.
I thought I know the song, but I forget.
I've never heard that voice before. Oh no, I'm bleeding. Cyclops.
You got.
Cyclops. Oh, yeah, Cyclops.
Oh, Cyclops!
Yeah,
That's
Cyclops
why it's
voice.
familiar.
Yeah, Cyclops. Cyclops sound like that.
Dude, wrong item choice.
And ini Diggy.
Diggy?
Harry?
Diggy. Diggy. Who is this? It sounds familiar though.
Yeah. What hero
What hero? Maybe it's like got two. Because the voice changed, right? You want to surrender?
What hero
My
ya?
brain. Let me use my brain.
Apa?
Joy. No, Joy don't sound like that, right?
No.
Glue. Glue. Glue.
Oh,
Glue with his babies. Babies.
That's it, girls. Man, thank you so much.
I said.
dawn. My name is the Lord. Some might even call me El Lord. Fun fact about me, I love to dance. Sometimes I dance with 5. Sometimes I dance with all 10. Really depends about the game. Hopefully for today, we'll have amazing games. Oh, no.
Oh, a little bit too early. El Lord! We took El Lord a little bit too early. Welcome everyone to the second group stage day of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2024 at the Esports World Cup. My name is Renmar. This is LaFell. And LaFell, how are you feeling, man? We're now into the second day of group stage and it's 2 different groups.
I need water.
I need water.
Whoa.
Honestly, it's been great. Like, after seeing day number 1, day number 2 is gonna be hype. Of course it's gonna be hype.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of new faces today. Yesterday, we got to see the members of Group A, Group D. We said bye to some. We're going to have a few tiebreakers later in the day, but a little bit more on that later. Just so that you're a little bit more aware of what happened yesterday, let's check out yesterday's Aramco highlights.
Tagami though trying to get the outplay, but they're already locked onto the base and Teams Falcons. Vega take game number 1. Cloud9 cannot defend. CFU take the win. Cloud9 in trouble. Falcons Vega take the dub. And there's the Minoan Fury. Can they end this? The base standing tall. Now it's down. TLG washing through. The Queens end at 12:22. Nothing comes close to a bait underneath the base. A 1 and a 1 between GGHG and Team Vitality.
Yep, you saw that right. We had heroes such as Bane, Zushin finally making it into a tournament setting. Group A and Group D definitely showed up yesterday. And as we mentioned earlier, it's gonna be Group B and C fighting it out. LaFell, though, you were here joining Eterna.
Yes.
Anything that stood out for you that you really want to point out about day 1 in the group stage?
I mean, one of the things is that we have to say, even though we saw TLG got eliminated, amazing plays coming in from TLG. I feel like they got promised, so perhaps the next time they will show up. And Team Vitality, as strong as they are, even they face defeat against Gaming Gladiators Homegirls.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you're happy about that. As the Malaysian between, yeah, do a little jig. You deserve that. Gaming Gladiators Homegirls of Malaysia. It was surprising to many that they were able to take a point away from Team Vitality, the longtime queens of MLBB. Seems like they're losing a little bit of that grip on the kingdom that they've reigned over for 3 years. What did you like about GGHG and what they showed yesterday?
I like that they were willing to experiment because we saw the Bane in the jungle, but for Gaming Gladiators Homegirls, they were like, you know what? The meta, why do we have to follow it? We create it, we shape it to our enemies. And it looks like going up against Team Vitality, having a fighter in the gold lead, making sure that Shell doesn't have a good time there. Perhaps that's the key to victory.
Yeah, maybe that will be the key to victory. And for us to understand a little bit more of the landscape of our groups right now, let's bring up the updated standings heading into the second day of the group stages. In Group A, Team Falcons Vega dominated, no other way to put it. CFU, Serendipity, and Cloud9. So that is why we're going to be seeing CFU and Cloud9 face off in a tiebreaker later today. And in Group D, LaFell, you mentioned it, Team Vitality lording over the group, but Gaming Gladiators and Homegirls brought up a good fight. Are going to be going there, but of course, unfortunately, we're going to have to be saying goodbye to TLG. Just so for the viewers who weren't able to watch TLG yesterday, what was your favorite quality of them, and why do you say that they showed a lot of promise?
Oh, for me, definitely when it comes to the draft, as well as how they play the draft, because again, you got to put this into context, right? In their region, they don't have the same hero or the same patch when it comes to the other countries outside of the China region. So the fact that they were able to adapt very fast, they have like, what, 1 month of training?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine if they had like 6. They're going to be crazy. They're going to be intense because, again, the mechanics is good. Their mid laner, Vermoff, was amazing. Like, Justin is a new hero, but she looked like she's been using this hero for a few years now.
Yeah, even though she came out like what, like a month ago, it's like she's been using it for 3-4 years, the entire lifespan of MLBB. That's just how good they were. But of course, congratulations, or well, thank you to Tidal Legends Gaming for putting on a good show, so that you get to know a little bit, just a little bit more. If you missed out day number 1, let's look for the Aramco top 5 plays, because yesterday 6 teams got to grace the Amazon Arena in the biggest all-female MLBB tournament in history. We're gonna be starting off with this play here.
I would say, looking at the highlights here, right, you can see in a sense of how they're playing the team fights. Actually, most of the teams are playing it very, very cleanly. And I believe in the highlights we're gonna see here, we're gonna start seeing a few Zask even to the point where Homegirls first picked it, right? This is the pocket meta of MWI. Looking at the highlights here, a lot of crazy engages coming in from all the teams, from Group A as well as D.
Yeah, one of my favorite things really about what we saw from the action yesterday was just how teams, especially here in MWI, they got to show off the fun, the different kind of fun that we see for MLBB esports, and a lot more innovation on the women's side. Now let's look at the number 1 play of the game. This was the wipeout, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
The defense.
This was an amazing defense coming in, and this is where I feel like if you're a Homegirls fans, you're like, yes, no.
Yeah, exactly. That was my same reaction too. I wouldn't say like I'm a Homegirls fan, even though they do have a special place in my heart. But there were some people, and I was even thinking, is this endable? Is this endable? But of course, that was the same game that a Gaming Gladiators Homegirls was able to take that point away from Team Vitality, putting them in a good spot. Well, they're going to be making it into the knockouts because of that performance. Any other plays that stood out for you that maybe we weren't able to show in the top 5 plays? Do you remember any?
Honestly, there was a lot when it comes to TLG going up against Homegirls where you see fatal links over fatal links. So we see, like, I believe the casters call it like a bouncing house fun kind of thing. I forgot the exact term.
Bouncy house.
The bouncy house. So it's like jumping here, jumping there, jumping. It's a lot of dynamics when it comes to the team fights where, you know, we usually see like, oh, kiting, like dodge here, dodge there. Like, no, let's all jump.
Yeah, let's all jump. There's a lot of Okay, do we at the same time? All right. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, there you go.
My knees were not ready for that. Speaking of dynamics, let's look at the dynamic reactions from the players yesterday. Because the social media pages were releasing some pretty cool stuff. It was a lot of intensity, but even some cute reactions coming from the players. A lot of heart hands, a lot of like air fist bumps across the stage.
I'm waiting for someone to stand on their chair.
Are we actually going to get that? I hope we can get that.
Listen, I feel like it's one of those things where we have to caution everyone, don't try it at home.
Please, do not.
And almost definitely don't try it at MWI.
Again, these are our top reactions. And one of the favorite things that I saw yesterday was TLG. It looked like no matter what was happening, they were just having a great time. They would get wiped out. You'd see them laughing like, all right, no worries, guys. Even though I don't understand what they're saying. You can clearly tell them all of them were just like consoling each other, like, don't worry, we'll bounce back.
I'm not jumping again.
You're not?
Yeah, no.
Did that do it? Can you still walk?
Not recommended. But still, yeah, looking at the reactions, honestly, that's great. We only had 1 key crush yesterday. Today, we're gonna see 3.
3? We're gonna be seeing, right.
Group B, Group C, and Group A.
All right.
3 keys gonna get crushed today, folks.
Yeah. And over there at the end, you saw the key of Tidal Legends Gaming from China getting crushed. Again, I am on the same boat as you. I wish we got to see more of TLG, but of course, kudos to them. It's unanimous. A lot of people really impressed by what they showed off, so hopefully we get to see them more in future tournaments. Now, let's see what we're going to be expecting from today. The second day of the group stages, starting things off with Falcons Vega from MENA different from the Indonesian team, up against VSG of EECA. Then the men's squad will face off against ZNOL Zenith Lilies this time for the second series of the day. And VSG versus Zero Zenith will close out our matches from that group. But then later in the day, we're also going to be seeing the team from Vietnam, the Philippines, and LATAM. Is there a specific match, Lafel, that you're watching out for?
Nah.
No?
Nah.
No? Does that mean that you are watching out for all of them the same amount?
Exacto. Correcto.
Yeah.
You understand how I think.
Yeah, of course.
See, here's the thing. When all the matches are good, you kind of don't care because honestly, after yesterday, it set the expectations pretty high, Remar, right? So I'm feeling for today. If we reach what happened yesterday, if today there's only like maybe just one sweep, hey, you know what? It's great MLBB. I'm a fan. Like, I do this for a job, sure, but trust me, I'll do it for free. But don't pay me. Thank you very much.
Please do. I mean, we're fine. We're fine. And I'm pretty sure you at home is fine right now because I'm about to tell you what our Jamil Motorsport match of the day will be. Let's show it up on your screen. It is gonna be, ooh, this I like. All right, this is where a little bit of my bias is gonna be showing up. Omega Empress from the Philippines is gonna be facing off against DreamMax from Latin America. That is our match of the day. Match 5 later on. And I'm gonna spend this time to just tell you a little bit more about Smart Omega Empress. They are, well, impressive. If there's a team vitality for Indonesia, there's a Smart Omega Empress for the Philippines.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something then.
Okay.
Homegirls, they're cool.
They're cool.
They're very nice.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that they are. Like, they're one of my favorite teams here. And DreamMax girls, we're going to be talking more about them later in the day. But for now, it's time for you to find out that the Youth Fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. You can grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and its painted skin, Classroom Glam. The skins are so nice that people are really trying to force Sylvana back into the meta. Please continue so because I like the skins too. More exciting events will be revealed, so watch out. Have you gotten the skin already?
Have I gotten the skin?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Dude, that is on point. That is a great Sylvana impression.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
impressed. The camera's on me. Do I have to do it now? How do you do it? Yeah. All right.
There you
So
go.
I'm Classroom Charm. That's Classroom Glam. Log into the game and get those skins.
I mean, here's the thing. I cosplay. I cosplay Helker. I cosplay Kagura. I do it all. Don't ask. The Kagura one, a lot of people are fans.
Uh-huh.
For you guys at home, if you guys know, you guys know. If you guys don't know, don't ask.
You know what? Every time someone says don't ask, you just really want to ask. I think we need to find out. We'll pester Lafel about that, because now let's put up the Dr. Sulaiman Al-Abid showdown. Upcoming showdown for you. Falcons Vega Mena and VSG. I think it's time to tell the stories of these two ladies. Yasu summed up the story of Falcons Vega Mena really well.
Mm-hmm.
They are a young group of women who said, let's get together, let's play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, because I feel like we can really shine together and excel. You see the members of VSG also up there.
Yeah.
That's the same story. Falcons Vega Menor, though, what they had with them was the whole thing about, and let's be real here, when it comes to esports, families are hesitant in the beginning, and they had to fight for their right to become pro players.
I mean, here's the thing. We heard about stories and such, but again, I'm an analyst, man. I'm looking at the gameplay here. I want to see the technical abilities for both teams, VSG as well as Falcons Vega Mena, because I heard good things. But the thing is, going up in MWI, you're going up literally the best of every region they can offer, right? We see the Mena region now going up against EDC. Like, this is the moment where we start to see.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we had a lot of debut picks where we were saying, like, the day of debuts, right?
Yeah.
The DOD. Will today be the same thing? Because I kind of feel like for all the teams, they were paying attention for day one. And I'm pretty sure we might see something crazy in the goal lane EXP and such because you gotta go crazy to win.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there because the teams that really innovated and showed off new picks, really tried to shake things up, were the ones that got to excel in day number one. Now here for day number two, especially now I'm looking at VSG. They have 2 Filipino imports. Will comms be an issue? That is one of the questions. So let's see what the vibe is for everyone with our STC predictions. Who are they leaning towards to? We'll find about that later on. But that's the question. Who will win? Team Falcons Mena or Victory Song Gamers VSG of ECA? Head on to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Do you have a prediction?
No.
No? You don't want to predict?
I've learned my lesson, all right? Me and Mirko, we got together yesterday.
Yes.
We were talking about it. Like, I don't want to betray any one of these lovely women, right? Because if I say they're gonna win, and then they lose, they will give me a frowny face. They'll give me a lot of very angry emojis.
Have you gotten that actually? That's actually happened?
More than that, actually.
Oh, yeah. Let's get to that a little bit later on. I feel like we can help LaFell with that. That was the members of Victory Song Gamers behind him. But let's see now the Jamil Motorsports are rivals of the two teams. Let's see who's going to be rolling up first between the two.
You hosts always say they roll up, but I don't see a box here.
I mean, there are
Have
wheels.
you guys seen the box here?
There are wheels on the bus, on the shuttle that they ride, and that's why we say roll up.
If I wasn't mic'd up, I'd show you what rolling up means.
I am now terrified, so I would just rather say right now that these are the representatives of the host country from MENA.
So now we gotta talk about this, right?
Yeah.
They played together.
Yeah.
It feels great. It feels comfortable. But how are they gonna do it on top of an amazing stage? Like we gotta talk about this stage, man. It's huge. It's
massive.
Vibrant. It's a lot of words that I can't say in English.
It's dynamic.
Sure, let's go with that, right? Now, you gotta, once you're comfortable, it's gonna be good. I'm just saying, this might be a slower game for both teams trying to get a little bit more comfortable on stage.
Yeah.
But when it comes to game number 2, oh baby, that's when it's on.
Oh, yeah. Victory Song Gamers. We want to highlight here Gale and Rian, or Gailey. They were imported before the MWI qualifier, so they've had some significant time together. And I actually got to spend time getting to know VSG a little bit more via the Filipino players. They actually have a favorite player there in VSG. Her name is Moonton. She's the EXP laner, and they just love her overall vibe. Like, she's so vibrant, and the word that they kept using was she's just adorable and cute. And that's why the 2 Filipino imports like naturally gravitate towards her, and I think that's where a lot of the relationships come from, like, you know, to vibe with the rest of the team.
Well, we'll see how the opposing team feels like if she's adorable or cute, because usually the EXP laners, they're very aggressive. Because EXP laners, it looks like they have a grudge. Something bad happened in their life, but they can't express it, so they hold it deep down in their hearts, push it down to their stomachs. But then when the game is on, you, my friend, are not my friend.
Yeah.
My enemy. I crush you.
This is usually the moment where I look at LaFell and go, what are you talking about? But I'm an EXP laner, and I totally agree. Let's learn more about Violet with an interview that we got with her.
Hey guys, I'm Eterna and I'm here backstage with Velvet from Falcons Mena. Velvet, this is your second time here now, coming from ISF and now here at MWI. My first question is, what do you think is your main difference that you feel between both of these
It's a bit more
tournaments?
professional in here. Just playing on a stage and having to see a lot of country, every group and every team is from different countries, so it's my pleasure actually seeing different people and faces. So that's it, and it's pretty nervous out here. It's not, it never was that in ISF. It was just chill. We played in our homes, so we never get the chance to see faces or stuff, or even get interviews. So it's my first time getting interviewed in here. It's pretty much nervous.
Is it okay? Am I making you nervous?
No,
everything's
it's
okay,
just,
right?
yeah,
okay,
just-
Velvet, don't be nervous.
Okay,
You're
I'll try
becoming a
my best.
superstar. You have to get used to this.
Okay.
Okay. And you know, I was wondering, in your group right now, you're going to be paired in with VSG as well as ZNOL Lilies. How do you feel about these two teams?
They're just good, and I'm not underestimating any of those. Those are actually good teams, and they've played many tournaments so far. and they've done so great in each of them. I've watched most of the games, and they actually have done pretty much good. That's it.
Okay. Are you nervous going against them?
I
Or
don't
are you
know. I'm
confident?
just nervous. Just
In
just
general.
in general, yeah, exactly. It's nothing. It doesn't have to do anything with the teams. It's just me, you know.
But we're excited for you guys to be here.
Well, are you?
We
I'm
are,
just
we all
happy.
are.
I'm just happy that you guys are feeling the same
And
way.
they're so excited to actually see you on stage after this.
Really?
And they're wondering where Velvet came from. Where did you get your IGN?
Oh, so it was actually pretty awkward. So I played a different game than this. It was called. Should I say the name of it?
It's okay, just skip
It
it.
just got deleted anyway, so it's good. It's pretty good. It was Creative Destruction, and I had my real name in it, so it pretty much was boring. And I wanted to try something new, so I went for the Red Velvet, the K-pop team. But actually, when I tried to put it in, the characters was too long, so they didn't accept it. So I had to let go of the red and stick with the velvet. So that's how I came up with my IG name.
It's okay, we can tell the casters, guys, whenever we're casting for Velvet, call her Red Velvet.
Okay.
Would that be better
Red
for you?
No, just
Oh,
velvet.
she
It's
doesn't-
just
she
my
doesn't-
main
she doesn't-
name now.
She doesn't care, it turns out.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's okay.
do you have any messages to your fans out there? Oh, and as well, you can say it in your
in
native
your native
language.
language. Okay,
Yeah.
I get that. أشكر الوطن العربي على التشجيع اللي احنا خدناه منهم، وأتمنى التشجيع ده يستمر للآخر، وإن شاء الله رحلتنا تبقى ممتعة، وهنبسطكم معانا، وإن شاء الله تلاقوا منا أداء كويس جدا، وما تنسوش تشجعونا لآخر دقيقة. شكرا. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Velvet. Thank you so much, and of course, good luck.
Oh, thank
Hope
you.
to see you in playoffs.
Okay, I'll make sure to do so.
Back to the studio, guys. Bye.
Velvet is such a vibe. She is not like the EXP leaders we were talking about having a grudge, something happened. She's just a vibe.
No, I think this is just the thing. Maybe EXP leaders are just cute and adorable. Exhibit A.
And the camera refuses to go to me.
Camera.
Because they don't think it applies. It's okay. It's all right. What other points you want to make about the interview that we saw there?
Oh, there's a lot of great things about the interview. Number one, Eterna found someone her height, so that's great. And the fact that Eterna is like, oh, we'll call you Red Velvet. She's like, no, just Velvet.
That was Velvet of VSG. They're going to be going up against Falcons Vega. Velvet of Falcons Vega Mena. They're going to be going up against VSG. Let's go to the stage.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, right here in the capital of Saudi Arabia. We're here in Riyadh, all gathered here for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational. And of course, now we're here at day 2. My name is Cheryl, and alongside me, I have my partner.
Thank you very much, Queen. أعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين من أنحاء العالم، نرحب بكم معنا هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية مع بطولة the MWI Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational. Assalamu alaikum, Cheryl. How are you?
Salam indeed. Now, this is a long time running joke that's gonna be. But of course, being right here at Riyadh, I'm just so honored because I've learned so much about Saudi Arabia's culture. And of course, with Bara as my guide, I am so honored. Yes.
Well, the honor is all mine, Cheryl. A lot of things took place here, but, you know, appreciation to you and the amazing job you did yesterday as well. And all appreciation goes to the production team and everybody who was involved, all the talent. But the thing is, I just want to say one thing. I'm jealous.
Why?
Because, like, yesterday was my first day, right, with the MWI, and got in with the MLBB family, and there is so much a build-up to the story. But, you know, luckily enough, yesterday we saw the debut of TLG. It resonated with me. So the debut for the new team with Cloud9, and I'm sure all the history in the making, there's more history to be made today.
And this is why I absolutely love MWI. It is time for our females to shine, our female pro players, and it's time for them to write their story as well. This is a blank canvas right here for MWI. So speaking of which, we have closed the chapter, and that is day 1, where we have seen Group A as well as Group D. Now today we'll be seeing the likes of Group B and Group C kickstarting the day, or rather the first half of the day, with Group C. Now, this will be the home ground heroes.
Yes.
And Bara is just lit up with excitement right now, so all honor goes to Bara.
Oh, thank you so much, Queen. The honor is all mine, ladies and gentlemen. وأعزائي الحضور المشاهدين من أنحاء العالم. الآن للمباراة الأولى لليوم هنا بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية لبطولة MWI. And ladies and gentlemen, as coming all the way from Egypt, beating all the teams to be qualified right here for MWI 2024. وأعزائي الحضور معنا هنا اليوم من مصر بس فوزوا معنا بكل مباراة وتأهلوا معنا هنا اليوم. Not only that, they're here not only alone, with their families, people watching back in Egypt and all the Middle East, the pride of the Arab nation, وفخر العرب. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Falcons MENA.
What a pride indeed, especially for the countrymen right here in Saudi Arabia. Now they're able to see, you know, their fellow counterparts, the female pro players right here representing their nation, playing on the international stage. Now being, you know, a fellow countryman, you guys see Renmar, you know, supporting Philippine teams like the Smart Omega Empress, and of course LaFell with Homegirls. Now you have a representation on stage, and that is Team Falcons MENA. Now going up against the home ground heroes, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Victory Song Gamers. Now hailing all the way from EECA, now we have Victory Song Gamers. Now these are not just beauties, but absolute beasts that will be over at the Land of Dawn. So we're very excited.
Pretty much, yeah.
Second day.
Yes, let's go.
But same amount of excitement. So stick around and join us and let us know who you guys are rooting for in the comment section. So without further ado, we're no experts. We're just here to watch the show.
True
so
that.
without further ado, we're gonna hand it over to the studio.
Yalla.
Cheryl, Bara, what do you mean? You guys are experts in your own right. We talk about the games, we talk about MLBB, Falcons MENA, VSG, first match of the day. And you know, LaFell, it's perfect that we were talking about EXP laners. Because looking back at the stats, the most picked heroes in group stage day 1, let me run them down for you. Terizla, Ruby, Arlott, all playable and flexible into the EXP.
We haven't seen the Yuzong just yet.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Right. Oh, you're right.
We haven't seen the Yuzong.
That is surprising.
But the Terizla, though, I gotta say, is a big problem, right? It's an enabler, and I would say it's able to stop any kind of aggressions as well. So it's definitely gonna be something that both teams have to look forward to, either banning it out or prioritize it.
Yeah, he's like the gateway now for assassin jungles. Like if you want to play an assassin jungle really well, you got to have something like a Terizla with you in the EXP lane. Welcome to our draft. Angela will get taken away. Roger is the ban of Falcons MENA.
Yeah, right now VSG banning out the Angela. I feel like this is a very good ban, and they're banning out the Ling as well. So perhaps they want to make sure that the tempo isn't that fast coming in from Falcons MENA. The fact that Falcons MENA, they banned Roger, perhaps the same kind of idea. Again, like I said, both teams are probably equally nervous. We heard from Velvet where she said it's not really about the team, it's just the entire vibe because, again, playing on stage is much different than playing at home. So I feel like game number one, go for something comfortable.
Yeah.
Get your groove first, and then you can go a little bit more crazy with the draft that you practiced before.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and I'm glad that you mentioned comfort. One of the players here of Falcons Mina has a favorite hero. The reason why she's named Electa is because she has her favorite hero in Benedetta, named after her sword, Electo. Hey, we were talking about crazy picks. What if later on, Benedetta jungle, but that's a little bit too far into the future.
I feel like it's fine. I feel like fourth pick Benedetta is great, especially when you already see the mid laner. As long as it's not a Zask, actually maybe a Zask is fine.
Yeah.
But if it's not a Valentina, then that Benedetta is gonna shred. So I don't know. I kind of feel like fourth pick Benedetta is gonna be pretty good. Fourth or fifth pick, because again, they're red side.
Yeah, that might show up later on. Terizal was the last ban hero of VSG, and that's either number one, they're not gonna be playing Assassins, or number two, they're gonna play a different EXP laner matchup so that the Assassins of Falcons Mena, if ever they do play it, are taken away. And hey, we finally see Yuzong again, but this time still banned.
Jushin.
Jushin is open.
Hayabusa is open as well, and we see both these heroes being priorities.
Yeah. But wait, both of them over Harith?
I would say Harith is a user kind of thing. If you're good at Harith, then you're going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are amazing, Lafel. Juice in. That's the first pick there of VSG. A hero that takes a little bit of while to ramp up, but really the control that she dishes out is, for the lack of a better term, quite annoying.
Yeah, and in terms of countering this, if you want to go for an assassin, you can go for a Hayabusa to deal with the Jusen. If you want to go for a mid lane, then you're looking at a Kagura, you're looking at a Zask, and perhaps even a Farsa, something that ignores the front line and goes straight onto her because her Lantern Flare, the range isn't as far as most of the other mages, so they can fight back.
And what Falcons mean to do as a response here is that Jushin shines with the longer a team fight goes. So you pick up one of the best heroes right now in the current meta for longer team fights. They go for Edith. This Julian is flexible. It can go either mid or jungle. But the good thing about the lineup of Falcons Mena is they're already covered in the magic damage department because they already have their first two picks.
And now VSG, they counter back with the Minotaur as well as in Harith. So right now, honestly, the team fight for VSG is looking pretty good. They have ways to catch the opponent with the Jushin, with the Lantern Flare. And if they're coming for a team fight, they got a Minotaur. And like we said, the Zas gets picked up just to face against this Jushin.
Yeah, wow. So this is the meta we find ourselves in now. Zask is coming up more in the pro scene because it's one of the... Would you say it's a direct counter to the Jushin, or just good enough to respond to it?
It's a good counter towards the meta because as a mid laner, you're very much... defenseless going up against damage dealer assassins or even fighters in the jungle. So if you're a Zas, you have ways to survive and actually fight back. So Zas is a mid laner that can take care of herself. So this is one of those situations where because of the meta, it made Zas good.
Yeah. And now I'm not seeing any obvious EXP laners because even though, yes, you can tell me that the Edith is an EXP laner, it's more of a roamer in this recent meta with how well it just meshes. And if honestly, if those three heroes are together in the mid lane, roam mid jungle, VSG might not even be able to farm up because that scales really quickly.
Yeah, and right now looking at Falcons Mena, they're banning out the Yuzong, they're banning out the Arlet, so they're making sure that Mina doesn't get a good EXP laner here, especially because they're going to be fourth pick. They can have the priority, and in terms of the priority, in my head, I'm thinking of Paquito, but if they want something with a little bit more control, then I don't know, not a lot is coming up on my mind right now. Oh wait, Ruby!
Yeah, Ruby.
Ruby's still open.
Yeah, Ruby's still available in the EXP lane, and that is a viable pickup, not just in the roam. It can't just set up, but especially if it's a Ruby that you want to get good items in right away, the spell vamp is really strong. Hayabusa. So a lot of the heroes that we mentioned leading up into the draft are showing up and making an impact so far. If I'm Falcons Mena, if really they don't have an EXP laner yet, wow, they're really focusing there, I suggest last pick. Just pick whatever's available to match up against the pick of Minun.
I guess especially because this Edith is technically capable going to the EXP, and if you look at it that way, you have a lot of other roamers available, like the Grok, like the Tigreal. You know, the options are still there, which VSG does not have the flexibility because they've already locked in a Minotaur.
Yeah, that's true. So, Falcons Mena, is it roamer EXP? Because either or would be great. If it's the roamer, Grok, yeah, I agree with you.
You can pick up a gold laner now. The Claude is still open. Or the Clint!
Oh.
Another debut pick.
Yeah, that's why they were taking away Arlott, Yuzong, because they were taking away the best heroes that can dive the backline straight. Are there any really strong backline diving EXP laners?
I was about to say Benedetta.
Yeah, that was in my head
But not
too.
for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, not for Electa. Well, she's in the jungle, but it'll be going to Minun. Let's see what their last pick is going to be. They still need a jungler. Yeah, they still need their jungler here. Oh,
that is the jungle.
Oh, okay.
She's showing out, yo, Alexa, I hear you like the Benedetta jungle.
Yeah.
Hey, guess who can use that too?
Dude, that's a flex.
That's a flex.
If PSG gets a win here, it's sort of like a little bit of a huge flex on Electa. And it's a CC for Falcons Mena.
Why did I forget about the CC? But again, looking at the lineup here for Falcons Mena, if the Julian is going for a Holy Crystal, it might take too long. So I'm looking for a Genius 1 because both side lanes are scaling heroes, so they need a little bit of time.
A little bit more time, but who can make time come faster for them? We're going to be seeing Clint make his debut here on the MWI stage. He has a lot of work cut out for him to go up against that Benedetta. Good thing though for the lineup of Falcons Mena, you know what I see? Calculated chaos, man. A lot of things could go wrong here for VSG if they are not careful. This is the first series of the day in the second day of our group stage. The home ground heroes, Falcons Mena, up against EEC Ace VSG. Who will be able to take it? Let's go to our casters.
What's up, guys? Thanks for the throw. We're entering the land of dawn. This is day number 2 of the MWI. This is Trex here along with Mirko on the desk. And so far, the picks have not disappointed Mirko. Right now, we got a jungle Benedetta on the side of VSG.
Yeah, a debut pick on the Benedetta. Something that we were expecting kinda yesterday. Maybe it's gonna show up, but definitely not as a jungler, right? So this is already something new that's technically old too, because back in the day when Benedetta got released, we saw a whole lot of the Benedetta jungle, and I'm glad to see that Kyoe is on this Benedetta. We'll get to see exactly how they utilize this. Seems like for Fevin and you in the mid lane, looking to go for the Lethal Wanderer. This is one of the advantages you have on the Zosk. You have so much zoning power, and just like that, they secure the Lethal Wanderer.
I mean, the Zosk, we saw it a little bit yesterday. There's been whispers, there's been rumors of it possibly entering into the Lambadon, but a little bit of damage in the mid side.
Onward and the Earth Shatter coming down. Synchro trying to deal some damage there with the flare, bringing him back straight into it. Yui flickering out, but Synchro chases all the way under the turret to pick up first blood.
So first blood for VSG. Victory Song Gamer securing a nice early on lead. This is going to send Yui back. It's going to give them a little bit of an advantage of the mid lane, possibly able to rotate a little bit faster around. We got 30 seconds on the clock until Turtle. Taking a look at some of these compositions, I like what Victory Song Gamers is bringing for game number 1. You spice it up a little bit with the Benedetta. You have some quick rotations. You still have that bulky front line with the Minotaur and the Ruby in the EXP lane. So just a lot of possibilities from this composition.
My concern early on the Benedetta is the fact that, you know, how fast does the Benedetta clear in the jungle? And so far, he's actually doing a really good job. Able to clear it as fast as Electa on the Julian. They're both technically on very similar levels here, but up top, again, thrown back there. Pops the Vengeance. Velvet still able to survive for a bit, but will not have a big resource. Up brought back again straight into Minion, who's going to be able to dish out some damage. Donra Wolfgang, another CC back into the I'm Offended. Juicin
is juicing right now. Getting everything out of these first few minutes. It's only 2.5 in. It's 3 kills for VSG. And not to mention 2 of those kills going to the Ruby, who sometimes has a bit of a slow start, but in the EXP lane, this Ruby's going to be so... Oh my god, another one.
Again, pulled back. She might be able to get another. But Fevin is able to space out in time. Neutral objective number 1 taken for free. And it seems like, at least for Team Falcons Mena, they have a way to actually trade it out. Right? Electa was able to go into the bottom side again, can get caught, forced to use the sword to escape. And now we really get to see the power of this Juicin pick.
Yeah, I feel like no one's played it this aggressive just yet. The way that Synchro's playing it almost like a Lilia, just in their face, zoning them back with that skill. Synchro really showing how it's done right now. And it's exciting to see because we kind of questioned this hero. We wondered how it was going to be able to be played. And I think it's going to work also well against the composition that Team Falcons Mena has brought. Seeing the Julian, yes, there's some dashes away, but still it is not an extreme, like it's mobile in team fights, but when it comes to just moving around the map, as long as Synchro has this lead, can definitely use it to zone away some of these heroes.
No, I think we heard earlier from the analyst, right? Because from what we've seen, yeah, Juicin does get, needs some time. Gaily with a flicker forward. Minus Fury names able to displace himself, but look at that. The chain CC straight into the Zaman Force and the Synchro Vision. Rian able to pick up the kill under the turret. 4-0 VSG.
The rotations right now, they're just going from top to bottom, clearing mid, keeping it simple, never too, they're not just staying in mid lane, right? Synchro is all over the place. Her and Gaily right now are everywhere, and more damage on the bot. Velvet gonna go down. That is 5-0, already a 2,000 gold lead.
I don't think Minden even got an assist there. Did she get an assist? It almost seemed like Hyoe was able to burst Velvet down all alone, even with the Vengeance. So the lethal ignition on the Benedetta bottom lane. Still, Rian able to pick up that gold crab here. His name's on the Clint. You expect the Clint to actually be able to dish out some damage. You can see again just how much pressure Synchro can put on to Yui. Minden rotating forward over on Wolf King, and I'm offended, but Yui is able to flicker out in time now. Her Shadow Flicker combo straight into the Primal Wrap, but it's under the turret. No, Saman forced to play with the quick draw. Rian still able to escape. Gaily rotating forward, able to disengage and save Rian.
Beautiful timing from Gaily there. Beautiful play from Rian, but we're starting to see Mena kind of pick up the pace a little bit, look for picks of their own. Now it's first turtle. Team Falcons Mena probably not even going to want to contest this. They're too far behind. Taking a look at some of the heroes, at some of these girls, Electa, Fevin, both deathless right now, and I think they're going to need to step up the pace. They're going to need to look for something. We do see the Sky Piercer come in for Kyoe.
Uh-oh. No flicker. Minus Fury knocking, straight into the blades. Kyoe able to take the kill, now going in with a final blow as well. Knocking him down, Kyoe picking up the execute on the Sky Piercer. Dominator's Ascent to try to chase him down, but really for Yui, they can't really go for the chase, not at all.
Perfect timing for a gank like that. Right when she gets the Sky Piercer, let's go in, pick up a couple kills, get some stacks on there, get under the tower, super aggressive, they get the knock-up, you get the ultimate with Synchro. I mean, just the way that VSG is moving around the map right now as a group, looking for their picks, but still controlling their lane, still making sure they're getting their minions. They look like pros right now.
They are, right? I mean, just looking at how they're able to path around the map. Gaily again, just trying to sandwich names. It's very hard for Clint now. If Clint falls behind the early game, now again, Rian just jumping forward into the knockup now. Names forced to flicker just as she gets it back up. And she loses a turret. Tier 1 in the bottom lane. No trades for now. They were able to get a turret down below before, so technically it's now back to equal on turrets. But if you take a look at the gold lead, tells you a whole different story.
Okay, so we've been talking a lot about VSG because of how well they have been doing. Team Falcons Mena, what is the win con at this point? They do have the Clint. They got to kind of get into some late game territory. Because he took those 2 deaths, it's going to be a while. Without any crowd control in the EXP lane, like I said, a lot of things come down to Fevin and Electa to pop off.
Earth Shatter now with a Minute Fury, and I'm offended, knocking 4 members straight into them. Now with the damage, Crimson Beacon, AoE, Velvet going to be caught, thrown back again. Synchro able to flicker out with a double kill now, and look at the rotation coming from Minden. Going for the dome around Wolf King, but still with the enhanced sword. Electa able to outplay and getting that one last hit to shut Synchro down.
The tables have turned. Falcon Mena back into the game, and as I said, Electa being deathless, it's at some point you gotta hit the power spike. At some point you gotta roll the dice, and Electa did it and came out on top. They're gonna be able to get a tower out of this. They're gonna be able to get some movement out of this, and look at names as well, keeping a good position back. And at some point Electa knows, okay, they're low, I have the skills, I can make the full engage. Cinco should have probably tucked tail and run here, but the engage, the chains, they get it. He even forces it in, and before he gets tossed up and thrown away, he gets the final shot to lock in that final kill. So now, top tier 3 down for VSG, but in the boss side, we have seen VSG take the whole bot lane, which is going to be huge for them.
You see the reaction though, straight up. I mean, you saw Synchro, she was like, all right, we got a double, we got a few kills, but that's definitely what they did not expect that for sure. Kyoe taking a whole lot of punishment, and now you can really see that power spike for names on the Clint mid-game. When you get some of these items for the Clint, I think it's like 2-3 items, that's when you really start to deal damage. On top of that, there's going to be problems for VSG when they try to dive. That's an interesting interaction. I did not know that was a thing. You can actually pick up the little Johnny boy of Zask, throw it away.
Throw it.
Yeah, you can throw it away. So
pick up Johnny boy.
Exactly. Oh, right here. Vengeance used up already. Baits out a massive ability onward. Don't bring it Synchro back again. But Miss Fury comes down. That's a 3-man knockup. Straight into damage. There's Able from Moonton. Straight into the final blow. Well played, VSG. Picks up the fight, and now it's just Names who gets obliterated by Kyoe as she picks up a triple.
That's a 5-man knockout. Now you see him. Now you don't. Victory Song Gamers. Gaily with such a beautiful response. That fight looked like it was in Team Falcons Mena's hands. A nice Earthshaker just to try to pick one off, but Gaily comes in, gets him in Owen's Fury, combos it up with another knockup onto 3. I mean, just monstrous right now. The comms from this team are off the charts.
They're a great team fighting team, but also it just seems like they're a band because they know exactly how to play the song, the victory song. Gaily with the drum smacking down and straight into that beautiful orchestra of abilities. Now, Feb gonna be caught, still able to pop in the Primal Rat, deal some damage, Kyoe in the back, able to survive. Meanwhile, Rian is gonna be taken down under the turret, taking too much punishment from that tier 2. And VSG, they fall back for now. They lose one member. It's a gold lane. But still for Kyoe, she's eating real good. Now in the enemy jungle, 2,000 gold ahead of Electa.
Okay, what's going to be big for Team Falcons Mena here is luckily Names is not too far behind. It's only 800 gold. Looks like we're now getting into that Malefic Roar, and I think once she gets that third item in, and she can stay in that box, which is kind of what Team Falcons Mena has built here. You have the Zask who can zone away, you have Fevin who can get some CC, you have Electa who can do a bit of damage, but as long as Names can stay in a good spot, we're starting to see the damage come out. And Victory Song Gamers, if they want to win this, they have to be careful of how they approach these big pushes, because once they get into the bottleneck of those inhibitors, that's where it's dangerous. That's where Names can really just kind of huddle down and get a lot of free shots off.
And now it should be for free here. Team Falcons Mena, they're way too behind to actually contest for this Lord. It's the first Lord of the game. Technically, if you take a look at Team Falcons Mena's composition, they still got a lot of good wave clear, right? They got that Zask, they have the Clint as well, so it's a good decision by them to leave this to Victory Song Gamers, not really go for the contest. Because for VSG, I think at this point of the game, it's the way that they can actually bait these members out of Team Falcons Mena outside of the base, because I think for Team Falcons Mena, that's their key win condition. They need to stay in their base, they need to play with their range, and they need to bait out some of these big abilities from VSG.
All right, now, Lord's gonna be coming soon. I think if they can get 2 inhibitors out of this, it's a huge win. They don't have to finish things now. With Names finally getting in some of those third items, they should be able to clear fast. We're already seeing the Lord getting melted down.
With the first Lord, now it's a Monforce popped in. Rian doing some damage onto the base turret. Electa walking up, able to get out with the enhanced sword. You can see that the wave clear is still there. They're still able to defend for the base turret at least now. But there is going to be another big minion wave coming down. Still buffed by the Lord. Electa standing forward there. Trying to go for the knockup there. Synchro with the Lantern, unable to go for it. Now Min and I'm offended, not connecting. Earth Shatter and the Flicker combo. Straight into the onward, but now it's giving the Crimson Blast into the back. Gaily also with his Fury straight into the damage once again. Min survives. Rian picks up a kill, and now it's just Velvet and Names left to defend. Velvet taking down Kyoe, an absolute beast of an assassin on the Benedetta. Names, one cowboy versus 5 Victory Song Gamers, and you can hear the drums of victory. You can hear the song. They're gonna go straight for the base, pick them up, throw them back, and then execute her in the base. That's game number 1 for VSG.
Execution is a perfect adjective for that one, a perfect verb for that one, because VSG Kyoe, I gotta put the highlight on her, 9-0-3 on a pick, not just a first pick of the tournament, not just a Benedetta first pick of the tournament, but a first pick of the tournament that no one expected to be in the jungle. Showing something different, getting this pick and making it work so well. 9-0-3, Kyoe just got a lot of fans.
She already has a lot of fans. You know, I think VSG, they have a lot of fans already from their performances. And now, technically with this is a statement to the world now at MWI. We're here as contenders. We're not just here to participate, we're here to conquer. We're here to play our victory song, and we're gamers.
I mean, because the way they played, too, was just amazing. They were able to combo up so many well-teamed fights, able to do so many great things. But that's enough for me. We're going to toss it over to our wonderful experts, our analysts on the panel.
Team Falcons Mena dancing to VSG song The Kio Way. The Benedetta jungle was highlighted, but first we have to begin with the Jushin and the Minotaur. Gaily and Synchro were perfectly in synchro, applying the pressure throughout the early game.
I gotta say, honestly, the casters talk about this, right? If you're looking at VSG, looking at their lineup, they have a lot of big ults, like the Zaman Force, the Mino and Fury, even Synchro with the Crimson Beacon. Like, there's a lot of control when you're looking at this team. And when we're looking at Falcons Mena, look at every single time they engage, especially when it comes from Fevin. She forces the engage. When she has the flicker, she'll go for it, right? That's good and bad. It's good that you have the mentality, the courage to start something, but at some point you have to understand you're going up against a lineup that wants to start a team fight.
Yeah.
So when you, the opponent, start the team fight for them, it helps them out. Like in this particular clip, you see throwing the Minotaur towards the team, where the Minotaur just has an easier time to set up the Mino and Fury. So this is one of those cases where you're going up against a draft like VSG, you want to bait out as many abilities as you can. If they use the Electrofiner Blow early, if they use the Zaman Force early, kite away. Use your abilities to escape the team fight. Once the cooldowns are done, you go back in.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw in that one crucial team fight wherein the members of Falcons Mena started the team fight despite them being quite low. Oh, no, they didn't start it. It was the members of ESG that started out the fight. Then the members of Falcons Mena responded to it accordingly, even though they were down like 3 to 5k gold at that point. And they were able to turn it around, as you said. But then in the end, when they were the ones initiating, that was just great timing and counterplay by Gaily, and then eventually, of course, by Kioe on that Benedetta. Because once everyone else has entered, Benedetta says, all right, my time to shine.
Yeah, for you guys at home, if you guys are watching the screen down here, we can definitely see a lot of the plays. Kioe, yes, is amazing with the Benedetta, and I kind of feel like she has a lot more in her pocket. There's more heroes that she can use. In this kind of lineup, there's a lot of crowd control that makes it very difficult for the lineups of Falcon Mena to actually really do anything. So it's all about execution. It's easier said than done. But for game number 2, they got to really look at the win condition for VSG and try to get it out of the way, making sure that they don't achieve that win condition, and then you try to fight back. Because looking at the winning condition coming in from Falcon Mena, they have scaling side laners. You kind of don't have a choice. You got to wait it out.
Let's see one of the main winning conditions of the winning team with our PlayStation MVP. I wonder who is it going to be. Is it going to be the jungler that had 0 deaths? I feel like maybe, but definitely it is Kioe. KDA of 12. That is a singular number because, yes, that is no deaths on the side of Kioe. If I'm not mistaken, that is a final stat line of 9 kills, 3 assists, 0 deaths. Was it purely just great timing by Kioe as to why she was the MVP?
Honestly, she had a lot of room to move around in all of the team fights, because when you see most of the escaping abilities have been used by Falcon Mena, and then she's just like, okay, I'm just gonna dash in and I'm gonna do my damage, especially when she has the Sky Piercer. Makes it all that much easier for her to secure all of the kills. But again, it's not just the Sky Piercer. She has a lot of penetration coming in from the Hunter Strike, as well as the true damage coming in from the name escapes me.
For the Sky Piercer?
No.
The War Axe?
The red item.
Red item, true damage?
Okay, you know what? It'll come back.
It'll come back to us eventually. Endless Battle.
Endless Battle, yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Escaped me for a while.
But, I really agree with you there. It was just, in terms of the conditions, I didn't realize it until we got to see it happen. It was just a crazy amount of crowd control. It looked like this was a lineup that just really didn't allow the members of Falcons Mena to do anything, to play. It was a lineup that Falcons Mena had that was stronger on the counter, but it really doesn't seem like that's their comfort playstyle.
Yeah, it's just that here's the thing, Falcons Mena, they have one idea, and then they just do that one thing. Where going up against a team like VSG, you got to be a little bit more creative. If A doesn't work, you got to go for B.
What's the B? Like a different step?
No, it's like, okay, if we engage, it doesn't work, maybe don't do that. Maybe
force it.
False engages. Make it look like you're going for a fight, but then it's like, I gotcha. I was kidding. And now we're backing off. Right?
All right. I get what you're getting at. Let's see if we'll see more of those false engages. But here's something true. The Doritos reactions, the players' reactions for you up on the screen.
And honestly, there's gonna like, oh, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
it's like, okay, you got me, man.
Yeah.
It's fine. But yeah, looking at the reactions, it's like backstage, this is the reaction that we're really looking forward to see, because the excitement there, they can't contain it.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think like someone who reacts in that way, it's yeah, you're hyped for your team, but at the same time, I feel like it's half. Whoa, I didn't expect us to even just be like that as well. Well, Cheryl mentioned that they are beasts, and now I do not doubt it. With how they played that, with how they did not allow Falcons Mena to play their game, it is yeah, that was terrifying to look at. And now VSG definitely, as our casters mentioned, have made a statement, a grand introduction for themselves in the very first series of the day here in day number 2. We have gave a lot of glowing commentations for VSG. Falcons Mena, other than what you mentioned with maybe instead of just going all in, go a little bit more false engages, is there something maybe that they would want to adjust in the draft?
I feel like when it comes to the draft, it's a little bit tricky because we are not entirely sure the kind of picks that they're used to, because we saw the Clint, and the Clint was, in theory, is an amazing pick because you have a lot of burst damage once you complete 4 items, right? At that point, you can have the possibility of one-shotting people, but again, it takes a little bit of time. And looking at how the trend is for MWI, the mid-game is very important. Transitioning from the turtle all the way to the Lord, that very small time frame is where you're able to set your presence on the map, and then once you set it, then you have a big advantage when it comes to controlling the Lord and then eventually winning the game. So having a side laner that both wants to scale, I feel like the CC is fine if you want if your gold laner requires maybe just 3 or 2 items, and if you want a 4-item marksman, perhaps you need an EXP laner, something like a Terizla, something like maybe even a Yuzong, something that can buy some time. So when both of them needs time, there's just not enough time for everyone.
Yeah, real quickly though, let's go on over to the casters desk. Mirko and Trex, real quickly, what do you guys think and what would you want to say and add on to the discussion? Let's start first off with Mirko when it comes to game number 1.
I don't know, it really felt like for VSG, they were just so much better in terms of the mechanics as well, individually in lane, because I think it was the XP lane where we saw, again, also technically domination. Velvet wasn't really able to do much in that XP lane on the CC, despite her already being placed on a matchup that should be actually okay, especially with the Vengeance. You can actually go and, you know, punish a lot. But yeah, it really feels like there is a big mechanic difference there.
I think VSG really caught them off guard with the early game aggression. I think a lot of teams might not be ready for those types of ganks, that many offlane ganks that early in the game. So this time Falcon Mena might have a better chance. They can at least prepare themselves for these type of compositions, and not even just the compositions, but the rotations in that early phase of the game. And I think if they can do that, there's some good possibilities to tie this up.
You know what? I'm going to have to agree here with both of them. It seems like aggression is one of the key factors here. VSG, they look like they played a lot better because of the aggression that they showed. Again, it's about not letting your opponent play their game was the biggest factor.
Yeah, no, I agree, because for me, it's not enough to win the game. It's about letting the opponent know that they lost.
Ooh, that's cold, bro.
So I kind of feel like you need that kind of mindset. So for Falcons Mena in this game, you got to figure out how to make them lose. Sometimes just thinking how to win, sometimes that's not enough, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not about achieving your win condition, it's about denying the opponent's win condition.
Oh, that's a great way to look at that. Now let's see what Falcons Mena will be able to do in game number 2 to somehow force a tie to deny the condition, or will VSG deny a point for Falcons Mena, meaning that they are going to be put in the red. This is the beauty of a BO2 style setup. Even just one sweep loss is already a massive blow to your chances of being able to advance into the next game. VSG, I mean, I don't want to say that they had the perfect game, but it was somewhat close to it. Are there any errors that you saw from their side that maybe Falcons Mena will be able to take advantage of?
No, honestly, not really. In terms of the rotations, as well as like the caster said, their mechanics are really on point. The fact that they can outplay the team fights is indicative of that. So honestly, for this game, the only way that they could have a mistake if is the mid trio coming in from Falcons, Mena was able to punish their rotation, because let's talk about Jushin. Did Jushin really have any trouble going up against his ass? Not really.
Nope.
Right?
Yeah,
so the fact that they can go bottom lane, they got a kill. They go to top lane, they got a kill. They go fight around turtle, there's no contest. The mid trio for VSG looked like they had a pretty free time.
Yeah. Now that when you mentioned it, there was something that you mentioned behind the scenes also, was that when in that one team fight that Falcons Mena was able to win, they almost got a wipeout. It was actually the Zask protecting the Clint in the back line, so that was their peeler. I'm thinking then, okay, how does that connect to the rest of the lineup where it's more defensive, their style of lineup. So add to the fact that of condition denial, maybe for Falcons Mena, it's also condition acknowledgement. If your lineup is great for counter plays, you go for the counter plays. Don't be the one engaging it, as you mentioned earlier. So now, yeah, maybe that is the trick there for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, again, we're about to go into the draft, but something to highlight as well, Moonton on that Ruby keeps controlling the damage dealer, so it makes it easier for Kyoei to actually go in.
Yeah, and I think now, earlier in that game number 1, we got to see why the two Filipinos on the team, you see Rian and Gailey, love Moonton so much, even outside of the game, because inside of the game, they are well taken care of by their EXP laner. So, Falcons Mena says, let's take out a Yuzong. Any team that would prioritize a ban on a Yuzong like this, other than the fact that it's a... Actually, in this current meta, I feel like it's one of those overlooked first 2 picks on the red side. But that's also a sign of, hey, we're going to build another lineup that it's more static on the back line, maybe?
That, or they just know that Moonton on the Yuzong is not a fun time.
Yeah, just respect it.
Right, maybe it's like, okay, you know, if Moonton has this Yuzong...
Yeah. It's not good.
Let's just wait for 15 minutes and then see what happens next, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where Yuzong controls the turtle so well that you're basically not playing the game for the first 7 minutes, right? So maybe that's the kind of player Moonton is on the Yuzong. So they're like, okay, we're gonna deny that. Jushin gets banned out as well, which is good and bad. It's good because you're not giving it over to VSG, but it's kind of bad because you're not using it yourself.
Yeah.
So in a way, you're telling people, it's like, yeah, I don't have time to train this hero.
Ooh, like it's not yet in
Or I
our
train, but
comfort.
I have no idea how this works.
Maybe, or they're saving it. There's a lot of questions there, but yeah, Jushin's not going to be a first pick. First pickables, the Rogers and the Hariths and the Low Yees of the world are still up for the taking.
I would say Roger, because Roger is solid going up against the Harith, as well as the Lui. And it's flexible. You can put it in the jungle or goal lane.
Yeah.
Or dare I say mid lane, who knows?
Oh, well, no. I hope that's not a Roger mid lane.
Yeah,
it's a bit too high concept for
Here's
my
the
taste.
thing, right? We can say whatever we want, just don't take our word for it, okay?
And so with the Roger pickup for Falcons Mena, VSG would pick up the Minotaur. It went really well. It looks like a comfort pickup for Gailey, and most importantly, up against Dashes, you want to pick up the Minotaur to force out Dashes. Julian for VSG, it's their turn to use that hero.
They pick up the Edith as well. I prefer going up against something like a Minotaur for the Edith to be in the roam position, because you can pick up the Minotaur. Minotaur is a tank support. It's not a full tank, right?
Yeah.
The defense stats is not the same as a full tank, and the passive is not really to make sure that you stay alive that long. So honestly, if you have the Edith and a bursty kind of mage, you can deal with the Minotaur, making so that the Minotaur is delayed in building the items, because usually Minotaur goes for a first item flash, right? The flash of the Oasis. So you're not going to be that tanky. So I still hope that the Edith is going roam, but looking at how Fevin plays, probably go to XP.
Yeah. Earlier we did see it go into
Roam.
Roam. Yeah, it was the Roam. And we saw that interaction that you mentioned earlier, that if you toss the Minotaur and you're not careful, you're actually helping the Minotaur to come closer to your teammates. But the thing with the lineups for Falcons Mena is this is not a backline focused lineup. This is a lineup that will get up in your face and would want to fight under a Zaman Force and would want to claw you up front.
If VSG doesn't ban the Valentina, honestly, they should take it. Falcons Mena, yeah. You can take away the Million Fury, as well as possibly deal a lot of damage in the early game. So I'm thinking Valentina here. If Valentina is not picked up, honestly, another solid pick is the Farsa, but we haven't seen the Farsa so far in the MWI.
Yeah, it seems like a niche pick. Even though it makes a lot of sense for the meta, there's not a lot of teams that are incredibly comfortable yet with either playing it or showing it. VSG, they are taking away the Ruby because, okay, with the Julian and the Claude, I could see why they would be hesitant to play up against a Ruby up on the field. Quick crowd control with the second skill might mess up their entries.
Honestly, Bane is a good pickup for Falcons Mena, but the fact that they have the Harv as well as the Roger means, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Unless you go Bane EXP, but I think that's too much.
It's a little bit
I think that's stretching too
yeah.
far.
As someone who's tried it, don't.
Yeah.
Not worth it anymore. It will most likely be a jungle if we're gonna be seeing Bane again later here in MWI. Who knows?
They're gonna have a very tanky something in the EXP.
Yeah, that's gonna be their lane holder.
Oh,
Trisla's gone. Lapo is gonna have a hard time catching anyone. Who else is gonna be available in terms of the tanky presences of the EXP laner that has crowd control?
I'm even thinking if they go for something crazy by putting a tank in the EXP, because we've seen a Grok EXP before, but we haven't seen it for a while. And now the Valentina gets picked up by VSG. Even they understand how dangerous the Valentina is going up against the Minotaur.
Yeah, great call there.
Oh,
Novaria.
Don't know about the damage output of Novaria as well as Edith can do in the early game, though.
That's all magic. VSG will just rush Radiant Armors at this point. But the thing is, again, we don't know their EXP laner. The Fury, the Minotaur will pick up the, as you mentioned, the Flask of the Oasis. Then you build up the Radiant Armors later on. The other members of VSG cannot. Okay, so they're rushing magic damage. Don't tell me it's going to be another magic. They need a little bit more physical here.
Actually, now that I look at it, as long as the Roger follows up on Edith and Novaria, they should have enough damage. So, never mind. If it's a duo, maybe it's difficult. As a trio, it's fine. Toms gets picked up.
Huh. Usually isn't Toms picked up against like really honest team fights?
No, I get it. Going up against the Claude wants to do the Blazing Duet and he goes Vengeance.
Vengeance, right, yeah.
So you're just countering by staying still.
Okay, so Vengeance now, and there's the Paquito, so you get crowd control, but yeah, duelists on the EXP lanes. This is gonna be scrappy. The way I look at these two lineups, all I see is just chaos.
Honestly, I feel like that's better for Falcons Mena, because I feel like if you say fight, I just fight. They're the kind of team that goes in and then hopes for the best.
And Falcons Mena will be hoping that they seal a point here. If they get swept, that puts them in the red. The beauty and the pain of the BO2 format. If VSG takes this, well, they're gonna be in a very comfortable spot with a 2-0 in the very first match of the day. Falcons Mena versus VSG. Mirko, Trex, let's go.
Let's go is right. We're going to be jumping into game number 2. VSG up against Falcons Mena. And Scrappy is a perfect way to describe this comp for VSG. Scrappy is a perfect way to describe this competition. And looking at both of them, I would say Team Falcons Mena, they're fast moving, yes, but with the mid lane, with the, with Fevin as well, I feel like they could also take this a little bit slow if they want. They have some late game scaling. And on the terms of VSG with that Paquito, with the movement of again to the boss side, bro. The rotations from them in the first 2 minutes.
Man, game 1, you know, I did say Velvet getting out-microed in lane. This time it's not even fair. It's not even a 1v1. It's a 3v1 in the bottom lane. Velvet is going to have to recall again, and that will only give Minion, someone who's already very, very aggressive in lane, even more power now. You can see that Electa is able to actually steal away some camps onward. Or Shadow comboed in, it's done, locking him down. Kyobe still trying to run away, get the healing. That's right, they have sword, outplaying the situation. What a move by Gailey and Synchro to help her out.
That's gotta be crushing to your confidence.
Yikes.
Team Falcons Mena set up the perfect little bait there. I mean, they had it. But Victory Song Gamers, they rotate back to mid. Synchro Gailey saved the day for Kyoe.
That was well played, man. Even for Kiowe, able to get out just into the vision, out of the into the bush, out of the vision pool for just a second to get the help coming in from the motivation roar, the healing, and then obviously the terrify straight into the combo. And with the enhanced sword, you actually do get a little bit of HP, and Kiowe was able to completely abuse that there. Goes to show you that she played the Benedetta really well. She can also play the Julian really well. Synchro just sidestepped away from that Astral Sphere too. They are locked in.
They are a well-oiled machine right now. VSG, the way they're moving on this map. And even here with Synchro hanging out down on the boss side a lot because they know Yui's here as well. We see Gailey holding down the mid lane, making sure it's cleared. Everybody knows their job. They know the assignment. Team Falcons Meta, though, needs to find an answer. They gotta break through this aggression. They brought the Thamus this time, a nice aggressive early gamer. They have Electa. I mean, they have some possibilities here. They just need to pull it off.
Well played, man. One level advantage on Gailey. She's gonna have the Minions Fury, so, and technically they'll also have the Primal Wrath. Enhanced Chain, knocking her off. Heaven almost taken down, forced to flicker under the tier 1. That's a shot from Yui that does not connect, and VSG, they're just utilizing the fundamentals so much better compared to Team Falcons Meta, and they're outclassing them with it. Poking them down before the neutral objectives, and then obviously getting these level advantage with better rotations. And even the weak side, they're playing it real well. Rihanna in this matchup against the Herod, she hasn't really been fully bullied out.
You know, we talk about this sometimes when we see teams that aggressively rotate like this. At least back in NA we do. You know, it's not always great to just play reactionary. Don't just follow them around the map. I think at this point, Team Falcons Meta, what they need to do is maybe play the opposite lane. If VSG is going to gank EXP, go try to gank gold. You know, play your own game. Look for positions on the map because VSG stays in this 3 group. Their mid is almost always moving together. So there are weak points on the map that Team Falcons Meta could attack. They cannot just follow them around, because if they do, they're never actually going to gain any space.
And this is real bad. We were talking about how Rian, at least in the early game, she was being bullied. His Fury flicker forward, knock up straight to the Blazing Duet, but is still able to survive onward into the front. Not able to find the Earth Shatter to really connect onto anyone. He got Synchro, but Synchro was just able to Primal Wrath and deal out more damage, sustain back up too. She didn't really lose any HP in that skirmish with the sustain back, and even in the bottom lane, Minion, you can see the confidence already in VSG. That's a lethal ignition, Paquito. That's a full damage, Paquito. That's an FDP.
FDP is right. I mean, it's a FDT, full damage team. Everyone is ready to put someone down.
Except Gailey, unless.
Even Gailey, I mean, even with those Manolan's Furies,
all right.
we're causing mayhem. Bevan now in trouble.
Forced to use a Primal Rat defense, so Gailey still wants to go for it. You're right, at least in the aggression. But Gailey will be forced back. Synchro jumping in. Alexa go for the damage. Yui sniping her from downtown. Rian forced to use the BMI defensively as Alexa pounced on her.
But a beautiful defensive BMI, because a good wait. Didn't use it too early, waited for the Lycan Pounce to connect. But now Electa.
Boom, bang. Into the knockout strike, knocking her up into the enhanced chain as well. The combo is perfect. Minion picking up the kill now. Velvet running them down with the vengeance. But VSG knows better than to take on Athamas with the vengeance still on. Kiowe in that bush, great immobilization. But Velvet's able to step out just in time. Remember though, Minion full stacks. Go opening it up. Knockout strike to bring Fevin back straight into Synchro. And Synchro actually utilized that to take the Primal Wrath. It's a big ultimate now in the hands of Synchro. And even then, VSG say, you know what, we're a bit too low, we'll take the slow route.
Okay, so it's about a 1,500 gold lead for the side of VSG. Definitely not end game material. 1,700 to be exact. Math's hard. Team Falcons Meta, they should be getting somewhere soon. Names has been deathless. This time the gold lane is keeping up, and the trades aren't even too bad. Rian is about a level up. But Names should, I think, get that after this wave down on the boss side of the turtle, though.
Great position by Gailey, knocking up Electa now. Her Shadow Shades and Mayo Wrath as well now. Minus Fury already used up earlier. Gailey still able to find another knockup, and now it's Velvet all alone, isolated in the front. Gailey taking a big shot, but says, nah, I'm good. Minion getting the shielding, winning out in this brawl, or duel rather, against Electa, and Rian is on the turret in the mid lane. Kiowe is on the turtle in the bottom lane. There's a trade in objectives at least for Team Falcons Meta, but still, it's so much better for VSG.
It's extremely better. Getting a mid lane tower at 6 minutes in is huge. I would trade an off lane tier 3 for that mid lane tier 3 any day, because what's this gonna do is open the door even more for VSG to be as aggressive as they want, because now they're not just rotating through the bottleneck of the mid lane, they're rotating through your jungle if they want to. They're able to invade and escape easily. Gailey maybe in a little bit of trouble here though.
Like in Pounds as well, Gailey's still able to survive, and just like that, she's brought in enough attention to give Rion space. Up top, enhanced sword by Kiowe. Looking for a dive. Velvet already using a vengeance now. They're going to go on to turret first now. As Minnan gets the shielding earlier. Now into the immobilization. Enhanced sword. Locking her down. Strom. My goodness, these combos are ridiculous. VSG are styling on Team Falcons.
You know what we call that? Punching Thamus in the face. Quick left jab. Putting them down. Putting them out of their misery. VSG right now. And here they go again.
Brutal punch,
right back down to the bot side. I mean, it's troublesome. It's looking like a problem. Team Falcons Mena, again, I think the saving grace is going to be Names, just like last game. Names has got to do something here. Needs to hit a power spike. Got to start taking names, man. Got to start, you know, punching the clock a little bit, doing something, because if they don't get it together, and at this point, it might be time for Team Falcons Mena to just stay grouped up. Even if they lose one of these tier 2s in the top or bottom, they need to be a bit more grouped up, because the game that Victory Song Gamers is bringing is we're going to run around, we're going to find picks here and there, we're going to guerrilla warfare you, we're going to run 3-1, 3-2, 4-1, we're going to be all over and always coming at you. So if Team Falcons Mena isn't together as a team, VSG is going to pick them apart.
Oh, Minnan up top. Oh no. Kevin unable to find the onward flicker out of the Earth Shatter as well, but still she will be taken out up top by the Zaman Force. Use up Gailey. Fighting the play. With a knockup. Lycan Pounce to dodge way below. Great enhanced chain to catch the Lycan Pounce right after she used it. That's
Even
a kill.
if the Minoan's Fury doesn't get you, we got something else in the pocket.
Yeah, there's an elephant that comes out of nowhere.
We got another skill in the clip, ready to pop off. VSG just always has a plan right now. Team Falcons Mena. What do they do here, Mirko, right? It's First Lord. You definitely don't contest this, I think, at this point. They're about, it's 5,000 gold lead at this point. We're right back to the same story as game 1. Yui this time, they do have some possibility with some, we saw some nice snipe shots early on, but they need to not take any fights. Even this, maybe give up the purple.
Yeah, I mean, for Names, she's still able to secure with the Synchro Vision. That's a big plus. They didn't really want to go for, you know, the full contest, but as long as you can secure it on one of your members, this is actually the best case scenario for them. They give it over to Names. Like you said, she's probably the last hope, technically, for Team Falcons Mena here. Now VSG, though, they already have LaFell. I mean, the Lord, right? They're coming down in the bottom lane now. Rion has the Golden Staff. It's a big power spike, too, for this Claude. I wonder if she went for a different path. I wonder if she went for the Corrosion Scythe into the DHS and then the Golden Staff, because 3 items in the 8th minute would be quite ridiculous. I don't think so. I think she's still on the second item,
it's
right?
9 minutes now.
Yeah.
We're breaking on 9 minutes.
That will be insane, though. If she actually does have 3 items in for the Claude at 9 minutes, that's...
I don't know.
Crazy timers.
This was 0-0-1. I don't think so.
Exactly.
Maybe if there was like a bunch of kills. But wait a second, nice pick off. Away goes down, and that's going to be huge. That's going to be a shutdown right there. 3-1 and 3. Team Falcons Mena now. Kill goes over to Yui, so it's a little something. Should be able to clear this ward safely and just lose the tier 2 here.
Velvet's trying her best to actually try to defend this here in the mid lane. She actually built the Thunderbelt.
3 items in.
She has 3 items in 9 minutes with 1 assist. That's why, you know, I looked at the assist and I'm like, there's no way, right? Yeah, there is a way. If you are Rion, there is a way to farm up that fast with only 1 assist through the map. And technically, she has been taking the mid wave too, right? So that explains it. She's been farming up a storm.
Yeah, farming 2 lanes at once.
Maybe even 3. She goes bot, or even the jungle, lanes. Right? And now she's getting the purple buff.
She's everywhere. All right, let's take a look at Team Falcons Mena. We did see Names working on the 3rd item, almost to 3rd item, had Feather of Heaven, had Starlium Scythe. So getting there, we know the type of damage a Harith can do and how much dancing. I think if there's a hero that they want to be able to scale towards the end, it could definitely be this Harith. You have possibility to dance around Kiowe with those chains in. If you have the mechanical gifts, you need to be able to dance around these fights, get out of range of these Minoan's Fury, and not get cut off like that. Fevin, a bad spot.
Ow, she got knocked up and she still went onward, but then she found 4 members of Victory Song Gamers standing there menacingly. obliterating the HP bar of Feven. She wasn't even able to pop the Primal Rash. She wasn't even able to react to the 4 members in the bush. That's how much damage they have. Minin, Synchro, Rihanna on Claude with 3 items in 9 minutes. That's kind of crazy. And then now she's probably going to go for the Malefic Roar. But honestly, if I were in that spot, right, 3 items in the first 9 minutes, I would just go for even more damage. Or Wind Talker. We've seen a lot of those Wind Talkers. Considering you're that far ahead, this is the problem though, technically for them, right? If they're just so squishy, Minin can take a whole lot of punishment. They all can take a lot of punishment from the poke from Yui.
I mean, Yui's been definitely packing a punch, but at this point, it's even there. The heal comes back from Gailey immediately. They got to find their target. Fiven needs to be the one to be able to find these targets, but as we just saw, Fiven can't even face check bushes right now. There we go, though. Possible play.
Earth Shatter catching Synchro, still able to pop in the Primal Rod as Minute Fury's knocking them up now in the backline. Minute still doing some damage, placing to it from Rion. Able to demolish them all. The damage is enough, and Kyoe cleans them up. She shot the Astral Sphere, now she's back to normal form. She can't fly anymore. Rihanna and Kyoe looking for the end. They have a mini wave here. Get shot down with the Astral Sphere, but it's not enough to really take the mini wave down. Rihanna on it, Kyoe as well. They can go for the straight dive right now as Yui pops in. The Astral Recall shoots it down, gets the wave out. Oh. Kyoe taking down the last shot from the turret.
All right, maybe a little too scrappy. Maybe a little too scrappy, but VSG still, it's a huge win there. And that's what 3, maybe even 4 items at this point does. And especially when you have this much of a gold lead in the tanks. Let's take a look at the items. Rion does get the Wind Talker in. Taking a look at the side of Team Falcons, Mena. Just, I mean, practically no defense there. We've got the Dominance Ice. We've got the Dreadnought armor. A little something, but still it is a problem. Electa now, though, gonna start working. I'm surprised they're gonna be the ones to start this. Don't know if it's the right plan.
Velvet all alone. Didn't even pop the Vengeance Gailey, getting a 2-man knockup. Feven, Primal Wrath, able to space out just in time onto Synchro. Also has a Primal Wrath, dealing some more damage, even more than Feven. And now she pops to Onward. Oh no, it gets canceled out. Rion, blazing duets. Now chasing Electa. Now Synchro with the flicker forward, and Rion picks her up. 3-4-0. Play the victory song of the gamers now, because it's an Enhanced Lord and 3 kills over to VSG.
They take no prisoners. If you're in their way, you're going down. VSG right now, I mean, they just feel unstoppable. Team Falcons Mena, everything they try, maybe rushing Lord at the wrong time there, but Falcons Mena are kind of playing this like the gold is even, right? When they need to kind of be a bit more on the back foot. In the beginning, maybe not be as reactionary, but now it might be time to be a little reactionary. Hope that VSG overextends a little bit. Hope that someone goes a little too deep and Feven can find the pickoff, because I don't think they can force an engage. And now with Lord marching down and the way Rion's been playing 4-0-5, just got the gold meteor in as well, Heart Gold Meteor in as well. It's going to be a problem.
Enhanced Lord in the mid lane. 2 big waves in the side. Good pull from Velvet and Electa, trying to stop this from happening, but VSG are already taking down the base turret up top. Now straight into the bottom lane they go. Rion gunning that turret down real quick. Minion trying to go for the assassination. Will take a whole lot of punishment now. Minion's Fury knocking him out. Name's gonna be caught in the back. Gailey gets the solo on Names, and everybody tries to dive. But victory song gamers, they take names and they sing songs.
It's a 1-2 punch, a quick finish from VSG. You said it in the beginning of these 2 matches, Mirko. They're showing that they are contenders right now. And I'm excited to see how they move forward in these groups and possibly in the group stage. Team Falcons Mena, they gotta go back, they gotta regroup, they gotta figure something out, because we're gonna run through this whole group today. And you are on the pace, right? You don't have a whole nother day to think about your strategy. So they got to get back to that drawing room and figure out how they're going to fix these mistakes. VSG, on the other hand, just needs to keep figuring out how they're going to keep up this aggression.
That wasn't even just a 1-2, right? It was 1-2 was a boom bang, but it was a boom bang bada bing, man. That was a 1-2 uppercut straight into the knockout. That was brutal.
Bing boom bada boom.
Yeah,
exactly
what Trek said.
And what was great as well from VSG is we got to see all the players kind of have some star moments. In Game 1, a lot of it was Kyoe, Gailey. In Game 2, we got to see Rion really pop off. I mean, just the whole team seems to be bringing their A game. Synchro always on point. That final flicker in that last fight, just to really make sure you're not getting away from us.
Yeah.
I mean, no hesitation at all from VSG right now.
They're on point. They played it so well.
Now that's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Ranmar, as well as Lavelle. Now, earlier on, you guys mentioned the grudge in the EXP lane. Now we do have our EXP laner right here with us, Minan. All right, so now we have our translator right here to answer some of our questions. Now, in the EXP lane, Minan, can you tell us who is the EXP laner you are super excited to go up against here in MWI?
С кем тебе из эксплайнеров некомфортнее всего будет вообще стоять играть? Да, против кого?
Дариус.
И если про игроков?
Про игроков? Я не знаю.
Ну, тогда
Вообще никого. Дариус.
Darius.
Darius.
It's in English, Dairot.
Diroth.
Yeah.
But the player in
She doesn't know
MW.
about any players.
Okay. But she's excited to face off any player playing Diroth. Okay.
All right.
Interesting.
So, pretty much a lot's going on over here. So I think going to even another question taking place here. How did you prepare for the MWI 2024? How did that go?
Расскажи, как вы готовились к турниру?
К этому?
Да.
Мы...
Ну, конечно. Oh.
Yeah, you can translate. Oh, 2 months. Wow, that's a lot, man.
Thank you.
So pretty much like we would like to know, like, you were preparing for the MWI 2024 before, you had a lot of strategies, a lot of practice. How did you do that?
Ну, у нас был буткемп в Азии, потом мы прилетели сюда, очень много готовились, буквально чуть ли не 2 часа сна. Ну,
Okay, she said that we were in Indonesia in bootcamp. We were practicing a lot there, maybe for some 10 days.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, we especially come there from Moscow.
Okay.
And then we had a lot of practice here versus some teams.
Okay.
You know, it was difficult because they slept bad, slept little bit. You know, just 4-3 hours. But now we see that practice was good, and we are ready to show the best game.
Amazing, they are
Wow,
ready.
with a 2-0 clean sweep, best bet you guys will be sleeping super well tonight. All right, so congratulations once again, our amazing friends right here from VSG. Once again, congratulations on this superb 2-0. Yeah, 2-0
Let's
win.
go.
So yes, moving on to the next match, we're very excited. But before that, let's head it over to the studio to break it out for us. Yalla!
Well, okay, that explains it. They spent significant time in Indonesia to boot camp, practice, and they got a lot of practice here. And yeah, the practice is paying off by a lot, Lafel.
Yeah, because we definitely see that they have a very good understanding of how to approach the fights, right? Because we've seen that, okay, they made one crucial mistake where they tried to force the end with one minion and then Kiwi died, but you know, it's neither here or there. We gotta talk about how, look at this, the timings where they understand, all right, the Lycan Pounce is coming up, the iframe is gonna be there, we know where you're gonna land, and we're gonna execute you. And here's the thing, looking at how they play as a team, it does show that they have trust with each other.
Yeah.
So making sure that when Falcons, Mena engage, everyone's ready to fight back.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to talk more about VSG or find out more about really how they communicate in game, because they have been open about it that the in-game comms might be one of their biggest hurdles, with majority of the players from EECA not that comfortable with English, and then Rian and Gailey being very comfortable with English. With how it looks like, it seems like VSG just have members that innately understand their individual jobs and what they're supposed to do come any sequence.
Here's the thing, Raymar. You don't need to talk to communicate. Just express your emotions with the various voices that you make in game. It's like, go. You understand what's going on, you know?
I get you.
Right, you get me? And here's the thing. Looking at Synchro, she's an amazing player. Casual 400 stars, something mythic.
casual 400.
Yeah, casual 400
It's
something.
a casual 400, not a
400
sweaty
something.
400. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty good. Very good.
Yeah, and really seeing VSG not just for game number 2, but even for this entire series, it's just a full understanding. As we go to the reactions of the players, we see the intensity of it all. I really wanted to pay close attention to the player cams, and really it's like
Who doesn't?
they don't talk until there's something happening. It's like everyone's just minding their own business until here, go, exactly as you mentioned it.
Just say the hero's name and they're like, we got you. Yeah. It's like, Edith. We know what you mean. Destroy the Edith or be careful of the Edith. Like either way, just like up, down, here, there, go in, exit, go back in.
Yeah. With Falcons Mena here, it's the same story as game number 1, because game number 1 we saw that they couldn't play a nice early rotation to set themselves up for the mid game because of the aggression of the Jushin and the Minotaur. In this game number 2, it's VSG it wasn't even just an overly aggressive rotation, it was just a rotation. A simple EXP first rotation into the EXP lane, pressuring, almost getting a kill, and then just snowballing from there because her EXP laner has advantage. Little things like that, those aren't easily taught.
Yeah. And again, honestly, looking at how Falcons Mena was playing, they just got to understand the timing. When to fight, when to not fight, how do you engage and how do you disengage? Because again, for them, it looks like one press and go.
Yeah.
Like when you move forward, you don't move back.
Yeah.
You got to look at the map as a wider scope of POV, right? You have a lot of avenues. You have many different ways to start a fight. For example, picking where you fight. Sometimes you want to fight at an open space.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to fight at a little bit cramped space, right? Try to figure out which one is the best. And understanding that when you're going up against a Minotaur, engaging against the Minotaur is not a good idea unless you can burst the Minotaur down super fast that he can't use his Minnow and Fury.
Yep.
Honestly, looking at how they play going up against VSG, I feel like it's easy to force the Minotaur to use the Minnow and Fury because the trigger finger is very fast. So just like a pounds in and then get ready to dash back out.
True.
Once the Minotaur's Fury is over, then you can fight if you want to fight.
Yeah, the most valuable analysis from LaFell. Time to find out the PlayStation most valuable player for that game number 2 with how well they played together around their Claude. Rian, low-key for majority of it until eventually, boom, pops off out of nowhere. 13 KDA, an immortal performance as a Claude. And even though a little bit early on, we didn't really feel her. It's just she knew her condition. Again, the difference between Falcons, Mena, and VSG. They know their conditions, they know their timings, and they respect their rotations around that.
Yeah, like we heard the casters talk about how fast she farms. 856 gold per minute is still very fast in the game. And honestly, fast movement as well. Like, when she has full stacks, she's like, oh, Claude's not that tall.
Yeah.
He's alright.
That's not accurate. Yeah, they just made Claude a little bit taller because I'm here. Very, very funny. But, wow, Dexter's huge.
That's a big monkey.
That's quite terrifying. Let's look at the results of the STC prediction as we try to move on from how massive Dexter was. But the audience predictions, of course, I'm not surprised because it's the home team.
Yeah.
Falcons men 88% over VSG's 12%. Going back to what the casters mentioned earlier, statement, man, pure statement. You, after what you saw from VSG, what would be like your sales pitch for them? If you're gonna tell people about VSG, how are you gonna pump them up to other people?
Look at the predictions and just post a picture of you like,
ooh,
yeah.
Dang.
I wanted it, but yeah. VSG, how do I sell the team? We're Beauty and the Beast.
Hey.
Just like Cheryl said.
Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah. Beauty's outside
the Beast
game.
is the gameplay, not, you know.
Yeah, the Beast. Well, I mean, the gameplay is beautiful as well. More beautiful gameplay coming up for you here in MWI 2024 at EWC. Again, my name is Renmar, still here with LaFell. We will be right back. Let's take a breather and do that little nice transition thing to go for a break. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Let's go. Hey, we haven't seen you guys for a long time. Welcome back to MWI 2024 at Esports World Cup. Renmar still here with Lafel to bring you the second best of series of the day for Group B. It is our, great matchup coming up next. It is the Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown. Team Falcons MENA. Not a lot of time to refocus and re-strategize, but they have to. Up against ZNOL Lilies of Vietnam. You've had experience with pro teams before in the past. How massive is this that right away you're gonna have to now fight for tournament life? Have you ever heard or been part of that?
Honestly, I kind of prefer it.
You prefer it?
Yeah, because it's like if you have a break in between, you're like cool down.
Yeah.
Like you're hype, your adrenaline is here, and then it just goes back down. At least if it's back-to-back fights, you maintain your adrenaline spike, so that you're more warmed up going for this matchup. But going up against ZNOL Lilith, honestly, looking at the names, we've seen some names that has competed at MWI before, and I feel like this is one of those situations where you went up against VSG, it was a hard game, it doesn't get easier for this one.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Falcons MENA, and let's tell you to show your support for the teams with the STC predictions. Again, don't forget to vote for this upcoming match. www.stcplay.gg. That's where you can send in your predictions. Wouldn't be surprised if the hometown heroes, it even goes up from 88% now closer to 100. Energy ball of everyone to give them all of the love. As we look at the Jamil Motorsport player arrival. So Team Falcons MENA, we know how important this is for them. Let's talk about ZNOL Lilies from
that's
Vietnam. I like that bag. You've been here for quite some time in our scene, Lafel.
Yes.
Maybe too long, a little bit. But what do you remember about Vietnam as a region?
I'm too low. Wait, what are you saying?
No, I'm not saying anything. So what do you think about Vietnam as a region and how they evolved throughout the years?
They're great.
They are.
Why are you being
great.
aggressive?
I'm not being aggressive
I'm
right
here
now.
for too long. Oh my gosh.
No.
I've been attacked.
I didn't say that's not an attack. But yeah, what do you think about ZNOL Lilies?
No, again, I feel like they're great. I feel like, in general, when we're talking about the region playing in Vietnam, in terms of their play style, it is quite aggressive. Honestly, almost the same as how Falcon MENA played just now, where if you want to fight, you just fight. You don't doubt yourself. You don't double guess. Like, if we go in, we go in.
Yep.
But again, they're experienced. They've been in the scene for quite a while. I kind of feel like they've understood that there's multiple ways to go in for a fight. So going up against Falcons MENA, they might be able to actually have a better standing here going up against them, where they saw right now it's just that ZNOL Lilith, now they can be like, we can do the false engages. You guys are going to be the ones to attempt it, and we're going to counter back.
Let's see if they will be able to counter back. Tournament life here for Team Falcons MENA up against a team that you saw earlier, ZNOL Lilies. It's sort of deja vu for them because they're going to be going up against a team with two Filipino imports in key positions. If I'm not mistaken, this time it's a roam and jungle. Well, we'll see. ZNOL Lilies, Team Falcons MENA, two regions that are not quite familiar with each other again, but they have a little bit of history. The stakes are high for the hometown heroes, while for ZNOL Lilies, there's going to be a lot to show off here. 2PH imports, their performances. Vietnam, will they be the dream breakers? For MENA, for Team Falcons. Let's bring in Bara and Cheryl to introduce our teams.
And welcome back أعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين من أنحاء العالم. نرحب بكم معنا مرة أخرى بكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية، وخاصة هنا بفعالية وبطولة MWI مع Mobile Legends Women's Invitational Bang Bang. And we are here with another bang. Cheryl, how you doing?
I'm super good. And of course, I want to ask, how are you feeling instead? Match 1 opened up with Team Falcons kind of taking a nosedive with a 0-2 against, EECA region. So anything you have to say as a representative of, Saudi Arabia?
Okay, you bestowed upon me with this beautiful title, the representative. Well, I would say, still proud. They gave it all, but we are still here for another one. I guess pretty much we're here with another match, and they got another chance pretty much to rise it up and fly like the Falcons they are.
That's right. So it is nothing but a warm-up for the
Yes.
first game. And right now they're going to jump into the second match. So of course you will have the honor of introducing the home ground heroes. Take it away, Bara.
Thank you Queen. وأعزائي الحضور المشاهدين من أنحاء العالم هنا بالمملكة العربية السعودية بقلب الحدث هنا برياض مع كأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية. فتحية خاصة لجميع المشاهدين واللي يرحبون لنا ويشجعون فريقنا. فأعزائي الحضور and ladies and gentlemen right now with Team Falcons MENA.
Absolutely amazing. Even though facing their defeat earlier of a 0-2 clean sweep, against the ECA region. Now, what we know about pro players is their high adaptability and their ability to come back. But are they able to come back against their next opponent? Going up against Falcons MENA, we see the Vietnam representatives. So coming all the way from Vietnam, presenting to you the wonderful faces of ZNOL Lilies. Now, incredible stuff. Now, stakes are high, Bara,
Pretty
just to
high.
remind you.
Yes.
Because hearts might be broken or
Oh man.
someone else might get sent home.
Pretty much. Speaking of breaking hearts, what about keys? Each team has a key. In collaboration with the EWC, pretty much each team will come in with their own representation as a key. And then only one trophy will be made out of all these keys that will be crushed and broken.
Yeah, so far right here in the tournament, we have unfortunately seen TLG keys be crushed. But right now, the keys signify the tournament's life right here for each of the teams. Now, will there be keys crushed today or will we be throwing it to a tiebreaker?
Okay.
We will find out more right here in match 2. And without further ado, let's head it back over to the studio. Take it away, guys.
Yalla.
Will the Lilies prevail against the home ground team who are fighting for tournament life? Most expect Zenith to come out on top due to Sa and Daisy's experience in MWI 2023. They have added 2 more Filipino imports with them. They have Taro alongside with their jungler, if I'm not mistaken, it is Ramichi, who have a lot of experience. So experience, again, seems to favor the opponents of Falcons MENA.
Yeah, I can't remember where I saw Ramichi before, but she's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's actually quite insane. And honestly, to answer our host, yes, we'll be seeing keys crushed today. I'm pretty sure we're going to see 3.
Yeah.
3 keys crushed.
That's a sure thing.
That's a sure thing.
That will happen. But to who?
It's indeed.
Yeah, indeed.
3 keys will be crushed indeed.
Alrighty. Now, for Falcons MENA, they can still potentially force tiebreakers. But if I'm not mistaken, what needs to happen here is they need to at least tie.
Yep, 1-1.
Zenith, and they have to hope that the Lilies will get swept later on by VSG. So if you're Falcons MENA, you just need that one win. That one win to make sure tournament life is still somewhat in your hands.
Right now, looking at the bans here, Angela's still getting banned out, but it's coming from ZNOL. And for Falcons MENA, banning out the Terizla, this honestly sets up if you're going for a damaged jungler, which we've seen Electa being able to use quite well.
Yeah.
Question is, will she actually bring out her signature Benedetta? Or maybe she hasn't been using it for a while because, again, the meta doesn't call for it.
Yeah, it was surprising that the Benedetta came up, even though we sort of floated the idea at the end of the day. It was like, well, Benedetta jungle, really? And, well, VSG made it work. Edith taken away by Zenith. I feel like that's also somewhat respect to Feven, who played quite a tremendous Edith game. She really knows how to dish out the crowd controls with the flicker combos.
Yeah, now that Jushin has been banned out, I don't know. I feel like for Falcons MENA, maybe they could delay a little bit and maybe pick up like a Bane. Because honestly, the Bane has been pretty good coming in for this tournament.
Yeah.
And perhaps for Falcon MENA, pick up the Minotaur early, because we've seen that the Minotaur kind of counters their play style, not the heroes, but their play style.
Yeah, and if Feven is already so good at dishing out crowd control and she times everything really well, I'm pretty sure that means she can play the Minotaur really well. It provides heal, so I agree with you. Minotaur in the first 2 picks on the red side might be doable for Mena if ever it will be a power pick up by Zenith, something along the lines of a Harith and Lo Yi. However, since we're floating around the idea of Minotaur, do you think maybe Zenith is thinking about floating the idea of a first pick Valentina?
I feel like first pick Valentina is pretty cool. Hayabusa is open as well, which, if they want to pick it up, is honestly very strong, because I do agree if you pick up the Valentina here, it's going to be pretty solid, but it looks like they're going to prioritize the Lu Yi. So for Falcons, now that they see the mid laner, they don't have to force their mid lane pick for now. They can go for a Minotaur and a Hayabusa if they have practice on it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I like the Minotaur pickup. Or at the same time, we don't see Chip. Falcons Mena will have to, Falcons Mena will float the idea of picking Chip just because, well, Chip and Lo Yi are a little bit too overkill, and not a lot of teams can pull off that combo together. So they do pick up the Minotaur, as you mentioned, but it will be the Harith. Still, power picks available here for...
I forgot about a Chip. Are we going to see a chipless game?
Oh, we might see Yuzhong here. Yuzhong Lo Yi is a combo I love. Moskov is open too.
And they need to pick up a gold laner now, because if not, it's definitely going to get banned out. The question is, what do they want here going up against the Harith?
Moskov, man, just go for a little bit more macro. I mean, if they're not going to focus too much on like how it happens in the laning in the 1v1. Oh, okay, they go for Claude. Oh, and they go for Chip. Okay, yeah. So it's that big macro play thing where you leave Dexter.
Honestly, this is a good game for a Bane.
On Mena?
Yes, because the Claw wants to go in, and the Chip, once you open the portal, just deadly catch.
Yeah. Oh, great point there. If you're going to pick up a Bane, do it now. Well, I don't think Zenith will expect the Bane, so...
Yeah, so maybe you can wait a little bit.
Hold on.
Honestly, for this one, even the Benedetta might be fine, because if the Chip wants to invade you, you have a lot of damage in the early game. And as we saw just now, the clear speed is relatively okay. The Zas is going to get picked up now. A lot of magic damage here. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah,
as long as the jungler has physical damage.
Yeah, and I think that's where they're going to be leaning towards. They still have assassins around on the table. As I mentioned, the Hayabusa. If I'm Falcons Mena, the first 3 picks don't scream split push. That screams team fighting, but they ban it out themselves.
Oh, they themselves don't want it.
Okay. I'd want to see a little bit more macro presence from Mena, because right now, Zenith, we think of them as like macro, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, the team fighting is not bad on that side.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I feel like for Falcons Mena, they need at least one hero that can dive. An EXP laner that can go towards the Lu Yi, try to create a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah.
Yuzhong gets banned out. The other hero that can... The meta one is Ruby. Lapu as well as Benedetta can dive to the back line.
Yeah.
Lapu's not really meta though. Like, the damage isn't there, the tankiness isn't there anymore.
Yeah, it's here or there for Lapu Lapu. It's very rare that we see like a pop-off Lapu Lapu game a la Sanford of Team Liquid Philippines. So assassins are really the focus of Falcons. What are they gonna play in the jungle? They took away the big 3. What? You're not gonna Lancelot here.
Because I'm thinking, going up against a Chip, the jungle is going to be very dangerous, right? Because all of a sudden, after minute 2, between the first and second turtle, you might get ganked.
Yep.
The Julian gets banned as well, so now a lot of the assassins are out, so maybe we're going to see a fighter. Or finally, the Benedetta.
Yeah, Benedetta jungle for Electa. Get her namesake in. If it's not, then we're gonna... Is it gonna be a return to what we veered away from, the Bakshas?
Alpha as well,
Alpha still open. Yeah, Alpha would be great. I would not be mad at an Alpha pick here for Falcons Mena. They, as you mentioned, they need that physical damage, and at the same time, the true damage will help greatly. Especially since Lo Yi can sustain herself so well with she. No, we always forget.
We always forget the Nolan. I mean, here's the thing. Nolan
He's an absent father, so.
Yeah, he forgot about Layla.
Yeah, he forgot about Layla, so we forget about you. Who forgets about Layla, Nolan? But yeah.
Who's Layla again?
Are you serious? His daughter.
All right.
Yes.
Want to continue talking about the draft?
Sure, yeah, I'd love to. EXP laner and
Maybe pick up a Ruby here.
Jungler. Oh yeah, Ruby up against Nolan Harris.
Or Xborg. Xborg is good against the Minotaur.
Don't they need a little bit more control?
Control. If you have more damage, doesn't matter.
Yeah, the best defense is true damage.
Yep.
That's a true.
That's what my grandfather used to say.
Oh, he played MLBB too?
Yeah.
Oh.
Alice? Okay, now that's...
Okay.
Okay.
You're right about the Ruby, but
I'm right about Ruby, but Alice, woo!
Okay. Alice jungle.
Okay.
Without an Angela is surprising to me. Because usually that's a combo, right? Angela, Alice,
yeah, and
then
now,
it's
the Arlet. So, okay, this time, Falcons Mena, they have more crowd control, right? So if they want to force a fight, they definitely can. But it's Alice, though, like... I don't know.
Yeah.
Because here's my thing. I feel like she doesn't deal enough damage and she's not tanky enough.
Yeah.
I want to be proven wrong. I want to see when will this Alice be strong. After the first item with no items, what's going on?
You know what? I like the Alice because now I realize Falcons Mena fight around a lot of things. They fight around the Zaz, they fight around the Minoan Fury, they fight around the Zaman Force as well. Maybe that's the line of thinking there, but I'm on the same boat as you. A lot of questions about this Alice pick. Tournament live for Falcons Mena. ZNOL Lilies, Zenith. They are making their first showing here in MWI 2024. Let's see what happens. Mirko, Trex, it's your time to shine.
Mena on match point right now, on final life. They gotta get a game here, and let me say, once again, the picks have not disappointed. Ramichi with the jungle Alice. Last time we saw the jungle Benedetta and it performed, catching Falcons Mena off guard. Do we think ZNOL Lilies is gonna do the same thing here?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how the Alice is going to play out. Last time I saw an Alice, it was always paired up with an Angela. You always need some more sustain on top of the sustain that you already have. But technically, if you get a snowball in the early game, that definitely does put you in a better spot, right? So I think for them, definitely, they are going to be looking for that early game snowball. And Chip Loey fits the description really, really well to actually get the Alice into a spot where she's very, very comfortable. But the thing is, it's going to be really tough if Yui continues to use these laser beams. Shiromi already taken very low, forced to run back. And Sa can't even get a single skill landed on Yui.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, ZNOL Lilies has some potential here.
Look at that.
In the early game, but I think their real moment to shine is once those Lords start coming around, right? Once they can really capitalize on the Chip, using those portals around the map and everything, getting vision in multiple spots, they can send Chip to the long lane, to the off lane, and just kind of hang out, make sure things are controlled, and he pops up any minute he wants. Also, giving them vision throughout the whole map as long as he's checking those portals periodically. So it's definitely an interesting composition from the side of ZNOL Lilies. And also, I can already see the possible, you know, teleport with a diversion, Alice right behind you, blood flow in, get the eye. I mean, lots of possibilities. Team Falcons Mena, though, trying to take it aggressive early on, which I think is the right route.
Great maneuver from Saab, getting the diversion up top and then bursting names down. Again, this matchup, Harith versus Claude, it's very one-sided. It should be very one-sided. It should be the Harith win in the lane, but the fact that Taro was able to outplay also the Flicker, by the way. Shout out to Wolf King onto Velvet, making her take 2 turret shots, and Kao will still be able to take level 4 now. As Shiromi zones Fevin away, Ramichi gets the turtle for free. No retribution now, maneuvering into the enemy purple buff. Yui rotating as well, likely to be caught in the blood as well, and the blood. Oh, Ramichi able to dislocate him, but now the shortcut comes down. They're all going to be trapped in towards him in his fury. But Taro, with a blazing duet, wipes them up together with Ramichi, who's still able to survive. But Yui, again, is able to get some of these trades down with the little descents.
It looked great for ZNOL Lilies, but then it quickly turned around. 4 members down. Team Falcons Mena now looking sound. They're able to kind of, I mean, let's look at the replay real quick, right? Electa gets taken out. It looks like Ramichi has this, but Fevin with a beautiful Minoan's Fury. Taro shows up in the nick of time just to kind of save the day here and make sure it's not too much destruction for them. It could have easily been a 4-for-1 or 4-for-2 trade. Taro's able to kind of even the playing field, but Mena definitely wins out on that trade there. Here comes a diversion, though, already early on in the game.
Spots pepping up out in that bush. Taro will continue to push here on the Claude. having a bit of a lead here on Names. Able to use the BMI to get a few good shots onto the turret. And you can see this is what you do on the Alice. This is good and bad in a way. Hiromi gonna be poked out. Even the red tree committed with the fracture too. Electa really disliking the fact that Hiromi was roaming around her jungle. But yeah, back again to the point. Alice. You want the Alice to clear out a whole lot of the waves, and sometimes in your team, especially if you have someone like a Loyi, it'll be kind of tough because Loyi does need a few of those resources in the early game at least to get into the mid game. But now that it's all given to Ramichi, they're really going to have to rely on her to carry the game as we get into the mid stage.
Ramichi just locks in Clock of Destiny. We see the Corrosion Scythe coming in onto Taro. So a little bit of something to get things started. We're 4 minutes in. Second turtle going to be coming up, and the way that Team Falcons Meta now maybe have a little bit of confidence, this could be the time that they actually want to contest a turtle here. It is only a 800, 600 gold lead for the side of ZNOL Lilies, and having something like this Minotaur gives them some opportunity to make a play happen. Electa has showed she's got some moves on this, but wait a second, up in the mid side.
Yeah, Crash Course, Flicker forward with the final slash, 2 and a Flicker 2. That's a 3-man knockup straight into Electa, picking up the Retribution, but now gets caught in the yin-yang reaction. Sa able to bring them back now into the Blazing Duet. Velvet gets the vengeance, gets a reset, but now Ramichi with the flowing blood, and he gets the outplay. That's a double kill for Ramichi.
Ramichi is disgusting right now. It's 4-1 and 2. And you know, we talk about sometimes teams playing inside of a box. Right now, they are playing inside of the circle. You got the duality procced, right? You match that up with Ramichi getting the Blood Ode. I mean, it's just a lot. And then Hiromi at any point can bring Taro into the fight. At any point can bring KO into the fight. Team Falcons Meta gotta find a way to kind of play around this because they have the perfect answer to Electa, who wants to dive in. Ramichi risks it there, takes the chase down, and KO's happy about it. I love the reactions from everybody. A good, secured lead for the side of ZNOL Lilies.
For sure. I mean, those reactions, I thought the reactions would be a bit louder too, right? Because that was certainly an interesting outplayed Names. Able to dash out of that one. Good diversion. Now Hiromi, this is part 2 of the rotation. Minions Fury able to catch 2, but no follow-up. She actually decides to go in, gets caught in the shortcut now, and caught in the Blood Ode as they gun down Names up top. Ramichi with a dive, Names with the Zaman Force flickering out to safety now. Flowing Blood not going to be connected. Hiromi now looking for the Crash Course, will be isolated. Dominator's descent from Yui to pick herself up a killing spree as Electa goes and split pushes in the mid lane. Will be able to take the structure down.
Okay, so Team Falcons Meta actually, I feel like, get the win out of that trade. It becomes a 1-for-1 plus a tower over to the side of Mena there. I love the Fevin thought about it, decides to go for the re-engage, but Names was not on board with it. And I'm just, you know, just some of those moments right there, I think if Team Falcons Meta can get a little bit more on board together, because sometimes it feels like they're going opposite directions. One of them wants to fight, one of them wants to back off. So I think if they can get those exact decisions, we could definitely see them pull this game off. They now have a lead. They're about 300 gold ahead, and we're on to this third turtle.
Hiromi with the Crash Course. Not going to crash onto Velvet just yet. Flowing Blood, trying to reveal them. Diversion does. Electa, Fevin, and Yui in the bush right now as they go in. That's a flicker forward. Minions Fury not going to get the Jedi affected. Connecting straight into the Flowing Blood. And now with the Retribution, Ramichi, no mana left. Doesn't have enough to go for the Blood Ode, but they have already secured a neutral objective and 2 kills and another structure down below.
And that's exactly what I mean by the circle. ZNOL Lilies wants Team Falcons all to just come in, and they're okay with taking a Minoan's Fury to the face as long as they can get that big I'm offended off, get the duality proc, get anything to bring them as close to Ramichi as possible. The damage just starts stacking, and we haven't seen,
I'm offended, bringing her back straight into the Flowing Blood now, chasing under the turret. Names still able to get the shielding now. Gets knocked up, Ramichi caught in the fracture, takes all the punishment, gets out with the Flowing Blood. Names is still somehow able to survive. Some rotations now from Velvet, rotating in with the final slash again. Should be able to bring Hiromi back, but she is able to flicker out and conceal out of the way as Taro continues this solo mission down below.
I like the conceal just for good measure, and I think it could have been a good call for sure because they definitely might have chased them down. But the back and forth, both teams, Names showing some great mechanical prowess, kind of dashing through tower, able to dodge out, and even Ramichi waiting for the right moment to get that blood flow to be able to flicker away and get out of that bad position. But now Electa looking for a play on Taro.
The Blazing Duet, now Blood All trying to catch her, but Electa will be taken out by the crash course. Shiromi was there to catch her. And now they're gonna go for the siege on the tier 2 down below. Fevin in the bush. Shiromi's trying to read it out, will be able to do so. Spots her out in the bush, forces her back. As Cow continues this push up top as well. But now that you mention it, Trex, ZNOL Lilies, they are a team of circles. Literally all their skills are circles too.
Yeah,
Blazing Duet.
Exactly.
Flowing Blood, Blood Ode.
The second skill from
wow.
I'm having a mind blank.
Me too. Now I'm just like, wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. Let's bring him into the circle, baby.
They love circles. I love circles.
Their logo almost looks like a circle.
Yeah.
I mean, if you curved out the edges, the corners, you know?
That's a hexagon, right?
And since Fevin's ult, the Minoan's Fury, is a circle, could we say it's working with ZNOL Lilies?
Oh, I think it has been working really good for Team Falcons. The Velvet. She's hovering over right now. Shiromi's in that bush. That's a scary bush for Team Falcons meta. If they don't know the chip was there, but Shiromi decides to rotate back, and they're just going to play with the Lord Dance. Remember, the Lord acts a bit different. Diversion up top. No one's going to take it. Fevin reads it out really well. Shiromi zoning the front now, trying to bait out some of these abilities. Will be able to do so. But just onto Nola Krabs. I don't know about this Lord Dance, man. It's going to be really tough. Oh, Vital Flash into the stun now. Blazing Duet was canceled. Now Taro going to be taken down. But Fury knocking Cow up. And now it's ZNOL Lilies who lose it out. Ramichi, though, still in the midst of it all earlier. Able to get the Flowing Blood to disengage. And now we see the power of the Lord. That's why you don't Lord Dance.
That's very true. That's exactly why you don't Lord Dance. But I really want to point out Electa here, because Electa was able to maneuver, dance through that fight a little bit. And even with Ramichi, I mean, amazing positioning, getting to the backside, hitting the Blood Ode, and just kind of sitting there waiting for the Lord to come down at the same time. Doesn't have to click a lot of buttons. Electa, on the other hand, is moving, still gets the retry off in time. So very well done from the side of Team Falcons Mena. Let's take a look at some of the in-game equipment, at some of these items right now. Someone that I do see falling behind here is Yui on the Zax. Just got the Crystalline, got the Glowing Wand in, but I think needs a little bit more in terms of gold lane, though. Names definitely has a little bit of lead. We're talking about 700 gold, has got the Blood Feathers in, third item, working on the fourth. I mean, definitely going to be a huge member. We didn't get to see Names pop off last game, and even in some of the previous games, but this might finally be the time for Names to shine.
And that's interesting, considering the fact that Taro has been the one alone in these lanes just farming up a storm, right? But still, for Taro, she isn't able to replicate what Rian did on the Claude. 9 minutes, 3 items. She's still on the way to that third item now in the 11th minutes still. So this is the normal timing, by the way, to get the 3 items. That's why I was pretty shocked. I was like, whoa, 9 minutes? Is that like gold stamp, or is that, you know, did they go for a different path? But this time, she will be able to secure it. I don't know if she wants to go for Windtalker this time around, knowing that there are a few tanky members there. She might need the Malefic Roar, or at this point, she might need a defensive item, right? She might go for the Rose Gold Meteor even.
Yeah, and what do we think about Ramichi here? We got Clock of Destiny, and we have Dominance Ice, we have Oracle, getting tankier, getting more sustainable, and that's only going to become more and more of a problem as this game moves forward. So I think Team Falcons Meta kind of got to find an answer to that at some point. They don't have a Shredder exactly. They don't have a Claude, right? They have this Harith who, yes, can burst and may be able to help, but Ramichi is just going to get tougher and tougher to kill, and with the possibilities of Taro being able to get free shots off because of that, it could be ZNOL Lilies' answer. Even though they're starting to fall behind a little bit, they still have some, you know, they got some options in the trunk ready to fire back on.
We'll see how they utilize this 1,000 gold lead, because technically, yeah, it is still Team Falcons Meta who are holding on to it despite the early aggression, and the early stage of the game is really being held down by ZNOL Lilies. Scaling-wise, Taro's going to scale up really well. Ramichi's going to scale up really well. I don't know about Sa, though, on the low E, right? You do see a bit of a fall-off when it comes to that burst damage. You aren't able to really 100-0 burst people down in the later stage of the game, especially if Velvet, Fevin, and even technically Names now. She already has a the Bloodwing, so she'll be able to take a lot of that punishment that she wasn't able to take before. Enhanced Lord spawning in the Land of Dawn 12 minutes in. This is the good thing, I guess, for this composition. With the low E, with the chip, you can always just play in the side lanes because you have that global presence. But still, that control is going to be really tough. And maybe that's why we're seeing a bit of a fall-off when it comes to the low E's and the chips here. Because Lord Dances aren't as effective anymore.
It's true. I mean, and you can't buy as much time as you used to be able to, which means if Lord dances aren't as effective, controlling the off lane isn't as, I mean, it's still important. Don't get me wrong, macro is peak, but it's not as crucial, right? You can get away with rushing a Lord and not have to worry about the wave for a second. So let's see exactly how they play this out. They are going for the classic lineup of, you know, holding the chip on the long lane, letting him sit by this portal, so at any moment he can come up on this top side or come up on the bottom top side. So Team Falcons Mena gonna start it off. Lord down to about 40%.
Ramichi flowing blood. Gonna go in. Velvet unable to catch him with a vengeance now. Able to use the final slash. Venus Fury knocking him up as well in the midst of the Lord. Electa finds the retribution blazing up from Taro, but it's not gonna be enough to take anyone down. But it's Ramichi who cleans them up in the team fight. Now moving forward, Yui. No Dominator's descent. That's a shutdown and a triple for Ramichi.
What did I say? Ramichi is gonna become a problem as this game moves forward. Ramichi was able to just blood flow into 4 people and just hang out. No worries at all. Electa does pull off getting the Lord, but they might try to end this here.
They might. That's a cannon minute in the mid lane and another wave. Names popping into Zaman Force. There's another wave coming down, but ZNOL Lilies, they decide, you know, it might be a bit too much to go for that base. It was so risky. You know, some of these members are coming back up, so they'll decide to go for the purple buff and clear out the Lord. That, unfortunately for them, they weren't able to secure in that neutral objective battle.
And then it's like, oh yeah, we have the divergence. We can always catch Lord anytime we want. We just jump over to the top lane. And that's where we're seeing the macro work out for ZNOL Lilies in some of these fights. I think the real thing they're gonna be able to do is deal with Electa, because Electa has been amazing at securing these Lords right now, has been able to dance around and just pull some amazing things off, even while Ramichi is coming in. Electa did just get that Rose Gold in, so it's gonna be able to help her out even more in terms of sustainability, help her dance around some of these fights a little bit longer than usual. ZNOL Lilies, I think the only way they're really gonna be able to clear this game out, get a full 5-man wipe, or get a Lord. So they gotta, I think, take Electa out before a Lord comes, and this might be it.
Diversion, Electa gonna be caught! My goodness! An amazing catch with the diversion. The value of the Loyi.
Whoops. I said catch Electa off, and boom. Electa's gone, and a little bit more of a fight on the boss side now.
Against Fury, it's a good retaliation. Now to knock up 2, straight into the damage coming in from Names, but it's not gonna be enough just yet. Yui, but the Dominator's descent just gets melted down. Fevin tries to run away, but the flowing blood together with the yin-yang reaction will catch her. Ramichi's chasing Velvet down. Velvet does have the flicker. Hiromi, crash course, immobility as well. Diversion coming down too. Velvet still able to flicker out to safety, but the flowing blood catches her once more. It's a slow death, a painful one. 4 for 0 trade on the board. And ZNOL, technically, they can't even get any objectives. That was just a brawl.
No, they haven't been able to get any objectives since before the last Lord, and they had to really output a lot of effort for that one, sending 4 members up to the top just to secure that tier 2. It's becoming tougher and tougher for Team Falcons. They had some opportunity, I think, in the early game having this Nolan, but the farther this goes on, the harder it's going to get. Fevin is doing everything Fevin can, landing big Minoan's Furies with 3-4 members, right? But it's just not enough because nobody's really able to, you know, capitalize and output the damage that they need to take out a few members of ZNOL Lilies.
Oh, you can see the frustration build up as well, though, from Team Falcons Mena. This is one of the concerns that we have, honestly, every single day when these teams have to go back-to-back, especially after a loss, right? How's that going to affect them? Going back-to-back, I mean, technically even in match number 1, losing 2-0. Seems like it is getting to them, but still, they're playing it really well, Team Falcons Mena. They were able to equalize once in this game. They're looking for that again. Flowing blood. Ramichi doesn't go for it. She has the winner crown, so she technically can go for these big initiations alone.
Yeah, I think Falcons been a big play here. As Electa has to pull off another great Lord take, right? It's the only way they're going to survive this out. We'll play into the backside, though.
Yui, Dominator's Ascent going into a winner crown. Going to be used up. Dominator's Ascent now defensively in the midst of it all. Yui going to be caught in Taro's blazing duet. Jerome gets the crash course. Names gets caught by the I'm offended. And there's no Purify. Another flowing blood and a retribution from Ramichi to try to catch up to Electa. But Electa does the same thing. She has the same retry. That's a slow one.
ZNOL Lilies catches him off guard, and Team Falcons Meta once again. Fevin tries to get the Minoan's Fury off, tries to fight back, But Taro, the Blazing Duet, just too much. Ramichi, the Blood Ode, just too much. The circles are too much.
Xeno Lilies, Xeno Circles. As of this game, right? 18 minutes in. And now the winner crown too from Taro. So I think that was what she was able to utilize in the team fight, right? She used the Blazing Duet. She knows that her Blazing Duet has been cancelled many times before in these team fights. So she decides, hey, winner crown. I can use the Blazing Duet, I can win her crown, and I can still get that damage out. It's the same for Amici. It's the winner crown, foos.
It's a winner crown, foo. And there's a couple of them there, right? Ramichi's got that thing, and I mean, Ramichi's going to be able to... Now it's literally almost impossible to kill Ramichi at this point, because what you can do is you win a crown, you have enough time to maybe wait for your blood flow skill to come back, and then you flicker away to safety. And Falcons Meta doesn't really have a way to catch it. They don't have any real big backline dive in terms of that, unless Electa gets a really big flank, but... It's going to be hard. Lord now coming in. Can they finish this here?
Oh. Now I'm offended. Electa, final flash flicker combo from Velvet, trying to save Electa, and she does so. But Velvet's going to be caught, buys the immortality. You know, it's Electa who buys the immortality. Velvet's going to lose the immortality. Now she is able to survive just for a bit. Taro continues with the battle mirror image as well. And we'll be able to find the kill winner crown as well to try to bait out some of these abilities. Electa losing immortality. Femin as well. Now it's going to be Taro trying to go for the kite, but the turret takes her out. Another winner crown. Femin is low. Pops in the winner crown. Double kill up top for Sa. But game number 1 will be taken by ZNOL Lilies.
ZNOL Lilies, once again, we see a team bring something spicy into the jungle. Ramichi on fire, Taro on fire. Team Falcons Meta now truly at match point, at last life. Their best hope is winning the next game and then hoping, depending on how the next series go. That's going to be for us for now. Let's throw it over to our wonderful analyst.
Well, that Alice jungle worked wonders, but watching LaFell throughout that entire game number 1, I'm sure you have a lot to say. What's on your mind right now, man? Seems like there's a lot.
Yeah, I don't know where to start, but let's start with the draft here. I feel like Falcons Meta, they have one big weakness. Crowd control, man. Because Ruby is good going up against the Hive, a lot of crowd control, names couldn't do much, right? They got a Minotaur, a pretty good engage, but we saw, like, just in this fight, Minotaur out, all right, good, now we engage in. Like, this is how you approach a team fight going up against a Minotaur. Just use the big ults, and then you go back in, and then you go one at a time. So, looking like Falcons Mina here, their timing for the fights is a little bit off. Like, Feven is aggressive, but sometimes unnecessarily so. The same can be said about Electa here, where she was aggressive, but again, the timing wasn't right. To the point where I kind of feel like, instead of picking up the Nolan, a very high mechanical hero, try to make things simple, right? Try to keep your draft simple, something that does well against a lot of crowd control. Again, pick up something like a Bane, where you just have to aim your first kill and then just chunk the enemy down bit by bit, and then if they want to engage, just use your deadly catch or something. Like, try to keep the draft a little bit simple and try to figure out how to fight against a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, and usually that's the response when you're going up against a lot of teams, a lot of players who like to bring out high concept stuff, where you go back to the basics, you go back to the fundamentals, and lineups that are easier to pull off can respond to an Alice jungle of all pickups, different kinds of varying playstyles. So instead of, we'll take a quick little pause on telling Falcons Mena or suggesting Falcons Mena things that they need to adjust on. Let's look at ZNOL Lilies this time around. Impressive showing from them in the beginning. The Alice stood out, but you also mentioned to me that you were quite impressed with Taro's entries as the con.
Yeah, honestly, like, all of them are pretty solid. There was one fight, I believe it was around the Lord, where I believe Intrex was saying, like, this is not a good time to go for the Lord. Mirko was saying the Lord dance now is very, very dangerous. But the Winter Crown on the Alice is legit, is very good, because we saw that both teams are fighting for the Lord. The Lord was particularly low, even though at the end of the day, Electa was able to get the Lord. But the fact that they were able to stay in the fight, Winter Crown not absorbing any damage from the Lord. And again, like I said, Falcons Meta, go big or go home. They're gonna, I think it was this point here, where we're looking at the Lord fight here. Look at Ramichi. able to survive a lot of damage, goes back in, able to tank quite a lot. Actually, no, didn't even use the Winter Crown, just dodging all of the damage and then still fine. And this is how they win the fight.
Yeah, it was dodging a good amount of the damage and really just spell vamping everything else and getting life from the others, because as the game went on we saw that the lineup of Falcons Mena didn't have the right response to what Alice brings to the table. So is the Alice the MVP, the PlayStation MVP of that game number 1, another one of our unique picks for MWI 2024, and it is Aramichi 24 on the KDA.
And the build is very defensive. Having the Clock of Destiny afterwards, it's all about defense. Having the Oracle as well as the Queen Wings to make sure that you have a lot of spell vamp, you have a lot of sustain.
Yeah.
I still feel like this Alice pick is very niche. It's not something you can force though.
Yeah. So in a way it's sort of like, okay, the performance here of this Alice, not taking away Ramichi the player, but looking at the hero itself, sort of deceptive.
Yeah.
It's niche because now looking back at it, one of our points earlier was that the lineup of Falcons Mena like to play around their own things. Their Minoan Fury, their Zaman Force, the Nightmaric Spawn of the Zask, they're around an area clumped up. It just so happened to be that ZNOL Lilis was like, oh, we have a hero that we like to use in the jungle. We have the Alice, and it is still a very niche pick. And I also agree with what Mirko said earlier. Usually when you see this hero with... Sorry, let me just... Yeah. When you see this hero with you, I don't want to get hit by her wings, you have the Angela paired up with it.
Yeah.
So...
I don't know. Looking at this game, it looks like it's fine. Able to dance around the team fights, making sure that you're avoiding a lot of damage. And we got to talk about this. Harif, third item, not Holy Crystal.
Oh yeah.
Right? The damage is not going to be there.
Yeah, this is something that LFL brought up behind the scenes while we were watching the series, and as we were watching the reactions of the players, is that the Hariths that we've seen so far seem to prioritize the Bloodwings first, and then Holy Crystal. But then you're sacrificing the damage.
I feel like when your composition kind of have a lot of ways to protect the Harith, just go for the Holy Crystal. Your composition needs that damage. It needs that intense power spike to surprise your opponent. So I kind of feel like it's just wasted opportunity. You have a chance, it's going to be a little bit late because yes, the item is expensive, but it's worth the wait.
As we see the frustration though on the members and the worry on the members of Falcons Mena, we see joy, happiness, and let's give a little bit more focus this time on ZNOL Lilies. We know because we are in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the main characters of our narrative right now, Falcons Mena, but we need to give a little bit more focus as well for the members of ZNOL Lilies. There's one member there who has been a long-time professional player in the Filipino MLBB women's scene. Her name is Taro, and she was with Eterna.
Hey everyone, we're backstage. My name is Eterna, and with me right now is Taro from ZNOL Lilies. By the way, Taro, the last time I saw your name, you were with Onyx Zol. And apparently coming to ZNOL Lilies, you've only been together for a month. Now, a lot of people are wondering, how has that been? And how do you strengthen your bond in only a month?
First of all, Coach persuaded the ZNOL management to get me to fly in the Vietnam so we can practice more effectively, even if Ramis is not there because she has school, and we go there. Then in my perspective, I wanna close them so the chemistry is not only inside the game, it's also outside the game. So I like teasing them like, imitating them like that. Yeah.
Oh, what about what else do you like to do together? Do you like to watch things together, TV shows maybe?
Sadly, they don't like to watch horror movies. Every time I and Coach ask them to watch horror movie, they always say no, we want Doraemon.
They want Doraemon, so they don't like horror movies.
Yeah, but
it's okay. I love horror movies. We can watch together, right? Maybe after the game, right? Okay. So this is gonna be your third consecutive MWI. You've been here 3 times, 2 times before. How does it feel to be on the stage at this magnitude? And what do you think is different, maybe in terms of competition or just the vibe in general?
I think this is the biggest opportunity for the female leagues because it has a biggest prize pool and it has many regions compared to the other MWI before because there are only 2 teams or 4 teams that go in stage and the
Yeah.
2022 MWI is only it's only online, full online because of quarantine. But I like playing on the big stage and it makes me excited and I'm that
Nervous, maybe?
no
Honored?
extra emotion.
Oh, okay. Extra
Yeah.
emotions.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very understandable.
Yeah.
Now, Taro, before I let you go for your next match, what do you have to say to your fans? And you can also speak in Tagalog.
Okay. Thank you sa mga nanonood and yung mga sumusuporta sa akin simula pa nung brand days ako. Alam kong alam ko nandyan kayo palagi and kahit saan man ako napunta na team, nanonood pa rin kayo and sana manalo kami mamaya para sa inyo tong laban na to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taro. Salamat, Taro.
Salamat.
And we're gonna send it over to the studio. Pasok.
Thank you, Turna and Taro. Just to quickly sum up what Taro mentioned, she used to be a member of Brand Victress. She thanked the supporters who's been supporting her for, I think, around 3 years now, a little bit longer. She started playing in the pro scene at around 14 or 15. She's now 18, and no surprise as to why she is emotional. Again, it's so important for the ladies to have this kind of platform.
Totemo daisuki Doraemon. Apparently, they like to watch Doraemon.
Yeah.
I hope I got it right. I could have botched it, but who knows?
Maybe. Is it a calm show?
Is it what?
Is it a calm show? Like, is it just... Like, what kind of anime is it? Is it just vibes?
Do you not know Doraemon?
I know Doraemon. He's like that alien cat thing. That's blue.
With no ears, because the ears got eaten by rats.
Okay.
You don't know that?
No.
Oh my goodness.
And they say they don't watch horror movies? All right, sure. But Team Falcons, let's focus on them. ZNOL, Lilies, you're going to have to tell me about the Doraemon one of these days. Team Falcons Mena now have dropped one game against a team behind LaFell. And it's high stakes. And you're still judging me. You're still judging me.
I'm judging you, but you know what? We got to talk about the game. That's correct. Because again, I kind of feel like at this point, I wouldn't even mind seeing a Diggy. You know, it's like
Diggy, yeah.
All this crowd control is making it difficult for Names to do her job, for Yui to do her job. So it's like, it's risky. But again, at this point, what other options do you have? You need to win this one for a possibility to go for a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it seems to be that ZNOL Lilies has understood the assignment. And you're right, you mentioned earlier, Falcons Vega, their team fighting, decision making, kind of shaky. So what you do to exploit that is dump out a lot of crowd control heroes. Even though Yui at some point had a really good experience with the Zask, I think now they need a high crowd control mid laner just to dish out a little bit more extra.
Maybe the Alice was the answer to the Zas. Zas not moving anywhere. Neither is Alice. But when we're thinking about the prolonged damage, perhaps the Alice has more damage than the Zas. So the Zas is getting countered. It's very interesting that MWI has a pocket meta here, and it's evolving. It's like, oh, Zas is a problem. We got Alice. Maybe there's more after this because we see the Claude. Honestly, the Claude is a good... Now that I think about it, now that I see more, there's so many counters on the side for ZNOL against Falcons. Like Ruby is good against the Harif, the Claude is good against the Zaz, the Alice is good against the Zaz. Like, yeah, now that I think about it, Falcons, man, it just needs a better draft.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, that's so weird to say because, right, we're used to saying that the red side is the countering side in terms of the drafting. But it was ZNOL Lilies countering from the blue side. That just goes to show how well prepared they are for these drafts here at MWI. Of course, shout out to their head coach and, well, analyst or one of their coaches who's a fellow Filipino as well. Angela is the band here for ZNOL Lilies, and Jusin, I feel like it's a good start for Falcons Men in terms of bans. If they can't play it, then take it out because, again, the crowd control's been messing them up.
The question is, who do you want to play for, right, for this game?
Yes.
You want to play around Velvet, Electa, Yui, or Names? Because I feel like, again, I am a core believer of keeping it simple. The more you're trying to overthink this whole process, you're gonna sabotage yourself. That's all I'm gonna say about this.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So for Falcons Mena, let's use that as our framing for this draft. Who will they be playing for? Who will be the focus of their draft? Which hero or which role, which position? They take away the Ling, so no strong assassin combinations here. Let's see what they're going to be prioritizing. The Harith was given difficulty, popped off eventually, and is now much more attractive for the first pick since the Loyi is gone.
It's so weird for me not to see a chip ban, and perhaps it's going to be open here as well. Right now, Falcons Mena, they are going to be first pick. If the Terizla is open, might as well pick that up. Because the Terizla hasn't been banned so far. Could be banned here though. Chip ban. Terizla, kind of good first pick.
Yep. They have the crowd control, a strong tanky presence. It means one lane is safe. If the others will be put at risk and Terizla will honestly just be okay, you're going to have an anchor. Still have the power picks available, and what a prediction, LaFell. Amazing.
I would say here, the Hayabusa is up. If they want to pick that up, if they don't, they can go for a Harith and maybe even a Valentina.
Okay. Oh, wait, whoa. All right, so if this team don't overthink, for Zenith, let's overthink everything.
No. I think when you see the Selena, it's like, oh, wait, it forces you to overthink.
Yeah.
Out of every, Selena could be 4th or 5th pick.
Yeah.
I never thought it'd be first pick.
And I'm not turning off the idea that this could be one of those. Okay, I was just about to say Selena roams, but okay, it's Minotaur roams, Selena.
Mid or jungle?
Selena jungle? Has it been popping up in scrims?
No.
But
you said I've been here for too long. I've seen Selena jungle before.
Okay.
It's not the best, but she used an Alice jungle. Can you really say that there's no way the Selena is going to the mid? Going jungle, I mean.
Yeah, you get that point. I can't completely shut off the idea with everything that we've seen so far in this tournament. So I feel like this was purely reactionary with picking up the Novaria, just so that you can get equalize the vision.
I wonder if they still want the Harith, because again, the lane, the Holy Crystal, I don't know. Matilda, though. Okay, this is very interesting. They should have a very strong mid trio prio. Now that they have this, they just need a very damagey jungler that can do the job very well in the early game.
Yep.
Claw gets picked up here.
Okay. So they'll be playing more around the map. Map presence could be killer here for Zenith with the Claude and the Selena if they hit their marks. Going back to what you mentioned earlier, LaFell, where who are you playing for as the big question for Falcons Mena. Having the Matilda Novaria paired up with Terizla feels like the question has been partially answered because these first three picks are clearly playing for the Terizla and the EXP lane.
Yeah, I feel like going for that angle is pretty good, but honestly the meta is around the jungler. I hope that Electa is able to have her best hero. Whether it fits the draft or not, doesn't matter. If that's what you're most confident with, just use it. Because again, having the Matilda means that you have a faster rotation in the mid.
Yep.
Use that to your advantage. Now in terms of the bans here, because of the Selena pick, it's gonna be a little bit iffy about what to ban, but looks like they're thinking the Selena is going to the mid, which again, higher chance of the Selena going to mid. Betting out the junglers is a good idea. Betting out the Hayabusa here.
Yeah, but we can't turn off the idea of that.
Not gonna lie,
jungle.
I don't mind if Falcons Mena, they even pick up a Boxia and then just have a very strong gold laner, but again, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's something that Zenith was floating the idea of, which is why they took out the Claude. Because if you go back to that thinking, a little bit more 6 months ago meta, but I feel like could still work depending on the circumstances. If those three on the side of Falcons Mena were paired up with a Baksha and it had the Claude, that's a good, well-rounded lineup. So maybe Zenith was looking into that. In terms of the gold lanes for Mena, if they want a strong gold laner, I mean, the carry's still there.
Harith is still open, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yes, you're right. I'm so not used to seeing Harith not being picked up all the way up until the second phase.
Not saying it's a good pick, just saying it's a pick.
It's a pick. It's there.
But yeah, I feel like the carry is solid, honestly. Carry is a pretty good pick.
Considering that you have those three already with you, the carry should be very happy. And as expected, there'll be a Julian for Zeno Zenith. That's the trend right now. If your magic damage seems to be lacking, you pick up Julian for the jungle.
I feel like I'm starting to become you. I'm really wanting a Bane here.
Bane? Ever since you mentioned it, I agree with you, man.
Pick up the Benedetta. Why not?
Even a Bane, even a Bane. I would not mind Bane for Mena. They already have the Novaria, so that's a huge area for the Sharks. The hitbox will get bigger, even bigger.
Again, I feel like even the Baxia is going to be okay here, having a fast tempo as well as being able to have basically the life bin effect.
Yeah.
Without having the items, you can deal with the Minotaur, and the passive is going to be good. Oh!
Okay.
Okay,
Whoa.
not a Baxia, but a Fredrin.
Okay.
I'm on the right track here. But the Natan here, the Natan needs time.
Yeah.
So this draft, honestly, is playing around names. I hope she goes for a third item, Holy Crystal.
Yeah, gotta rush that damage. Hopefully she doesn't overthink the idea that Zeno Zenith has a lot of threats for that Nathan in the early game. Because you can't delay your late game. You need to rush the process if you're Falcons Mena. Last pick?
Yuzong is still open.
Oh, that would mess up the Nathan.
The Nathan, the Novaria. Honestly, it messes up a lot.
Yeah.
If not, you can pick up an X-Borg. It's like a easier thing to handle the Fredrin as well as the Turizla.
X-Borg into a Fredrin, you're right. Fredrin don't do not like that, but yeah, it's best possible. Ooh, a little bit of a throwback for Falcons Mena to 5 to 7 months ago in our meta. Zeno Zenith showing what it means to play MLBB now in this current stage. So it's a battle of styles and a battle of 2 goals. On the right side for Zeno Zenith, just secure the 2-0. For Falcons Mena, make sure that you do not get eliminated here. It's a best of 2. It's match, nay, tournament point for the hometown heroes. Zeno Lilies will still have a match later on. That's it for me and LaFell. Because now as we enter this game number 2, we'll pass you on over to our 2 casters who has been with us ever since Series 1. It's Mirko and Trex. You two, just put on a show.
Thank you so much, Renmar and LaFell. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna be jumping into the possible last game. This is match point essentially for Falcons Mena here. They gotta step it up if they want to get out of groups here. Zeno Lilies once again bring something spicy to the table. This is 4 games in a row. I think we've seen a new pick pop up for MWI here. Selena in the mid lane. It's been a long time since I've seen Selena in the land of Dawn. I'm excited to see how Zeno Lilies is going to make it work for them.
Yeah, same, because usually Selena, when you pick it up, the best combination in the roam position should be a Grok, right? Someone that can actually clear the lane really, really fast. If it's not the Grok, usually it's the Cho. So the fact that they went for the Minotaur, I get it. It's also still okay clear. You got the Concussive Blast Shock. Gonna go in for some damage. Good chain too to immobilize Bevan. Forcing her back. Abyssal Trap also connecting, dealing a little bit of damage to Electa there. Great lethal Wanderer take. But what do you think about this, Trex? Now that Team Falcons Mena, they're fighting for, this is tournament point, like Reptar said, Renmar said earlier. Electa back on the Fredrin. This is the old style of MLBB. Velvet gonna be caught in the enhanced chain. Well, not the enhanced chain, just the chain. Doesn't seem like she will use the enhanced version of the skill. Not just yet. She will just back away. She does damage to Velvet.
Not only the Fredrin, right? Not only like on the Fredrin, which we also have the Matilda paired up with it. This is definitely something we saw, you know, back in M5, you know, back in, and it could be comfort for them. It could be something that works, and in a time like this, it is something you can fall back on when all the other teams are getting crazy with their compositions. This could be the answer here. They did secure some late game possibilities as well, right? They have some decent early game aggression with Velvet in the XP lane when it comes to some of these first turtles having the Turizla. They have good movement as long as they use the Matilda correctly to rotate around the map. And since Zeno Lilies is weak on their mid lane clear, this could give Falcons Mena a little bit of space to buy time, right? So if they can buy that time, make sure Names gets online, make sure Zui gets online, there's a lot of possibilities for them.
Black Dragon Farm used up very early, a bit too early it seems. You know, that's a big resource for the first neutral objective. Velvet's gonna have a massive advantage now. coming into the next turtle. And again, like you mentioned, Team Falcons already have an advantage when it comes to the mid-clear. So they're not using it, actually. It's Sa who's clear out the mid lane. They're actually going to lose out a whole way penalty zone with the Astral Echo into the back line, getting a few hammer swings down. Shiromi walking forward, Minis Fury knocking one up there. That's going to be the combo coming down as the Guiding Wind, or the Circling Eagle rather, comes down as well. But Electa is still able to secure the neutral objective. Sa dives in deep right there as the chain connects. So Electa almost getting the Appraiser's Wrath down, but gets taken out before she can get it down. Ramichi lethal on the Julian.
If there's anything I've noticed about these two teams, ZNOL Lilies almost always comes out on top in terms of kills, but Electa is so good at always securing that neutral objective. Taking a look at this replay, Electa able to get it, able to almost turn things around here, unable to make it to Shiromi and get that final hit. If Electa could have just got that, it could have at least evened the playing field, maybe even put them in the advantage in that big trade since they secured Turtle as well. But they fall back, and we can see the reactions from Mena. Electa, man, rubbing her eyes there, just frustrated with how things are going. And I feel it. It's got to be tough when you're in this kind of situation. You're on your last life right here. There's no comebacks. There's no immortalities for tournament point here. They got to figure something out. And like I said, they're able to get these objectives. They just need to translate that into something else or be a bit more careful in how they approach it.
This is the problem, though, I would say. If we're talking about ZNOL Lilies, the fact that they've been able to find a lot of wins. Good Petrified Furious dive into Ramichi with the chain and the enhanced scythe. Even with the body of Smith, the passive doesn't do anything. Not to the burst of Julian. Yikes.
Yeah, Ramichi's just going to be a monster once again. It's 2-0-1 already for Julian this early in the game. Yui's now rotating up top. Gets the vision on him, but it's not going to save the tower at all. And Zen, now that they found a moment, you can already see them now rotating around. Taro's hitting the cross lane farm, trying to redo what we saw from Rihanna in earlier series. Maybe get that third item in at around 9 minutes.
Maybe she can do that there. I mean, to be fair, Name's already forced back. Taro's doing a whole lot of damage. And by the way, all right, let me ask you a question here, Trex. Natan versus Claude, who wins in that matchup?
I think there's nice wave clear from Names. There's nice poke from Names. The good thing about Claude, though, is... Ooh.
Good take there. Now Minis Fury knocking two members up. Shiromi unable to find Velvet just there. She is able to flicker out to safety, but not too long. Ramichi able to find the kill spree. Appraiser's Wrath deals some damage. Also the Astrosphere connecting to the back line, but Kao is able to just walk away. Sa executes Electa in the front. Oh, man, again, ZNOL Lilies. This time, they don't just win in the fight. They win in the neutral objective. Ramichi with a flank, trying to go for the enhanced chain, unable to connect it. Good guiding win from Fevin to get out. But Sa, look at her, just scratching the turret down. Now with Ramichi too. That is tier 1 mid lane taking down Names in the bottom lane, trying to go for a trade. But Taro walks up, deals that damage, chasing her down. Still, Names will use the entropy.
Yeah, Names definitely is going to have the ability to deal with Tara, right? And even has decent wave clear, as we were just talking about. The good thing about a Claude, though, is just about anybody, as long as you're mechanically gifted on the Claude, you can at least stalemate. And if your team is helping you out even more, you can get to the other side of the map. And that's the thing. It's not exactly just about the gold lane versus gold lane. It's about ZNOL Lilies constantly putting pressure on these off lanes, right? And making sure that KO does good. Wait a second, a little bit of damage on Ramichi.
Names as well there with the guiding wind. Ramichi gonna be taken down, unable to find anything. But
Oh, no!
Trap. No arrow connects Names. One last chomp of the trap will take her down. Sa picks up a double. Was that Fevin that flew over as well? And she got taken out. Now Velvet in the bush, trying to stop ZNOL Lilies from going for the purple buff. And this is why we get to see the Selena. Sa's been brutal with it, connecting every single arrow, and that's another. Straight into the damage. Velvet gonna be chunked low. That's a frontliner. And she got taken that low from the damage of Sa.
ZNOL Lilies right now 3 steps ahead at all times.
Ooh.
Team Falcons Mana might be able to take a Knight or take a Rook, but ZNOL Lilies takes 3 more pieces in return and consistently takes the lead. And now, another gank.
There you go. She finally gets punished for it. Tries to run away. The shutdown, though. The bounty is on Fevin. Out of all the members that could have taken it, Electa was there, Names was there. It would have been great if it was Names, but they lose out the purple buff. And I'll have to say, that ends up being not worth it, even with the shutdown.
Hey, man, Roams need gold, too. Roams need love, too. Definitely might not be the best decision, but you know, Fevin got a little greedy, man. Wanted the kill, and I think at this point, Falcons Meta just want the kill, right? They need to try to even the playing field. Taro in trouble.
Able to get out just to safety. Shiromi, great disengage. Now Ramichi, that's chain to knock names up. Oh, the spear not connecting Electa. Moving forward. Ramichi, she could go for the 1v3, but she might not even need to because a dragon is coming her way as well to try to help her out. Yui, you can go out of the map, but so can Cal. Immobilization with the chain. Electra trying to run away. Penalty zone from Velvet. Catching 3. That's a furious dive. Not with the Petrify just yet as Ramichi is going to be caught, but he has sword. Brings her back all the way to the back, and that is a double with the help of Sa's Abyssal Arrow. That is ever so accurate. My goodness, the synergy.
The synergy is definitely beautiful from Xeno Lilies. I mean, just all over. And while that's happening, you got Taro on other sides of the map, putting pressure on the mid and the top. So even when 4 of them are making something happen, it's problems elsewhere. Golden Staff just locked in for Taro here. Team Falcons Meta getting more and more pushed into the corner. The Abyssal Arrows are constantly firing off, so it's using as a zoning mechanism for Team Falcons Meta onto the items. 3 items in 8.5 minutes, Mirko. Is that the new record?
I think it is. And I think for Shiromi, she is going to be taken down. No, she flickers out, and Ramichi is there to body block the spear. Wow. Even in disengages, you know, Lilies are so clean with it. And like you mentioned, that's a new record. You were already hyping it up. You know, Taro's taking waves, Sa's taking names though, but not names as in the player, names as in Velvet the name, who's going to be stunned up again. 2 Abyssal Arrows connecting there, but she is able to escape. I guess that's the value you get with the Terizla, even though she's 0-4-0. She's still super tanky, still super hard to actually go and assassinate. But man, oh, she hits an Abyssal Arrow again, by the way. Just names.
Consistently doing it. Taking a look at some of the items, Lord just gets taken. It's now almost a 10K gold lead. We're at 9,000 gold pretty much for the side of Xeno Lilies up right now. And I just want to put it into perspective as well. Some of their positioning has been phenomenal in this game. Even earlier when that gank was happening up top, when that attack onto Velvet was happening, we have Kyle just hanging out in the bush by Lord, ready to set up the position on the Lord pit. Even though they had this huge lead, we still play by the basics. We still know exactly where we need to be at the right time, and we don't go too far from that. So Xeno Lil is just showing prowess in many different aspects of this game right now. They're going to be trying to possibly end this here, take an inhibitor to do something big against Team Falcons Meta.
Let's see if they can. They technically still have the Natan, right? With the Black Dragon form, it's going to be used up to try to zone them in the back line. Electro walking forward, getting the taunt down, but gets caught by the Abyssal Arrow. Penalty zone onto 2. Taro going to be caught right now. Unable to go out. Pops in a battle mirror image. Behind as she does damage. Sa again just diving deep with Cal. And they were able to find Natan with names taken out. Who's there to clear out the wave? It has Sora Ramiti with a mega kill and a dive again from Sa. She picks up a double and another Abyssal Arrow straight into the chain. And Sa is an absolute monster on the Selena.
That's a 5-man wipe up, followed up by the 2-0 win for Xeno Lilies. Showing dominance with multiple different heroes, showing dominance with multiple different styles of play. Sadly, do you know what this means though, Mirko?
I know what it means, man. That Abyssal Arrow will just shoot them down.
Not exactly where I was going.
Oh,
Team Falcons Meta is going somewhere, and it is not to the bracket, sadly. Team Falcons Meta will be taking their exit there. They had a good effort. They were able to put it up, but Xeno Lilies were just a little bit too strong. Xeno Lilies just monsters on the field and playing aggressive just like VSG did.
It was just such a dominant display. I think even more so than game number 1, right? The fact that Falcons Meta, they tried their best to go back to what works. The fundamentals, utilizing the Fredrin, trying to play the calculated move, the safe, take the safe route. And it still wasn't enough. They get shot down by the Abyssal Arrow, down to elimination.
Down to elimination, and Xeno Lilies tie up the scoreboard with VSG, and we're going to get to see that tiebreaker in the next series. And that's something I'm excited for because there are 2 very aggressive playstyles from these 2 teams. Xeno Lilies just being extremely dominant all around.
For sure. Every single step of the way, I think for Xeno Lilies, they were able to just control even the aggression. And it's definitely going to be a very interesting matchup now that we know how ZNOL Lilies play, how VSG play. Both of them love playing these assassin junglers, damage output all the way, even in the roams. So I'm really excited to see exactly how they utilize that. By the way, Taro has been amazing with the items.
Most definitely, and that's going to be it. Let's send it over to our interviewees. They got somebody on stage.
Thank you so much, guys. Now, Xin Chào, right here from our friends all the way from Vietnam, and congratulations on that 2-0 win. First up, is this a result that you guys are expecting to sweep Falcons MENA 2-0? And also, did you guys expect to pick up that Luo Yi as well as that chip, which is usually banned right here in the tournament?
Và Louis và Chip là thường là những cái nhân vật mà tướng hay bị ban, thì liệu đây có phải là trong kế hoạch của bọn em hay không? Trước đấy thì chị sẽ chọn được.
Can I answer in English? Actually, Loyi and Chip, before that, we already have team talk about that, and we plan everything before. And 2-0, we already like very confident when versus Falcon that we think we will 3-0 and 2-0, sorry. And we play with our confidence, and we win it. And Loyi and Chip, yeah, we already have the plan before. Everything we prepare for today. Yeah.
Wow. She's so happy that she can speak English fluently today.
And now we're wondering, like, why we're here, right?
The dopamine is this high.
Yes, they're ending on a high. And of course, yes, we still have much more questions right here from Sa.
Definitely. Like, you know, one of the things I would like to know as well, not only me, but even all the viewers, how does it feel to play in a multinational team?
Because we have two import players from the Philippines. So how does it like work together?
Answer English also. Actually, that one quite easy because we communicate in English. The two imports, they can speak English well, and the local player also can speak English well. So we just normally play and communicate in English, like how we play and how we improve together. Yeah, actually not hard for me and my team also. It's quite easy.
Amazing.
Oh, wow. Okay. Now, the next one is also a team that took a 2-0 clean sweep, and this is VSG, all the way from EDCA, which also has imports as well. So what are you guys going to do to approach that game?
Of course, we have preparing for VHG when versus VHG, but can I see it now? And I already say we play with our confidence. We very confident. We stand here. We play here today. We play in this MWI 2024. We're very confident that we can win every game. Yeah, we even the team very strong. We also play with our confidence and our yeah.
So the team spirit and the confidence are our weapons, secret weapons.
Oh, wow, man. Confidence all the way. Let's go.
That's something that we're definitely very excited about.
Yeah.
Gamal, thank you so much for this wonderful interview. Now we're going to let them go because timing is super tight. They're going to prepare for VSG, even though they are already prepared. But let's find out what's going to happen next from our casters. So we're going to pass it on back to the studio. Take it away, boys.
Let's go.
Call her Salina. Bringing it back here in MWI. What do you think about that mid-lane Salina pick?
It's all about the mindset.
Mindset?
Because they say they play with confidence. And if you have confidence, you can pick up anything. A Selena, an Alice. Dude, the world is your oyster. I'm allergic to seafood, but even I would take that.
Yeah, when it's up there in front of you, just go ahead and take it. And that's exactly what ZNOL Lilies did, not just for this game number 2, but for game number 1. I love that you mentioned it takes an amount of confidence, an extra amount of confidence to make a Selena work. Because Selena is just happy if her abyssal arrows hit. It causes damage, and it's a pretty long crowd control. And considering that this is an older style of the meta that was played by Falcons MENA, which are usually around together, high chance the Selena's gonna hit someone.
No, the crazy thing is, this Selena isn't countering anything.
yeah.
Right? It was first pick.
Yeah.
You saw the Terizla. What makes you think like, oh, Terizla, you know what? Selena, right? Like, that shows confidence. Again, because we gotta talk about what they said during the interview, right?
Yeah.
We don't care who we're going up against. We don't care how strong they are. We believe in ourselves. We don't like horror movies, but we're scary.
Yeah. That is true. It was
and thought again. Go ahead.
Is that? Oh wait, no, yeah, that's the Raymond again.
Yeah,
I feel kind of left out. I really need to know more about that. But what we do know is, yes, as confirmed by the casters, we'll have to bid farewell to Falcons MENA. Again, relatively newer roster just coming up. They're just slowly starting to build more of a name for themselves. They are also the national team for Egypt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So thank you, Falcons MENA, for everything that you showed off here, and we wish you the best. Go back to Zeno. Oh, is there something you want to say?
No, I'm just saying, like, we heard during the interview how ZNOL, technically they played with this roster for 1 month, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, with this new patch, I feel like most of the teams, they only have 1 month to prepare. And it's amazing to me to see how quickly all the female teams here in MWI, they're adjusting to the new patch. They understand it's a new meta, it's a new landscape for MLBB. And the execution, honestly, fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic execution. And let's see who will be the PlayStation MVP for Zeno Lilies. It's none other than that Selena with a rush on the Talisman and then the Starlium Scythe.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of damage. 2 items? 2 full items? And she was
that shows how fast the game was.
Yeah.
This is one of those games, if you go to the toilet, you come back, you're not going to see the game. It's the end of everything. And again, I like that this is more or less them showing the world we don't care what's the S tier picks, A tier picks, B tier picks. It's our picks, right? Because again, showing the Alice, showing the Selena, they might have much more.
Oh, okay. You got the pose down. As we try to do our best Selena impressions, let's see the STC predictions results that we mentioned at the top of the series. I cannot get my legs like that, man.
I've had practice.
You've really? Cool. That's great. I wish I could stand like that. I wonder how many of the viewers supported Falcons Men. Earlier it was 88%. See, it did go up.
It did go up.
It went up. As I mentioned earlier, it went 91% to 9%. Just goes to show how much is meant for this region. Pretty sure they would have loved to see the win, but well, you know what I love is that I hear a lot of support, especially from a lot of the locals of the teams here, especially even in MSC. So now we are going to be heading into our third match of the day. That's going to be happening in just a bit. More MLBB action will come your way after a short break. Don't go anywhere. MWI 2024 at the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, host of EWC Central. I wanted to take a look at how the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational will impact the standings in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Now, the MLBB Women's Invitational features 3 clubs with strong aspirations in the club championship. First of all, and obviously, Team Falcons is here with 2 teams trying to further extend their lead. Reminder that only their highest scoring team will actually secure points for the club within the context of the championship. So in the events Falcons would place first and second, they would only gain 1,000 points for that first place finish. The thing is, it's going to be hard to come out on top of Team Vitality because they are clear favorites coming into the MLBB Women's Invitational. They've set their eyes on first in this tournament, hoping to secure 1,000 points, hoping to climb the ladder, because right now Team Vitality only have 60 on the board and they are in dire need of a big score. And finally, the North American powerhouse Cloud9 would love to finally secure their first points, but they have to win their tiebreaker game versus CFU Serendipity later today to be finally on the board. Now, for more updates on EWC Club Championship, as well as all the other games and tournaments going on at the Esports World Cup, join us here on EWC Central every Thursday to Sunday from 2 till 6 p.m. at twitch.tv/EWC. That does it from me and the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC.
Just like you and me, finding our destiny. Though they may not see, I'll prove what I can be. Aren't we all the same? We're deep in the game. They say this is lame, but we have our own aim. No fear, prove it. Rise up and don't quit. Chasing the same dream, we all are on the same team. Let's go! It's our time to shine, leave doubts far behind. It's our time to show how far we can go. Though they may not see, we show what we can be. It's on you and me, just wait and you'll see. It's our time to show the world who we are. It's our time to shine, we are the rising stars. Our time to shine it. Yeah!
You're back here with us at MWI 2024 at EWC. A little bit on a rush because it's time to see who will be ending this group top one in the seedings. They're already secured. But for this Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown, it's the two teams that got a sweep victory so far today. ZNOL Lilies going up against Victory Song Gamers. Hype is what I'm feeling for this matchup.
Oh yeah, hype actually describes it quite well, you know? Yeah, that's good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's hype. Speaking of hype, VSG, ZNOL again, both coming with a 2-0. And again, we're looking at both teams that have really showed up different picks when it comes to the jungle. VSG bringing up that Benedetta really shows that in terms of mechanics, VSG has a lot of it. And something that we do have to remember is that VSG, they've been boot camping in Indonesia. So they've been having a lot of experience in the Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, with that experience, they are allowed to show up more unique picks. Let's show up the Jamil Motorsport arrival of our two squads for this marquee showdown. The winner of this match will be securing top one in the standings. And first up, we've got the team that shocked a lot of us, shocked and awed Falcons Mena with their aggressive, controlling playstyle.
You know what's great about being a player?
What?
You get to use the cart.
Oh, yeah.
I've never used the cart.
Wait, no, that's impossible. Never?
Never.
We've been here for quite some time. Yeah, we went back home for like a week, then came back a month.
I've never been on a cart.
We're gonna have to change that. Let's see if you have any predictions. Vote for the next game. This coming up right now at www.stcplay.gg. Will LaFell be able to ride the cart? No, I'm kidding. That's not what you're trying to predict. You're predicting the winner of this match. ZNOL Lilies or Victory Song Gamers. VSG was aggressive. ZNOL Lilies, real quick here, LaFell. What do you like about them?
They're very nice people.
Very nice people.
I smiled at them. They smiled at me back. They're very good MLBB players. I think VSG has this one.
All right. I asked you about ZNOL Lilies, though.
Yeah.
Okay. ZNOL Lilies versus Victory Song Gamers. You got LaFell's prediction dropped down. He said VSG. Don't forget to predict there. Let's see who will be able to take the cake. But let's welcome our teams. It's Cheryl and Bada. ZNOL Lilies, VSG coming right up.
And we're back. وعدنا عليكم من جديد. You know, Cheryl, it's a different vibe today. I mean, it was exciting yesterday, and even today, things are heating up. But I feel that it's just different energy. Is it only me, or do you feel it as well?
No, it is really a different energy right here in day two because, you know, when it comes to the different groups, it's all about who can survive the group stage, right? But for this time, you know, the results are clear. Unfortunately, the keys for Falcons Mena has been crushed But for this upcoming game, they're not playing to survive, they're playing to flex.
Let's go.
Who will come up top of the table for Group C? And this is what's gonna happen right here for match 3. Starting off, let's take a look at the wonderful faces from our ECA region, Victory Song Gamers. Absolutely amazing. Now, all of these beautiful ladies are practically on par with their upcoming rivals over at the Land of Dawn, because they also have 2 import players and also very domineering fashion over at the Land of Dawn. So going up against VSG, we have...
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for ZNOL Lilies. It is really happening over here. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. Let's see who's gonna make it happen. All that details and hype, of course, with our beautiful and amazing talents.
Take it away over at the studio.
Yalla wal'uha.
Thank you so much, Cheryl and Bada. You know, when you said VSG earlier for your prediction, Lafel,
Yes.
I've been thinking about it during the intros. I realized there are certain aspects of VSG's game a little bit more cleaner in the execution, I feel like, that would give them that edge over ZNOL Lilies. I don't know right now, though, how big that edge is, but VSG in their series look a little bit more polished.
Here's the thing, Remar. I'm gonna ask you a question, serious one.
Sure.
Look me in the eye.
I'm looking
and
at
tell
you,
me
sir.
honestly.
Okay.
Have I ever been wrong in my predictions?
Is this your question?
Yeah.
No.
See? So, hop on board the VSG train, but
let's go.
Honestly, ZNOL Lilith, again, I feel like going up against teams that have established a power standard, right? All they gotta do is sweep the rug right under their feet. Use something different. What's gonna be different? Use on goalie.
Well,
okay, maybe that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's a little bit much.
But Paquito is fine.
Yeah, but I mean, though if any of them are gonna decide to go for that, double fighter side to speed up something like a Granger in the jungle, which I've been hearing that people are trying out again.
With the new temporal rain, makes it so that you can actually use your rondo and everything very, very fast. So you can zigzag inside of team fights, but let's be real, probably not. Going back into the draft here, Ling as well as Lee has been banned out, same as Roger as well as Jusin. So here, again, it's all about QA. Whether you want to pick up your jungler early because the Hayabusa is still up, wonder if she wants to go for that, or just wait a little bit, see what the mid laner is going to pick up, and then go for that Benedetta again.
Yeah, what I can tell from these two is that they like to prioritize 2 things, the roam and the EXP, which actually shows their Filipino coach DNA. For the longest time, that's always been something about Filipino teams, the priorities in the EXP and the roamer matchups. First pickup without the Roger, Terizla. Yeah, now I'm starting to get why teams aren't always rushing to first pick the Harith.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the Terizla pickup, especially with how Minun plays. How it seems like her nature is to heal
Hayabusa
and
is
take
up as
care.
well.
Ah, yes. You mentioned that earlier. But it's a Yuzong.
We have to remember, this has been banned.
I think we're about to see why.
Yeah, we're about to see why.
But this is a give. Zenith decide to give this to them. They gave the Yuzong, meaning there's a response coming up.
I would honestly say go for the Terizla. And the thing is, you kind of want to pick up an assassin, but it's kind of not good going up against the Yuzong. It's hard for you to position yourself, especially during those neutral objectives. It's hard for an assassin to go for a turtle or lord fight in the first place, but having a Yuzong, much more difficult. So since the Yuzong is picked up, oh, Angela! Okay, Angela's okay. The claw's a bit early for me, though.
Yeah. I honestly thought that they'd go for their assassin show already because we are in that meta where you can show your cards early, like your main condition, and it's fine. Because usually those power picks control the early game so well. So now VSG, they're going to be thinking, ooh, what are they going to be pairing with that Angela? Because an Alpha will be open, so they go for full crowd control. That will give Alpha a difficult time if ever that was the idea. Zenith is floating. It's Edith and Vexana.
Think about it, perhaps they pick up the Claw because the Claw can actually survive against the Yuzong. So now that I think about it, it's alright. It's alright. It's cool.
So they immediately went for the safest gold lane in the matchup.
Before he gets banned or picked up?
Good call. Good call. I agree.
So now I feel like, yeah, Assassin is going to be quite difficult here. The Benedetta could be okay because it's hard to catch in the Electro Final Blow.
Yeah.
You can dodge the Onward and the Earth Shatter. They're going to pick up the Terizla before it gets banned out and still hiding where this Angela is going. Could be mid, could be roam.
Okay. So with the Terizla pickup, a part of me was thinking maybe CC, but then earlier... Oh yeah, Julian in the jungle is possible. By the way, quick update for everyone, very important. If VSG goes 1-1 against Xeno Lily, so if this results in a 1-1, there will be a best-of-1 tiebreaker that will be played on Stream B to decide the top seed for Group C. Our friends Abstract and Husky, our fellow casters, will be on Stream B to cover that for you. A potential BO1 tiebreaker if this series now ends up in a 1-1 tie.
Sounds very fun. But going back into the draft here, Herv as well as Alice has been banned. Herv makes a lot of sense. Something else that you may consider, we haven't seen a lot of Moskov. But again, Moskov is one of those very risky picks. If you're really good, you can 1v9. But getting to that point is very difficult.
Yeah. If ever the Moskov here will be a little bit more conservative, wait for the Yuzong to entry, and then really time if you're gonna go in with your Spear of Destruction teleport, because it looks like this Edith and Vexana makes a lot of picks more difficult, but yeah, take it out. Oh, excuse me, I mixed up the teams there for a moment.
Yeah, Moskov banned out here.
Moskov banned out, yeah.
The Julian is still an okay pick. The Joy gets banned out.
Oh yeah, Joy Jula was pretty...
Oh yeah, that's so good.
Yeah, it's a really great matchup. And that will make the Vexana struggle. I remember. Okay, before we forget him, if ever they want to go on Assassin,
Alpha?
Nolan is still up. We mentioned Alpha earlier.
I feel like Alpha Angela is quite okay.
Yeah, but again, into an Edith and a Vexana, it's so difficult.
It's difficult with that kind of mindset.
So it's a mindset thing. And we know Xeno
They play with confidence.
They play with confidence. But if ever, Carry might be the pickup for VSG later.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And it's not going to be like a vengeance on it.
Oh, fairness.
I am leaning towards Alpha now even harder.
It's like, we will die, just eventually.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, it has to be Alpha or another tanky presence because so far it's only the Terizla. And I feel bad for this Terizla if it's the only frontliner.
Yeah, they need a lot of damage too.
Yeah.
Faramis skills up after 2 items. Before this was 3, now 2 is enough for the Faramis. But yeah, not a lot of early pressure for now, unless you solve it with the jungle pickup. So now for VSG, the Benedetta again. Again, Benedetta 4th pick is pretty strong. And the Beatrix. The Beatrix will do well against the Faramis.
Yeah, she has the Bennett's Rage to take out, and well, even the Nibiru's Passion to take out the ultimate of the Faramis quickly. The effects of that.
Altar.
Netherrealm.
Netherrealm. I've been in this scene for so long. I remember the old names.
It's okay. No, that was stuck in my head too. That's why I was pausing. It's like, wait, it's not Cult Altar anymore. So it's like you heard what I was thinking. Alpha makes sense. Barrett's too difficult and will just get poked down like crazy. Nothing's gonna happen. They need to match the damage and they need an extra front line. I think Alpha's the last pick. If they go anything else, it's such a risky composition.
Nolan Hayabusa is up, but then it's like, what's the Angelus going to be using? Martis!
Right, there's another one too.
Yeah, but we haven't seen this for ever.
Yeah, Martis. We've seen Martis mid. But not jungle.
That's crazy. We've seen Martis mid more than Martis jungle.
Yeah. Oh, how is this going to fare?
This is old school MLBB.
Yeah, for
look at the draft.
Zenith?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is.
old school.
Old school. That is the same time
Like
frame earlier.
Season 10?
Season 11 or 12.
11, yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit of a throwback with the lineup here for the Lilies. Let's see if they'll be enough to go up against VSG and get that win early on in this BO2. Mirko, Trex, what y'all thinking?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's me, Naisu, with Mirko.
Wait, you're not Trex?
I'm not Trex, man. Trex is on the rest. He's getting some rest because he's going to be back on desk with us later. But yeah, welcome to the desk here, the English desk for MWI here at EWC. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko bringing the action to round out the group here. Group C, and like we had it broken down, of course, from Renmar and the Fel, this could imply a possible tiebreaker later on, depending how the series goes. But, you know, Mirko, you've seen this now, the past two matches. Who do you think has the better draft here?
Oh, man, it's really tough to say that, but honestly, I'll have to go with Victory Song Gamers. I feel like, especially with the Benedetta, Kyoe was able to perform so well, Kaylee as well, and you can see the mid-prior already. Look at how they're utilizing this mid lane. Actually not going to go for the shove, but actually utilizing the shove from ZNOL Lilies against ZNOL Lilies to try to go and poke them out. But unfortunately, didn't really go too well for them there. They get chunked a bit, but I do want to give a shout out, by the way, to LaFell. I agree. Karutu Arutaru sounds better than NetherRealm. I agree.
Hey, you know what? Either way, I feel like some people, you know, NetherRealm, Colt Altar, whatever you want to go with, too. Oh, hold on. Actually, good poke for Taro here. One thing, too, it is almost a throwback, man. Looking at this lineup that we're seeing here, it's a throwback to, what do you say, Season 10? I think it was like around that time. It's been a while since we've seen this, and yeah, I've been so stuck on the fact that when we saw Marches picked up, put in the mid lane, it was such a good answer to things, you forget that, all right, originally you see Marches so much in the jungle. Now, matching up, let's talk about the matchup because, like we said, Kyoe on this Benedetta jungle had a massive performance already. I think she got even more fans than she already has. How does that matchup work against the Marches jungle?
I don't know. It really comes down to, I would say it's just execution, right? Because when it comes to clearing, this has been the biggest issue with a lot of the jungle matchups, right? Because pathing is so important. Yeah. Clear speed is so important. Benedetta, my main concern when Kyoe picked the Benedetta in their first game was how is it going to perform up against Julian? That was the matchup before. And she did amazing. She was actually clearing the jungle way faster. So the Martis also really, really good at clearing. I feel like they are kind of on the same boat in that department. Both of them also have anti-CC. Eye for an eye. There's a Mortal Coil there. And you can see both of them level 5. So Kyoe actually still ahead. So maybe because of the gank towards the bottom lane, able to pick up that gold crab, getting a bit more gold, getting a bit more damage. It seems for the setup. Earth Shatter, Gaily, gonna poke Kao down. Ramichi on it as well now. Both of them trying to dance around the turtle.
Still very kind of testing the waters here. Also, Moonton has the Black Dragon form, can use that, but they're going to go in actually now.
The penalty zone now, Kyoe able to dash out to safety. Kao still in the midst of it all. Gaily popping the Primal Rat, deals some damage. That's Ramichi winning on the Retreat battle. Good disengage with the final blow. Ramichi, one Decimate, looking for another now with a Mortal Coil too. Shiromi with the sustained synchro, gonna be caught. Flickers out to safety, but gets tied up as Kao finds the kill. Saw in the mid lane, able to dash out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Blazing Duet, Taro winning on the trade, but Rian will still be able to survive.
ZNOL Lilies just got everything on that whole exchange, and they might still go for another kill here on the bottom side, but man, talk about the power of this Angela pick and how it fits so well into the lineup that ZNOL Lilies brought to the table. You saw how strong that hard guard can be. Even the focusing mark, you know, that's a little extra boost. That's 6% that helps with that. And, you know, that poke potential was already very impressive with what they had in the fight. You add that to the table, and it works wonders here. Eyes is still set on this bottom side, though.
Ramichi with the retreat. Good flicker out from Rian. Really just respecting that Mortal Coil used up. She has the stacks, does a bit of damage onto the turret. Kyoe, low, final blow to the front. Gotta be careful. She does use the eye for an eye, but it's a bit different here when you don't have a Petrify up top. Kao swinging the hammer down. Almost getting the kill on Minin, who's still very comfortable in that lane. Just pops regen, acts as if nothing happened.
This is interesting too. I can't recall the previous game that we saw with the Yuzhong pick, but this is a Warcry Yuzhong. And you know, because typically I would say, what do we see the most of? Quantum Charge Yuzhong?
Yeah.
I think that's the kind of default that we see. So I'm wondering if this will be, this little boost of damage is going to be that much of a threat. Because if you look at the lineup here from VSG, they're all about damage. You know, for the most part, it's like your main tank for this is obviously Gailey here on the Edith. But once that Primal Wrath is used, it's like, all right, now we have an Eternal Guard being the front line, you know, and that's kind of all we have. So I'm wondering, again, with the Yu Zhong, maybe a little bit, you lose some of that sustainability, some of that movement speed you can work with, so you're really trying to overload the damage when it comes to these fights, but it looks like, hey, they're just going to give up the objective. You know, they don't want to fall further behind than they already are, as Ramichi gets the turtle.
Clean, and this is usually why the Martis is used up in the jungle. You clear really fast, you have an amazing, I would say, early game skirmish power that you can utilize to force a lot of these team fights, and the execute obviously makes it as though you already have a Sky Piercer from level 4 onwards, right? It's even crazier. It's like a Sky Piercer plus a great Dragon Spear in a way, because you get that movement speed, you get so much more pressure, and I love the fact that she has gone for the Hunter Strike. Usually on the Martis, this is kind of the gamble you play when you play the Martis. In the early game, you win out the fight, you go for Hunter Strike. You lose out the fight, you go for a more defensive build, and luckily for ZNOL, they got the fight in their way in the first, turtle, and they are able to just snowball off of that.
Just build up from that point, you know, and at the same time, it's kind of like, if you're looking at VSG and you guys watched their matches earlier, you know, they can still obviously get a lead in this game. It's still early on, but it's more so of like, where do we find the pickoffs here? That's where you start to have to utilize the Yu Zhong pick that's brought to the table. Gailey has to land those combinations that we see these Ediths do all the time. And then even to round it out, I mean, for the most part, Beatrix, we haven't seen her too often. She's still a great pick, I would say, you know, for most gold laners, but it's almost in a sense where you see so much Claude's picked up, the Harith's picked up, that Beatrix has been slept on a little bit. So I think for even for Rian, you want to have that gold lane experience. Farm up, get the items that you need, lock those in, and then contribute to these fights. So I think for VSG too, that might be where we see them again, just give up an objective, give up the next turtle even. But look at this, Ramichi goes up top. It's a flicker.
It's always the flicker, the response to any sort of gank, and that's why the Beatrix is so vulnerable. Yeah. And, you know, I'll take your point there. It's very tough. As a gold lane player myself, this is why I personally don't like the Beatrix pick. Even in MSC, when it's picked up, not a fan of it, because especially up against the Claude, there's so many more ways for the Claude to outplay you.
Yeah, but like at some point, you get that spike, you try to turn the tide. They're on the fight for the turtle, though.
Penalty zone. Oh, Ramichi again winning it out now with a good Petrify down. Eternal Guard connecting on a count, still able to flicker out to safety. The final blow does some damage, but Kyoe is going to be caught by Taro, who slows her down for the Decimate. Gailey, Primal Wrath on a turret, another Decimate. Ramichi finds it again. Might be looking for more. Oh, he finds the Maniac. Ramichi dives under tier 2.
Oh, Pro, man, again, you know, when you saw this Martis picked up, this might not be what we expected, because for so long now we've seen Martis in the mid, but this is what you have to remember. The Decimate is such a big threat. The resets after reset. And this is, yes, it's so fitting. It's the Levi Ackerman. Boom. Boom, the triple, and goes in. And you know what? Why not take the Maniac? Worth.
I don't know. It's worth. It definitely is worth when we're talking about the numbers here, right? Because that's for one, technically. They also got the neutral objective, but that's a big shutdown. That's a massive shutdown. 5-0 she was before getting shut down, and that gold is going to go. I think if it went to Rian, then we would be a bit more concerned. But even to Synchro, that's actually going to help her quite a bit. She was way more behind than only 1,000 compared to Sa.
She's still down, you know, 1,000 gold here, but yeah, that is going to help out a little bit. Still working on that second item too. You also saw, you know, at least now Gailey's a little bit more tanky. She's got Dominance Ice working on the next, but that's also a Thunder Belt picked up now for Kyoe. So she has a little bit more, and I feel like this is, in a way, it's like you're forced to now stick together. That's kind of the game plan because of, I mean, how do you deal with the sustainability with the Angela? Because he's going to be used.
Good reaction. Oh, the onward, just a pixel away from hitting. Taro gets out.
Yeah, look at that, hovering over too with the hard card. So they're like, nope, I got it. They just give the signal, you know, she's fine. They put pressure on top. So now look what the play is here from Xeno Lilies. Go put pressure on top, do that. Wings are also now picked up by Cow. Even more tanky is this Terizla to help even to work in conjunction with the Body of Smith passive. So they'll go ahead and start with the Lord here. Again, for VSG, they're still, I don't know, it doesn't look good if they force a fight in this first objective. I'd honestly like to see them just go ahead and be a little more defensive and then just farm up a little bit longer, because even so, ZNOL Lilies, with the lineup that they have, very strong in this portion of the map. You're going to see that too. They're going to play around the Nether Realm that they have. They'll start it up still very slowly here, working on it. Going to spot out Kiyoe as well, pushing her back. Romichi, very confident once again on this Martez pick, but still neither team committing just yet as they kind of feel out the territory here. But eventually, ZNOL Lilies will go ahead and play around the fact that they have some macro advantage to this. They've got 3 turrets to VSG's none. And so they can go ahead and take their time with this. But so far, respect. How?
Penalty zone, Gailey goes over to Onward. Now Eternal Guard in the midst of it all as well. Good Nether Realm to actually dish out a little bit more damage. Romichi finding Gailey in the back line, now diving as well with the help of the Hard Guard. The Eternal Guard almost getting rid of Kao. The Glowing Wand proc as well, not enough as Kiyoe is taking down Rian. Getting shot down, doesn't go for the Renner just yet. Meanwhile,
I think they can hold them off. Possibly if they work through this, it's a quarter of the health here. They're going to have to do something unless they just watch this play out. Renner's going to be used. She's going to find a target.
Finding Romichi, but she still finds the retreat into the Decimate. Minion going to be caught despite getting a good Furious dive. That's why the anti-CC, the Mortal Coil of the Martis is so annoying to deal with.
Just a massive game here from Romichi. 7-1 now. Even if she was shut down earlier, you know, now you can see it too. She's going for, she picked up that Hunter Strike early on, and this is what I liked about the Martez. The build is very flexible. It's very adaptable. She is now going that tanky, because now she is, I mean, even with the Heart Guard, or without the Heart Guard, her alone is tanky enough as a frontliner, and the Mortal Coil, the way that it works, it's kind of finicky. You know, you really, it's almost a feint in a way to deal with that. But look at this damage.
Wow,
the damage dealt here. This is still, it's crazy to see Faramis still do this kind of damage.
I guess because for the most part, VSG, this is something that I think ZNOL Lilies did a great, read on VSG in their game against Team Falcons, because VSG, they are known to go for these big team fights where they clump up together.
Yeah.
And that's why the Faramis is finding so much value. Every single time VSG look for that combo, they're the ones to get punished by the Nether Realm extending the HP bars of every single member, and obviously the Ghost Bursters that finds a lot of value when you are clumped up.
Now they're going to have to deal with this Lord push, top side, trying to hold on to these base turrets the best they can. It is only the first Lord, so they'll make quick work of it. They get poked, though, still under the base turret. They'll see for ZNOL Lilies if they can actually put some pressure more. They still got a tier 2 on the bottom side to work on too, so they'll go ahead and send down Taro to clear and push that wave in. Surprisingly too, they hold on to that tier 1 still, even at this point in the game, with VSG only having that 1 turret. So really, even looking at the items here, as things kind of fall into place, it's still up in the air. You know, where are you going to find that initiation, that frontliner? Because right now in this game, Kiyoe can't do it.
No.
You know, she shined earlier when we saw her play the Benedetta because of the lineups that they had at the time, the way that they were able to move around the map and play front side. But at this point, you're a Benedetta where it's like you just gotta kind of wait for your moment. And it's the opposite for Romichi. Romichi on a Martez can just kind of, you know, swing around the way that Mortal Kombat, that's the sound that Mortal Kombat has for me, you know, and it's like, you can
specific skin.
The specific skin. If only, you know, Levi was flying around too, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. So buffs are going to be choked out, of course, but really this is the downtime until this next Lord. And I don't know, Miracle, I think even now, VSG isn't really capable, unless somehow they get a setup of a lifetime to go ahead and contest this next objective.
It's really hard to, I mean, like, say what VSG really need to do, because technically the easy way would be, yeah, bait out some of these resources, but it's way easier said than done. You need to bait out Nether Realm, you need to bait out the Heart Guard, and while you're trying to go back and forth, there's a Martis chasing you down. There's Taro, who can constantly put down some utility with the slows from the corrosion side as well. So it's really hard for you to even kite back. It's way easier said than done, and even then, I don't know. It almost feels like this is why. Oh, Kaylee! Goes over to Onward, doesn't find it, gets the Earthshatter, but Sai just walks out of the Bennett's rage. And now they've used all the resources. Oh, Shiromi unable to survive right there. Good final blow to the back line. That has thrown them away with Shiromi taken down.
But that was everything. They used everything for that just to get Shiromi So, you know, ZNOL Lilies, they know. They have this information, and even down a member, they might just kind of poke, get the information they need, and start up this Lord here. QA does pick up a Malefic Roar at this point, and you can see Lord is hurting, right? You can't just sit there and tank it. So they might even have to wait for the Netherrealm to be back up, even down a member. But as soon as Shiromi gets close, you know, she can just hard guard into the fight if she wants to. Still respecting the damage here too. You know, interesting maneuvers earlier from Gailey as well. Yeah. Utilizing that flicker, goes in again. Trying to get that Netherrealm out. Not gonna happen though. Eternal Guard drops though too. You can see hard guard being held on top here for Taro. This might be the time. I mean, they're very disciplined, very taking their time with this. Actually, they still don't want to commit to it.
Yeah, I don't think they need to commit to it. Again, knowing how much the Lord hurts now in this patch. I think we saw ZNOL Lilies actually do that against Team Falcon's Mena earlier. They try to go for the Lord dance. The Lord new passive kicks in. They start getting melted down by the Lord, and then they lose the fight. So obviously for ZNOL Lilies, they definitely want to utilize the advantage they have in the side lane. They have an Angela that's going to be constantly pushing these waves towards VSG. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's just really tough. They were able to bait out Sauce Purify, though. So that's already a really good setup for Gailey. So perhaps go for something. Conceal, onward, Earth Shatter, into the Terrify, into the Eternal Guard. The combo is massive, but Sa comes in with a Netherrealm. Mortal Coil from Ramichi. Gailey gonna be taken down. No, just immortality. Kao losing her life. Now Kyoe jumping in the midst of it all. Good knockup from the Lord Rian. Guns are down. Taro with a crown. Straight into the nature of Rian. Looking for some damage. Taro able to use the BMI backwards. Rian going for the chase down. Trying to look for the read as to where they are. Ramichi.
Oh, they're gonna find her?
Goes for it now with the Mortal Coil 2. Doesn't want to go for the Decimate. Sa comes back up. Almost gets rid of Rian and Minim. But now 5 and 11. VSG, they found a way.
They found a way. That's what I was going to say. You know, I was like, man, I don't know if they can contest it, but hey, they actually just played the tune that ZNOL Lily set. They didn't commit to the Lord just yet. They were waiting earlier before that whole fight broke out. They used all their ultimates. They waited for them to be back online. And then, in a very similar fashion, they started the fight up after ZNOL Lily started the Lord and end up winning. And that's also just because the positioning of Rian was on point here. And again, this is where, you know, Beatrix, she takes a while to get to this point. She's got 4 arms now, make it 5, just gets the Blade of Hepsies, has that, picked up the Wind of Nature earlier. Oh, and they're actually gonna go run it down mid a little bit further.
Black Dragon Form, great zoning, just to enable the charge to happen from the Lord. Mortal Coil gonna be used up. Gailey forced to use the Primal Wrath bottom lane, though. This is why the Benedetta gets a lot of value when you are ahead, when you have the proactive maneuvers. No Purify to Terrify connects onto Sa. She actually already has a Purify, and that's some crazy patience to have. Yeah. Knowing that everybody could collapse, Sa still holds onto the Purify, which is great for her.
Hey man, I would say, you know, this is that extra inning that VSG needed in this game. They waited, you know, quite some time. They were down quite a bit. They had some pretty bad team fights earlier on in the game. But through their discipline, they've managed to get this point, which is essentially it's even now. Like, it's an even ball game. They've got the items that they needed. They're locked in now. And so all that does, yeah, they got some turrets that they desperately needed to be able to move around the map. But really what that does is allow them to be on even footing for the next Lord, which is usually most likely going to be a game-winning Lord, depending on how both teams kind of play that out. Also an Immortality being picked up, a couple more defensive items here locked in too, because again, Kyoe also has to be, you know, it's different in the sense of when you are this Benedetta, you have to be very careful in your placements or how you enter those objective dance-offs. And with this, all she has to do for now is push these side lanes, you know, and you're going to see them respond. Oh, top side.
DPZ, flicker backwards too. Hard card. Hard card was used up in the bottom lane. That's a 1v1. Ramichi versus Kyoe, who still has the immortality. Can actually look for it. Let's see how this 1v1 goes. Good eye for an eye. Another dash, perhaps. Ramichi knows that there will be a lot of ways for Kyoe to outplay. Good Stampede. Kyoe very low, still wants to go for the purple buff. Will try to go for the steal.
Wow.
Seems like she will be able to secure it. Ramichi got terrified. Yeah. Great timing for Synchro.
She got that, and she'll have to go ahead and heal up, of course, but they're going to hold down this the space, of course, around the Lord here. And once again, they're going to find themselves dancing it out. You know, it's not often that we see this anymore. It's not often that we see teams really kind of take this a little bit slowly, and they still have to be mindful of the fact that, yeah, Lord, especially with this one, 20 minutes in, It's going to hurt. Conceal going to be used, though.
Good Stampede, Gailey. Waiting for the onward. Doesn't find onward, but does get the Earth Shatter. Ramichi already using Immortal Coil earlier, waiting for that cooldown for the anti-CC to be back. Zeno Lily is doing a good job with the sustain. This is the Angela's value. Long team fights. Keep on poking, because we can keep on healing.
And they still go ahead and dance this one off. Heartguard just hovering over Ramichi. Gailey, though, already using that Primal Wrath, so she's not going to have that just yet. They've got the information for Xeno's Lily, so they'll go ahead and start this up. Not sure if they can fully commit to it yet because of the immortalities. I mean, we're looking at, what, 3 immortalities for VSG. But still Saw also holding down that front side. The poke is there. Look at the damage from this Paramis. It's 100,000.
Oh, there you go again.
And that's why a lot of it is just going ahead and using those bursters to the potential that they're meant for. And, you know, they always talk about the power of having a Netherrealm. Well, talk about the power of poke as well. Even the build that she went here is why it's working so well. And she can still play around the fact that she has the Purify. So, you know, wave management, this is where you also have to take that in consideration. You have a big wave up top as well for Xeno Lilies. And this is something, like I said, that you don't see teams have to do too often. So this is where you have to see the macro level. Conceal, once again, from Gailey.
Good onward into the Earth Shatter. Petrified Furious Dive. No Eternal Guard just yet. Immortality can be used up. Eternal Guard plays down. Netherrealm coming down as well as Cal finds penalty zone into the backline. No Kiyoe with the final blow. Able to escape now. Gailey with the Primal Wrath. Use some damage to Taro. Gets rid of the HP Marsa. Gets rid of Rian with the Ghost Bursters. Gailey forced to flicker out. Saw chasing her down. And again, she's able to just go with the Stampede to take her out. Synchro. Tied up. Good maneuvers by Minion. A good Terrify down too. As Sao will be zoned back. But it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Xeno Lilies. Taro looking to get that value from it. Will still have to jump back to the BMI placed behind.
Okay, and that's exactly what they needed there. Xeno Lilies will go ahead and take this Lord, start it up. They can't probably just go for it because Kiyoe is just around the corner. She might be able to go ahead and threat them off from fully committing to it, trying to buy 30 seconds or so for the whole team to be back up for this. The rest of the team's going to have to support her in this whole decision. Once again, this Lord is quite beefy and tanky. Manon also has an immortality, and they can't commit to it. So that is exactly what VSG wanted, and they'll get it. So they're going to find themselves once again at that situation where it's a dance-off. You can already see 2 items are fully locked in. Start locking in the potions next.
It's another stalemate, technically, because really, if we take a look at the items even, I mean, they're literally just swapping items back and forth at this point. No boots for Rian. She's going to go for the Rose Gold Meteor instead, but the main problem is, I think, where Victory Song gamers find an advantage, Xeno Lilies can use another advantage, right? Yeah. Xeno Lilies, the sustain has been helping them so much in these skirmishes. Every single time, you know, VSG win out on the poke battle, they get healed back up. Meanwhile, for VSG, they don't have the same sustain. But what they do have is good wave clear, good side pressure.
Yeah.
Every time they do that, Angela's there too. So you got the healing to counter the poke coming in from VSG. Got the Angela to counter in the side lane pressure coming in from VSG. And it's the same. Every single time Xeno wants to initiate, there's a lot of good in disengage tools from VSG too. It almost seems like it's a stalemate. They're going to have to find a way where they team fight and they need to get 3 or more members. Even then, it'll be tough.
It'll be tough, you know.
It's an evolved Lord.
It is, and in the meantime, they can have a break. They can have a Kit Kat while they figure this out to prep up for this because, yeah, man, it's not often. I mean, even back when we were watching the games and going through the games of MSC, like, it's not often that you see these games get to this point where they're, you know, 20+ minutes in. And also the unique part of this is the lineup that they have. Very interesting lineups that they're both playing around that you already kind of hinted at the strengths of them. And I think that's why I was saying, you know, especially your sustainability is going to help you a lot here, but really either team can put pressure on the side lanes. And part of that has to do with, like, if you can play around putting pressure on the side lanes, and that means even an Angela. Like, an Angela is almost enough to just go ahead and manage the wave, push it in. And the same can be said, like, on the other side. Like, who do you send if you're VSG? Typically, when you used to see Benedetta so much in the XP lane, it's like, well, you just send the Benedetta. But right now, she's the jungler, right? You need her in that pit to deal with. So I think part of this, for VSG especially, is winning this Lord fight. And that's so much easier said than done because who is going to tank that Lord? Who is going to get that? Who is going to tank it? And then who is also going to be able to set for the team? And I think that's why, once again, I have to see this Yuzhong pick play that role. You need to be able to get the setup that you're looking for, multiple targets if you can. And part of that is just getting through the fact that there is a lot of sustainability, NetherRealm alone. But like I said, Beatrix, it's her time to literally shine. She's got no boots. She got rid of the boots. She's like, I'm going to pick up another item, and we're going to make it work. And also, last time that she swapped it out for was it Rose Gold? I think it was Rose Gold. Last one
Rose
she
Gold
got.
was the last one.
Yep. So, you know, a little more defense because, man, you saw the damage, the poke damage that Sa's been doing here. And that's part of it. Really, if they somehow can get rid of Sa, I think VSG will have the fight. They'll have the game most likely too. But then you have to take into account the stacks, like how many stacks does she has, because I'm not sure. Of, like,
respawn.
So if you take her out and she instantly respawns, you got to do it again, you know? So a lot here on the table, I think, for both teams and how they want to execute it.
A lot of things to talk about, to think about for both these teams. But yeah, I think, I don't know, it's a give and take with the Beatrix. Obviously, you're at your peak currently in this game, going 22 minutes.
Yeah.
You have all your items, but when you sell your boots, that's the double-edged sword that you're kind of already playing with. The fact that you will have more sustainability, but you won't have enough mobility. For Beatrix, mobility is crucial, right? You need to always be able to space yourself out, and that's why you go for QC. That's why you go for Flicker. You can only go for Flicker. You don't go for Purify. But now with no boots, it's going to be so easy for Sa, for Taro even, and honestly, even Romichi. If she gets a Decimate, if she gets that
you ain't running away.
You ain't running away, especially with no boots.
How do you outrun a Levi Ackerman?
I don't know.
No boots.
A Levi
Even with
Ackerman that can
boots.
spawn swords from the ground.
That's true. That's true. I mean, even like already with that part of two is like you're talking about the matchup between Beatrix and Claude. Like Claude already has the advantage for the BMI, you know, and then you take away the boots. And so part of that is just like you're really relying also on the fact that you're going to have to rely on your team possibly to peel for you. If that's the Eternal Guard, that might be the case too. And we're back into the game here again for this crucial Lord take.
Mortality.
Most likely the game-defining Lord for either of the teams that's able to get it. Yeah, there's still multiple immortalities available here for VSG. Now on the other side too, same thing with Xeno Lilies. And once again, yeah, the gold difference at this point, you know, doesn't really matter, but they're all farmed up, even Playground like we talked about before.
Winter Crown back again, this time for Taro, so she will swap that immortality for, and this is why, by the way, the Claude is just so much better when it comes to these item swaps, because, hold up, Mortal Coil, used up, Kaylee, able still to find Onward and the Earth Shatter down on the cow, but now they bait out the NetherRealm. That might be it, that might be their win con right now. As they go in, good Mortal Coil, Winter Crown on the Blazing Duet, Rion forced back, using Winter Nature and Immortality still there, Kiowe, finding good for Eye for an Eye as Moonton is going to be caught, is able to get the defensive Fury's Dive on Sa with a chase and finds the kill. Moonton going to fall. The sustain still too much for VSG to handle.
It's too much. Look at the nice push up top though. But that is most likely just going to be the Lord taken. I mean, you already talked about this in when we had that little break. The sustainability is too much. I mean, interesting the way that Winter Crown's been played in the hands of Taro here, because she goes, she pops the Blazing Duet, and then she Winter Crowns. And she just sits there, and then eventually the Heart Guard comes through too. So you have to expend so much if you're VSG against this lineup from Xeno Lilies. And that massive damage, once again, you're taking a look at it, 142,000 locked in here. And it's funny, because there's the Sea Albert. Yep, Giveaway's like, you know what? Sustainability, we need some more to deal with this. So she picks up the Sea Halbert, but it might be too late. Lord in the mid lane. This is a strong one, possibly ending game here. But they'll go ahead and push in. Let's see if they can defend.
It's evolved. Bottom lane, Kiowe trying to deal with Taro, but she's still going to be able to just siege that down. Kaylee, onward, Earth Shadow, Romichi still able to survive now. Pops into Mortal Coil, Eternal Guard, baited out. Penalty zone coming down, not able to connect onto anyone. Kiowe with a final blow into the midst of it all right now, still able to get out. Petrified and Furious Dive, connecting on a cow. Meanwhile, Kaylee with the Primal Rat won't be able to stay sustainable. Has the Immortality pop, Sa again. Finding the Mega Kill, Synchro. Getting the Terrified down, glowing one tick onto Cow is burning her down, but she's still able to survive. Synchro getting the Ghost Bursters down, the glowing one, but she gets the healing. Now Eye for an Eye. Kiowe still able to run away. Romichi with the help of the Hard Guard goes into the base vicinity, looking for the damage. Rion, Gunsaw down, picking up a shutdown. Now as a Black Dragon form charges into the midst of it all. Once again, Taro has the immortality. That's Min, and no petrify to be used up just yet as the blazing duel will come through. Eye for an eye, and the Thunderbell proc coming down as the final blow will be used up by Kiowe. Ramichi disengages for the team, but 3 base turrets have been taken down.
Hey, VSG, they stay in the game. I would say what a successful defense against, you know, it's not often that you see that Lord, that push, what is it, the third one, being able to defend here. And as you take a look at the STC replay, this is, you know, I thought it would almost end, but they cleared out the minions enough to keep that one Canyon minion just outside of the range and able to work around it. So VSG, they've bought themselves time in this game. Again, we're going to see some item swapping going on. Earlier, we saw 2 winner crowns picked up for VSG. And even then, you know, also switched in for Xeno Lilies now that Cal picks one up as well. So given how that whole situation went, I mean, Xeno Lilies couldn't cap out the game just yet. They're going to go back. I mean, it's going to be exactly what we saw previously, where it all comes down to the next Lord dance. I mean, we're talking 3 Lords we've gone through. This is rare, I would say. You know, we don't often, like I said, we don't often see the Lords get to this point. So all that means, too, is once that 4th one comes up at nearly the, we'll be close to the 27-minute mark or the 28-minute mark, this is going to be even more crucial on how they approach the fight. Juggling the items, even, if you will, is going to play a big part of it because, as you see, Rion earlier had the immortality, doesn't have it now. Might switch for it later once that cooldown does come available, but I'm not sure if it will for the fight. So far, they're going to kind of just wait things out. You can already see that territory established here for Xeno Lilies, and maybe this is a time to make a cheeky play from VSG. You can see them already kind of setting things up here. Multiple times we've seen Gailey use the conceal, try to set something up. And if that means just baiting out the Nether Realm, that could be a part of that. Because look at this. I mean, wow, look at the massive damage taken as well. This game is breaking numbers here, I'd say.
Absolutely it is, man. This is why the Terizla is just so much more valuable. This is why usually we always see the Terizla picked even more than the Yuzong, right?
Yeah.
Because even though Yuzong technically can make more plays happen, Terizla's just so consistent with it. And the Lord is also very consistent with that damage from Ichi. The thing is, for Xeno Lilies, they can afford to have their jungler, their frontliner, take that much damage. Chiromi's always just back there, sitting, waiting for the call. Hey, you want heals, brother? Just call me. Yeah.
And at that point, too, you know,
Satu walks up.
I was going to say, you can do that. And this is the Lord. Like, if I envisioned a Lord, this would be the voice line that we heard earlier from LaFell.
Yeah.
You know,
sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 10.
Sometimes.
I like dancing.
There's even with the sustainability they have, you can see that they still don't want to fully just kind of sit there. They are still going to respect the fact that VSG can pull something off, but one thing that VSG has to do that's tough for them is managing the waves. All 3 waves pushing into the base is an extra kind of chore that they have to take care of before they can actually do this. So they might... Oh, hold on. Gailey, though. Eternal Guard already going to be dropped.
And the armor and Earth Shatter now, penalty zone, locking them down. It's Daki Vitaro again, jumping into the back line, able to get minions so low. Meanwhile, Kiowe isolated in the back, all alone. That's the jungler, and it's an amazing execution from Xeno Lilies.
70 seconds. That is a long death timer for Kiowe. It looked like, you know, they wanted to start a fight. They wanted to do something. Gailey went in. They dropped the Eternal Guard. But ultimately, Kiowe gets trapped in a position she doesn't want to be in. And that is Lord going to be taken by Ramichi.
The desperate attempt to go for the Lord. Ramichi just decimates through Gailey. And now with another member having to deal with a 70-second death timer. An evolved Lord. 2 members down. Only Synchro Rion. Technically no frontliners.
No frontliners here. Minona might be the only one. She doesn't have Dragon Form. Now she does. She has it available. They could try to buy as much time as possible, but even 50 seconds on Gailey, 30 away for Kiowe. VSG is going to find themselves at a numbers disadvantage for this push. Lord makes its way down the mid. The pokes from Saw alone will send them back to the fountain to heal up. It's looking grim. It's looking dire. It's been 30 minutes, and Xeno Lilies will go push it.
Even with the dragon, she's getting gunned down from the sky. Saw again with the Ghost Bursters. Good petrify and the Furious Dive. They've done it so many times this game, but not anymore. That miraculous defense will come to a halt.
Whew. That was a long one. I think that so far that has to be our longest game
30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes. Just a little bit longer than the 30-minute mark there, but man, just great discipline. You know, that's an endurance test right there, but I know our analysts are going to have something to say about this too. Let's go ahead and throw it to them in the studio.
Over 160,000 gold split between the two. 30 plus minutes, and the clincher of it all, no other way to put it, it's Saw, dude. It's a Faramis.
Saw, dude. I mean, like, the damage, the sustain, she will protect, but she will also attack.
Yeah, she protect, she attack, she got your back. The damage, everything brought out by the mid laner.
Here's the crazy thing. She dealt over 100,000 damage before completing the Holy Crystal.
That was before the Holy Crystal?
That was before the Holy Crystal.
Ooh.
After we saw that damage numbers, then she got the Holy Crystal. Now, looking at the team fights here, it's all about the sustain, man.
Yeah.
Like, this draft was like 2 years ago.
Yes.
And 2 years ago, the problem is, how are you going to kill them? Right? And now with the addition of the Winter Crown as well, Taro can set up her Taro Tori.
Taro Tori?
Taro Tori. Like, she goes to the front, amazing duet. You can't come in.
I love that.
Right? It's her Taro Tori.
It's her Taro Tori. And because of the Taro Toris they set up for their gold laner, the brunt of the damage just fell onto Gailey, onto Moonton, even the Eternal Guard of the Vexana, and not enough damage. Just felt like the story. Way too much healing. And yes, you're right. Around 2 years ago is like the right amount of time frame. Our 4th World Championship around that era. VSG, though, they handled as well as they could.
Yeah.
As well as they could.
Honestly, looking, like if someone just look at the stats, 17 kills to 7, you wouldn't know how close this is. Sa almost did 200,000 damage. Wow. 199,000 damage. Now, we got to put this into perspective, right? 30 minutes, VSG, what they did was incredible. Honestly, their macro play, their decision making, especially around the Lord, they understand. Like, if you look at the fights here, it's all really for ZNOL Lilith. But the thing is, VSG understood. If they pick off one by one, more specifically Kyle gets out, they have a chance. They can control the Lord, and we can definitely see ZNOL Lilith sometimes having some hesitation around the Lord area, making it so that there's opportunities for VSG. With that being said, VSG, they learn from this game. Sustain is strong when it comes to ZNOL Lilith. The Faramis, the Angela. You take out one component, maybe you can deal with it.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit more easier to deal with. And one of the things that I realized also as we were talking about that, mentioning the so-called hesitation that Zenith would show sometimes, is that with the Faramis and Angela, you've essentially canceled out what a Yu Zhong first pick and dish out. Yes, in the beginning, if ever you could get those pickoffs, but they didn't. As it gets to the mid to the late game, what we saw mostly was the Yu Zhong flying around in dragon form because Moonton had no possibility of going down from dragon form, bringing down a Petrify full combo, because it wouldn't result in anything. It'll just be damage that'll eventually be healed through.
As impressive as the Yu Zhong is, getting it first pick, probably a little bit too ambitious. Where again, even the caster was talking about it, Terizla is higher rated now just because you can survive a little bit longer and your initiations is instant, right? It's very easy for you to initiate with the penalty zone. So again, I feel like with the draft that VSG got, which personally for me, not too big of a fan, it shows that they know how to play the macro game very, very well, and they know how to pilot themselves around the team fights. So if game number 2, they have a better lineup that has a more straightforward kind of gameplay, they could do well. But something that they do have to consider, they got to either ban out the Angela or just don't let the Angela Faramis combo come again.
Yeah, that sustain is a problem. And let's see if the sustain was the key. The PlayStation MVP for ZNOL Lilies, it is none other than Sa, dude.
Sa, dude. Again, 3 items, right? Yeah. Having the glowing one in Chat Talisman, and I believe it was the Lightning Truncheon. I believe those were the 3 first items.
First 3, yes.
Yeah, first 3 items. Already enough to do over 100,000 damage. And again, it's all about poking. It's about zoning them away, giving the Taro Tori to do what they want. Like, again, look at what Sa is doing. She's just going in front, making them low, making it so that they're hard to go back to their base. It's hard to reset.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, wherein if you're Zeno Lilies, you have to consider one or the other, the Angela or the Faramis. I am leaning a little bit more towards the Faramis now as the priority ban. Because again, one of the biggest things about Faramis, and let me know if you agree with this, that why he already had a good spot in the meta. And the spot got even better because suddenly he'd already have an item, a 2-in-1 item. Remember what happened? Necklace of Durance, merging with Glowing Wand, 2 effects into 1 item. It's a strong power spike for this Faramis.
And again, having the Cult to Altar.
The Cult to Altar.
Now it's Netherrealm, which is...
We know it's Netherrealm, yes.
Netherrealm. Cult to Altar sounds better. But either way, what was that? Either way, honestly, for this one, it does seem like the... I would say power scaling for both teams, honestly quite equal, even though in terms of the kills, it doesn't really look like that. The kills is really about the draft.
Yeah.
Right? Because imagine this. You have to kill someone at least 3 times.
Yeah.
The Faramis, the Angela. I'm not even talking about the Winter Crown, the Immortality. Right? You have to kill them so many times.
Yeah, it's always such a long team fight that VSG needs to get through, which is why the Beatrix pickup for me, well, for both of us, it was perfect. Other than taking away the Netherrealm, it's just that if you are in a matchup with long team fights, you want the basic attacks of the Beatrix with Nibiru, because that's just constant damage coming out. But it got to the point where Sa and the other members of Zeno Lilies looked like they didn't even care about the front line. They just did what they could to bring the Beatrix low as much as possible, just so that the Beatrix isn't there to help out the frontliners, which leaves the frontliners and even from time to time the Benedetta on Kiowa just helpless.
And if I remember correctly, I feel like Taro didn't die.
Oh no, death on Taro.
Yeah, so again, Taro on this Claude is a game changer, right? Especially when you have the Winter Crown. She becomes the engager. She goes in, sets up the Winter Crown, makes a circle that no one can really get into. And then sometimes that's all the team needs, just a little bit more space for Sa to deal the damage. So in a way, Taro with the Winter Crown almost playing the role of an EXP laner just to create a zone so that the mid laner, Faramis, goes forward. Ghost Bursters, baby.
I like that. You know, that's gonna be the official hand sign now for Ghost Bursters. Ghost Bursters, baby. And it wasn't just along with the fact that you mentioned multiple times where you have to fight, lots of healing that you have to get through. They have multiple conditions. It wasn't just all on the Claude, wasn't all on the Faramis, wasn't all on the Angela. It was a lineup that if you really play around your tools very well, anyone at any point can be the carry and the main condition of the sequence.
Yeah, Ramichi was quite a problem in the early stages of the game, and that's the strength of a Martis, right? This is why the Martis was a really strong pick before, and the reason why it dropped off as well. If in the early game you get 2 kills, the game is essentially yours. If you don't get those 2 kills, it's gonna be a bit difficult for you to set a tempo for your team. So honestly, it is about execution as well, right? Having the Martis we haven't seen in a long time, Ramichi played it pretty much to perfection.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen a Martis game like that from the jungle in a while. Again, recently we saw it in the mid lane, throwing back. It was just a lot of conditions sticked really well. And now it felt like VSG, especially with the last 2 picks, with the surprise Faramis on the 4th, with the Benedetta and the Beatrix as the last 2 picks over on the blue side, that at that point was reactionary. Their first 3 picks became, all right, we're setting the tempo. Suddenly, we're up against a Faramis and an Angela. Now we have to be reactionary with the Benedetta and the Beatrix. But honestly, I don't have massive problems with the draft of VSG. It's just that they were outdrafted by Zenith with that 4th pick Faramis out of nowhere.
So game number 2 here, we gotta remember it was a 30-minute game. So it's gonna be mentally exhausting. For game number 2, both teams have to reset very, very fast. Usually my experience, after a very long game, the next one, not gonna be as long.
Yeah,
I'm looking at sub 15 minutes kind of game.
Oh, that's true. That's almost always actually no, I'll just say it's a sure thing when it comes to MLBB esports. When you have one really long game, the next game is most likely just gonna be half of that time frame. So let's see if that will be the case, as a VSG will try to force Zeno Lilies into a tiebreaker later into the day, because these 2 teams, again, they're already secured for the knockouts phase. However, they are going to be fighting for the #1 spot. #1 seeding in this group. And so far, this series, this matchup has not disappointed. With how they dominated Falcons Mena earlier, we expected, this is going to be a close one. And so far, it is a close one. It's a very entertaining series so far.
Let me just say, we lied. It's not a best of 2. It's a best of 3. First team to win 2 times, they come out as victors.
That's true, yeah.
It's a best of 3.
Yeah, if you reframe it that way, this series is a best of 3. Yeah, no other way to put it, man. You're right.
Thank you very much. So it's really on VSG right now to really push ZNOL Lilith because, again, it's one of those cheese strats. Doesn't work all the time. Though we have to say, ZNOL Lilith, every single game, they really change things up.
Yeah.
So they might prepare, I don't know, 8 strats just for today.
Ooh. I'm really hoping that they continue their trend of surprising with the picks. Because in terms of surprise, so far it's ZNOL Lilies with the advantage there. The only surprise we've seen from VSG, other than how aggressive they are with the Jushin, is the Benedetta jungle. Now it becomes a question of, is VSG a team
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into MWI 2024. Of course, together with EWC, we have went through quite a bit already yesterday. And as you guys pretty much know, we are here in Stream B. We are going to be watching the Tiebreakers match. Let me help you guys, kind of break things down a little bit in a few minutes time, because what's more important is introducing my co-caster for today, Husky.
Yeah, it's good to be back, right? We were here for MSC that time, and right now we are here also to finish unfinished business, or at least to help two teams clean up the scores. It's Cloud9 and CFU Serendipity. It's going to be an interesting one because, we have had pretty interesting matches yesterday, and even right now on Stream A, if you guys want to watch, Group B and C go at it as well, it's happening live, and if there's any tiebreakers, they're going to end up here, and we will help them settle the score. But for now, it's Cloud9 against CFU Serendipity. I find it very, very exciting to see how are they going to take on each other, because Cloud9, if you guys watched the video just now at the loading screen, it's a pretty new team, but they show a lot of promises.
Super excited for that, but we'll talk a little bit more about Cloud9 and CFU serendipity later, as I am just going to kind of just help you guys understand more about the tournament format today. We're currently in the group stage, so we're going through the round robin of best of twos in Stream A and yesterday. So we have a total of 12 teams, and all these 12 teams are split into 4 groups of 3, where they gotta fight it out for a total of 2 games. And in an off chance where there are 2 teams that kind of have the same points, they will come together to fight it out in Stream B, which is what we're going to be looking at today for between Cloud9 versus CFU. Following up after that, we'll have the top 2 for each group to move on over to the playoffs in a single elimination format, all of which are all going to be best of 3 to quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final will be a best of 5. Of course, when we are looking at all of these tournament format thing, we gotta have to expect prize pool, right? So we have a total of $500,000 on the line, Husky. $500,000.
Yeah, $500,000, and a big chunk of it goes to the champions. $180,000 for the first place winners, and all the way down to $15,000 for the 9 to 12 placing team. So that means that if the team doesn't make it through group stage, they would still walk away with a decent size of the prize pool. So at the end of the day, it's more about which size, how big of a pie do you get at the end of this, which we've already eliminated Tidal Legends Gaming from Group D. I think Falcons Vega already is officially out of the tournament, because Group C, they did play, I think, 2 of their best of 2s already. And it's safe to say that, Falcons, they got 0-2 by the opponents, so that we have to say goodbye to them as well. But for this one, this tiebreaker is we are going to say goodbye to either CFU Serendipity or Cloud9 by the end of it. And I personally feel like, if there's anything we learned from yesterday's best of 2 between these 2 teams, is that they show a very, very vast variety of hero pools, which we'll get into in a bit, because all this culminates into the club championship format. There's a leaderboard, because every single win, every single trophy that you bring back home counts into this, with Team Falcons right now in the lead with 2 championship titles, one in Call of Duty Warzone and the other in a recently concluded Free Fire. So they're basically leading the chart, right? And at the end of it, if the club wins the championship, they also walk away with a prize pool of, I believe, 7 million, which is insane.
Ooh, wow, that's insane indeed. So you guys can pretty much understand that here in EWC, having club the club ranking is super important. And as you guys can tell, some of these clubs doesn't necessarily have to win in the championships. That way they will still be able to get a good amount of points for themselves. For example, for Team Liquid, with a total of 1,150 points to their club already, despite not having a championship title just yet. So there will always be vast changes to this ranking system, or rather to these ranking list. And as the day goes by, weeks, and perhaps after a few months, we will have the final tally of who is the best club by the end of EWC. But speaking of best, though, I do want to talk a little bit more about who are potentially going to be the best teams here for the MWI, because we gotta have to break things down a little bit as to what has happened thus far. So Husky, walk us through this.
Yeah, I mean, very straightforward. For Group A, Falcons Vega, they are qualified for the top 8 for sure. We're looking at Cloud9 against CFU Serendipity in just a little bit. For Group C, ZNOL Lilies and Victory Song Gamers, they are just trying to duke it out to see if a tie is ever going to happen, but they are guaranteed top 8 as they have eliminated Team Falcons Mina. For Group D, Vitality and Gaming Gladiators X Homegirls also made it through to top 8, with Tidal Legends Gaming waving goodbye. And of course, Group B matches will happen in just a little bit on Stream A for those who are interested. So we still have the Smart Omega Empress, Net Angels, and DreamHack Girls who have yet to take center stage. Plenty of games lined up, and I'm already noticing some very unique showings from some of these teams. I saw, I think, Jushin was picked, and by the way, Jushin is available for MWI, so that does shake things up a little bit.
The last time that we saw in MSC, we didn't manage to see Chusin. So coming into MWI, we're able to see that. I'm super excited and stoked to see what this annoying wishing lantern person will be able to, cause what kind of pandemonium in the battlefield itself. Now, you guys may be wondering, what's going on in Stream B? So let me walk you guys through this. We have this one game.
It might just be one game, but it's one of the most important games for these two teams. It decides whether you make it through group stage and get into playoffs, and it also decides the size of the prize pool that you potentially can leave the tournament with. Right, loser goes home with only $15,000, but if you make it through, then you guarantee yourself you kind of raise the bar a little bit. But these two teams, they did tie with each other yesterday in that group stage, and looking back at the results, it was the average game length for these two goes around 17 to 21 minutes, and like I mentioned, right, they have shown an incredible vast hero pool, and the craziest thing is that in both games you rarely see duplicates on both sides. It really felt like these teams are of different personalities, and I wonder if it's going to be the same going into the best of one later on.
So honestly, these two matchups, we're gonna have to understand it is the crucial rematch between these two. One loss, and unfortunately, you are out. So let's take a look at who is going to be representing this best of one game for CFU Serendipity. We do have Moshibang, Tegami, Abi, Yue, as well as Yufendi. And understandably, we have seen how strong they have been going on through, but there will only be one team that moves on over to the playoffs, and it's either them or the competitors, which is going to be Cloud9.
Absolutely, and this is going to be the last time one of them holds on to that key for Cloud9. We have Jewel with Nicolette, with Caesar, with Ashley, and CXZ Panda. Also, again, like I mentioned, right, this is a pretty new roster. I believe it was formed towards the end of June, so very just a month old in terms of lineup. But behind the scenes, I believe Nicolette did talked about it, that she has been in talks with Ashley, that she's going to play for MWI, they're going to build a team. So this has finally come into fruition, and they do have Midnight as their coach, and Midnight was also the coach for Cloud9 when they played at MSC. So very experienced man behind the scenes. I want to remind you guys out there, if you guys are interested, and you should be interested, go to www.stcplay.gg to vote for your favorite teams. Vote for the next game at that exact domain, and see if your prediction skills are accurate.
So of course, make sure you guys predict who is going to be winning this match, CFU or Cloud9. Now, since we were talking about Cloud9's lineup previously, I do know that at least when we were watching the pre-show video, we've got, I believe, Nicolette that was on that was talking, right? So, from what we have heard is that Nicolette is playing in the jungle position, of course. So it's slightly different from what we have originally expected, since CXZ Panda is one of the only female assassins player in North America, and from what I know, Ashley specifically picked Panda up for that assassin role. But it kind of seems as though that we do got Panda that really excels in gold lane as well. So they have decided to put Panda on the gold lane and Nicolette on the jungle.
Yeah, and I do want to see how, they can go up against CFU Serendipity, because we know that region, CFU, they come from the region of Cambodia, and that region is known to be fighters. They absolutely love to fight, and CFU Serendipity is no exception. They also love to fight very, very much, and I think that is going to kind of set the tone, especially when you only have one shot. This is the last 30 minutes for one of these teams on that stage, on that EWC stage. So you got to bring out the big guns, right? You got to come out the gate swinging, go, guns blazing, and see if you can surprise your opponents. So that's something that I think Cloud9 would have to try and manage. Because for Nicolette, she used to be the top 3 mid laners, but for MWI this time, she has transitioned into a jungler, which is a pretty new role for her. I think she also talked about it as well. So I think this is kind of go time. This is the moment where she gets put to the test.
So honestly, there are definitely going to be a couple of changes that we might expect, since all of these players, they pretty much go around playing different kind of roles. So they would have very good understanding of how a gold laner would play despite being in a jungle, or how a mid lane will play despite playing as a gold laner. So they will be able to adapt with one another very effectively, and that is definitely something that I want to see from all of these girls here. The power of adaptability.
Yeah, I want to see if we might get an assassin matchup, right? Because right off the bat, Cloud9, they go for the Ling ban, whereas for CFU, they're focusing a lot on Ashley's hero pool. No Valentina, no Faramis. Basically, you get that utility out of the way so that if C9 wants to play kind of the comp that they've been showing in that group stage prior to this tiebreaker, they will have to think twice, because Valentina has been a staple for Cloud9, where, well, Cloud9, they're going to take out Jushin. I love this. I've seen Jushin in action. Absolutely hated her for how ridiculously good she is. I think they need to kind of adjust a little bit on how much it takes for you to grab someone with your lantern flare. So that's probably going to be a conversation down the road. But for now, get Jushin out of the way. I like it.
Perfect. So with the Valentina, Faramis, Drusin, and as well as the Ling out of the way, it pretty much gives us a pretty good understanding that all of these players, they just want to get rid of very annoying heroes, all of which that has been banned have got that same concept. They are just plain annoying. And of course, they have a very good standing in the meta as well. Now, with that, all of that said and done, we do have quite a lot of heroes that is currently available and has been pretty hot picks within of MWI, being Edith being one of them. Terizla, understandably, also going to be one of the most important heroes that we see in MWI, picking up quite a bit of priority coming in.
Yeah, he has been one of the most picked heroes alongside Ruby, which was banned in MWI so far. You know, it was picked 8 times while making 9 for Terizla with 100% pick and ban rate. Just a very good setter. We see the Angela on the side of Cloud9. There's a chance that we see that go over to the roam role for Exaya. She has been playing a lot of Lolita and Florian, so Angela could be an option, or it could be a replacement for Ashley's hero right now that Valentina and Faramis are gone. This Hayabusa is no surprise though. We talk about a potential assassin matchup. The question is, for CFU Serendipity, would Tegami go for an assassin hero? I mean, Lancelot was picked up yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, it was on the side of CFU Serendipity in Game 2 against C9. But for now, it's Roger and Edith.
Right. So CFU, they have a very strong main tree core for their lineup already. They have they have 2 members that is really good at taking up to the front lines, so they have pretty much set themselves up pretty nicely. It doesn't necessarily fixate them onto, oh, we gotta have to play split push, oh, we gotta have to play on the team fight basis. There's still a lot of X factor that we can potentially see from the side of CFU Serendipity based on what C9 eventually drafts for themselves. Like, for example, if whether the Angela is actually going to go over to the middle lane, try to understand what kind of weakness we may potentially be able to see from the C9 setup. And right as we say that, we only see fragile heroes coming from the side of C9, all of which are very weak in the early stages of the game, except for the Angela, of course, with one of the strongest first blood potential. But regardless, we can kind of put that aside first, because we still don't really have a very good idea how they would want to play this Angela coming into this match.
I would say, you know, for this Angela, again, it is up in the air whether it goes for Exaya or Ashley. Just based off of the track record, right? We haven't really seen Ashley get tested too much in terms of the hero pool. She's been getting Valentina wherever she wants. Same as the carry, it has been majority, I think 3 out of 4 games they played so far in the group stage up to this point has been carry. 2 out of the 4, half of the games they played, in fact. So Vexana Lilia gets banned out. We're looking at the mid lane being targeted. Now, CFU Serendipity side, the mid lane pool, it is shrinking. They do love that Vexana now that it's out of the way. You still have the Nana, which is an option that we have not seen too often, but it could be a choice, right? We're gonna take out the export first because there's Edith and there's Terizla. You just generally don't want to deal with the export. You could look for Lapu Lapu ban as well. Lapu Lapu Yuzhong. I think they're pretty decent options. And you also limit what Cloud9 can do now that they have the Angela on their side.
Now, I do want to also focus on the fact that Terizla has always been, or not always, but Terizla has been becoming very flexible when it comes down to this year's meta, right? We have been seeing Terizla in the mid lane and the EXP lane, sometimes even in the roam. So at least it is still up in the air. Although I gotta have to say, the Terizla in the EXP is very likely gonna be the case. But you know, let's not close that door just yet, because CFU Serendipity, they have got their main they have got their Roger, which could still have some flexibility in it, going to the jungle or perhaps going over to the gold lane. So at least for CFU, they have a very wide pool of heroes that they can very potentially work on. And what do they really want to tackle? Do they want to play a little bit more onto split push, or do they want to play a little bit more towards a team fight or situation? Because at least having the Roger being having such high movement speed, you can split push very effectively. So you can actually forego heroes that do well in mobility, especially since you can actually put a Roger and kind of tally in place with Hayabusa. The only thing that you gotta have to be careful about is the global presence of this Angela, as well as the Ogi Shadow Kill that this Hayabusa is capable of unleashing onto this Roger.
See, the Esmeralda is one of the heroes that Duo also favors. So, you know, C9 going for the comfort picks. So, Esmeralda, not sure how I feel about it. I mean, you can definitely sandbag the Terizla. You take some time to ramp up. The Nana that I didn't mention early on, that can be an option for CFU Serendipity. That was out as well, alongside with the Claude. So we do get the Roger jungle. Pseudo assassin, I suppose, but yeah, double marksman jungle. You have the Claude for late game, and the Roger late game is also incredibly scary. I love the CFU lineup. I think right now it's very well rounded, decent crowd control, great damage, great setup. For Cloud9's side, I think you might have to put this Angela mid, right? You need someone in that roam role. You need Exia to kind of have a hero that can set things up for you. Maybe like a Tigreal or a Minotaur. If you put this Angela in that roam, I think that mid laner has to be someone with an explosive power, which I don't really see too much of right now. Perhaps a Novaria or Farsa. There we go. So we get the Grok for the side of C9. Love this a lot more. So Ashley is going to get the Angela mid unless they play the Grok mid, which seems like it.
Oh, okay. That could be interesting. At least when it comes down to the mid lane, right? When it comes down to the dual roam from the roamer as well as the mid lane, they have been kind of interchangeable more often than not, right? Whereas the actual roamer, which in this case is going to be the Angela, kind of stays in lane a little bit more, and sometimes the mid lane, which is the Grok, can pretty much kind of come and go. So it doesn't really quite matter too much, especially since I would believe that both the Angela as well as the Grok might actually just play kind of like a tag team scenario. They understand that with the Roger and the Claude in the opponent's side, they don't really have a very strong early game setup, and they might be able to find a very good steamroll and just kind of propel themselves forward in the later stages of the game, or at the mid stages of the game, a lot faster.
I just want to quickly point out, just a minor humble brag. You know, we talk about the coach of C9 being a Midnight, which is also the coach from the MSC team. But they also have the coach from currently the best region in the world, the assistant coach, which is Rexwin from my region, from Malaysia. You know, we got the bronze medal during SEA Games. Just saying. But yeah, I mean, C9, at least coaching staff, they're in good hands for sure. And now is to see how much damage they can do. With this Grok Angela, I don't mind it at all. I mean, you have very decent coverage, but the main thing is to get this Hayabusa ahead. Hayabusa running Warcry, you get a lot of damage once you get on top of someone. Another question is, who do you want to get on top of, right? Roger, not exactly the easiest. Nana with the passive, it's kind of a waste. Claude, hard to catch. So Nicolette has her work cut out for her.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to kind of really understand who you really want to go for, but understandably, once you have a good amount of farm, you may actually be able to prioritize the right heroes more than not. As we can see, Nicolette is actually throwing out the shadows and just targeting onto Abby pretty early into the game, both of which Nicolette as well as Abby's HP doesn't seem to be all that well, but Hayabusa immediately makes his way back down to the bottom lane and might potentially want to look for some very thirsty kill down in the bottom lane onto the Claude, since the trade between Panda and Yui Fendi seems to be actually kind of a stalemate.
Yeah, Panda has to take the recall. Well, Nicola tried to hide in the bush, but it was spotted out by the minion wave. So 2 flickers out from CFU Serendipity. Yui wants to go for an engage, but a bit too fast. Try and gank top side, but yeah, Teresa is going to be fine. No kills will come true, at least not for now.
Yeah, very small little micro plays coming from the side of Jewel, just ensuring that the Nana is just going to be pushed all the way back, just so that the final EXP from the wave doesn't give this Nana level 4. So this would definitely be able to help Cloud9 secure this turtle a lot easier, since the mid laner, which is Nana, gotta have to stay in the middle lane to get himself level 4, or rather herself level 4 a lot longer. In the meantime, Ashley did manage to get a really nice wall charge collecting down the Moshibang, but the Yue did manage to get himself a kill onto Ashley, followed by Jewel. So Tagami just rolling on through and clawing right onto Jewel as well as Ashley, giving CFU a way better start than I originally expected.
Yeah, one of the things that Cloud9 is going to face for the majority of the early phases, that where's the damage, right? Like, they don't really have the amount of damage that CFU has, where Nana, Eden, Terizla, Roger, they all hit like a truck. But for Cloud9, you have majority of the damage comes from your Hayabusa. Everyone else is a utility. CXZ Panda needs a lot of time to ramp up. Jewel needs items as well, but if you want burst, you don't really have it, and that's why CFU Serendipity kind of won that team fight and giving Tagami and Yui a 1 kill each.
I think that one of the biggest value that CFU can take in the early stages of the game would be Moshi and Yue's sustainability, right? They are tanky enough to be able to soak in a lot of damage while being very strong bruisers, especially since Yui, she can just soak in all the damage, and once she breaks out of Fire Axe, all the HP can come back to her almost immediately and pretty effectively as well. So you can't really look down on the power of Edith in this matchup at all. In the meantime, Cloud9, they don't necessarily have heroes that is very sustainable per se. They are durable, sure, when it comes down to Ashley as well as Jewel, but Jewel is all about the shields. It takes time for Jewel to even be able to grab all of these shields away from the members of CFU, but the power of burst is what CFU have got at this point in time. In the meantime, a really good knockout coming from the side of Ashley, while the rest of the team fight coming from CFU is just going to be bursting right out. Ashley all the way in the front. That is going to be one man down from the side of Cloud9 again, as CFU very effectively and very methodically takes one person down.
That's the second death for Ashley. What do we say, right? This team from Cloud9, this composition just does not have damage. We saw the attempted engage, a flicker wild charge hitting on the 2 people, but only Nicolette was able to do damage. They don't even get Yui Fendi up top. I suppose they could at least take the turret. Turtle did go over to CFU. Cloud9 is very obvious what the idea is going to be, or who the damage dealers are. Early to mid, Nicolette's Hayabusa. Late game is all going to be the carry, but getting out of this mid to late game is going to get tougher and tougher, especially when these skirmishes are so one-sided.
Since we're looking at about 1,000 goal lead for the side of CFU, as well as them being able to take quite a bit of control in the river, I would believe that CFU should be able to help Tegami just bump up onto the goal and the income, just so that she will be able to get a very good snowball coming into roughly about the 8 minutes mark. But they gotta have to really kick up a notch a little bit more and try to get a little bit more of these assassination kills, perhaps onto the Angela or perhaps onto the carry. Since Cloud9, yes, when it comes down to lockdown, there is definitely a form of lockdown when it comes down to Ashley's wild charge. But other than that, we don't really have much. We have a late gratification coming from the puppet strings as well as from the side of Esmeralda. But speaking of which, we're just gonna hold on down to the bottom lane as the Molina's gift is just gonna be popped coming from the side of Abi. Cloud9 is pretty happy with just popping the passive, immediately pushes themselves right back onto another fight as Cloud9 unfortunately being completely sandwiched out and Jewel finds herself taken down again. But Nicolette responds all the way to the top lane, managed to bring Yui Fendi down, and this will effectively help Panda unlock herself and being able to bring down the first defense turret in the top lane.
Yeah, finally, so much cross-map plays, right? They just saw
trade.
Nicolette down bottom, getting Nana's passive out, and then suddenly showing up top to kill the Claude. That is great. At least some salvage for Cloud9. They're actually not too far behind, just 900 gold deficit. Third total coming up on the bot side for CFU Serendipity. I think Cloud9 might have to consider giving it up unless they can somehow get a good pick, because Tagami is starting to get quite scary, right? 2-0-1 with that war cry on her as well. So those burst damage that this Roger can dish out cannot be underestimated, even with the hard guard.
So with the total currently down onto the side, onto the bottom side, CFU have got themselves a pretty good priority on top of that. So they should be able to hold down onto the total a little bit longer. Since Cloud9, they don't really have anyone that can kind of hold on to the total for extended period of time, or sorry, Lord, for an extended period of time in the latest stage of the game. CFU will be able to get themselves in a pretty good spot. As such, they bring Ashley down, as Ashley is a little bit too far away from the main bodies of the side of Cloud9. As such, CFU with the numbers advantage, they're just going to be going all the way in, with Yui Fendi just holding on with the Blazing Duet. Dealt a good amount of damage, but for now, we're just going to be focusing on Panda. They effectively managed to bring down the Terizla. So Cloud9, they have the upper hand at this point in time, with Nicolette completely at full health.
That was all Jewel and CXZ Panda duo able to buy time, but most importantly, the carry getting free reign to do damage, and the crowd control! Nicolette getting caught by Yui's onward just as she uses the quad shadows to engage. What timing from this Edith to get that punish, but still Cloud9 getting the remaining tier 1 turrets, and just in time for Lord to spawn.
Slowly but surely, Cloud9 is still on the front seat, despite actually losing quite a bit of these kills. As you can see from this from the scoreline, we've got 6 kills for CFU and 2 kills for Cloud9. Yet when it comes down to the income, Cloud9 was actually leading for a short few seconds until now, where CFU has managed to catch up just by a tad bit of a 400. Shy bit of 400, and that's completely fine in the hands of Cloud9. But the priority of this current turtle is still going to go over to the side of CFU, and it doesn't seem like Cloud9, anyone is ready here. It doesn't seem like Nicolette is anywhere around to actually deal with the Lord. As such, it's a free Lord on the side of CFU.
Yeah, they just give it away. I guess for Cloud9, I mean, they can afford to defend for sure. It's just the first Lord, 9 minutes in, not too big of a deal. Okay, as long as this carry comes online, as long as this carry is well fed, they will be set for that late game.
So completely, all of the members from the side of CFU and Cloud9, they're just huddling up in the middle lane as we do Ashley with a flicker right through in the middle, but it doesn't seem like it did manage to do too much. Ashley with the conceal walks away, now just going to be leaving Panda in the front lines, but fortunately Panda walks away, still alive, while CFU is still going to be pushing onto the advantage and really wants a piece of this turret in the front lines. In the meantime, the OMGE Shadow Kill just going to be popped right out. Nicolette no longer have got any ultimates to work with on an assassination on the sidelines. But now, the main thing is for the side of CFU, they got the attention from Cloud9 and bottom lane pushed up pretty darn hard.
Still want to do this. I think they can push the turret. Now, the Lord has been slain, so unfortunately for CFU, tries they made, it cannot get through that mid-tier 1. Cloud9 should be able to defend this. Glowing one was purchased by Exaya, so some extra damage, some extra healing. Jewel gets gone on, but should be fine, as the Esmer is an Esmer after all. So overall, I mean, Cloud9, all things considered, they defended their base quite well. I mean, they did lost the bottom tier 2 thanks to the Lord, but mid-tier 1 still remains. The fight just now was quite eventful, right? The sideways flicker wild charge from Ashley to work with Nicolette were not able to get the kill. The point blank penalty zone missed by Moshi Bang. That could have been a takedown onto CXZ Panda, but that did not happen. So a lot of events that led us up to this stalemate. Cloud9 catching up in terms of net worth, and I dare say, you know, because of all these close calls, Cloud9, they're gonna eventually reach that critical mass, and that's where CFU Serendipity will have to be a bit more careful setting up for the second Lord up on that top side.
CFU definitely showed that they are very eager to fight, and they are bold when it comes down to all of these fights. Very confident, if you ask me. But unfortunately, there have been too much times where Cloud9 managed to outmaneuver CFU when it comes down to the macro gameplay. As you can pretty much see that there is already a total of 3 turrets in the top, bottom, and middle lane combined taken down. So at least when it comes down to taking the river control, Cloud9 definitely have got a way better spot since their middle lane first defense turret is still standing tall. Cloud9 did a pretty good job keeping that turret up, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even for Serendipity, right? They actually have a pretty decent siege comp. You know, you have the Claude, you have the Roger, but Ashley, despite going down 3 times, has been doing a great job of just sandbagging CFU. Every single time they walk up, you just build a nature's barrier, make sure that you stall out the minion wave. This could be a kill.
Oh, yep, with Ashley popping right up with the wild charge, and now we even got Esmeralda just hoping that we'll be able to follow up on the Moshibang, but the rest of CFU, they were ready, very much ready to come into the aid of Moshibang and ensure that Terizla is safe and sound.
Also, overall, we're starting to see this carry really hurting. That was your front line, by the way. That was your Terizla, the guy with the body of a smith who was supposed to be an impenetrable wall and almost went down in a few seconds thanks to this carry's true damage. So this Lord Dance is going to get a bit deadly. Esmeralda Duo is going to throw her body every single time she has purified online, but CFU wants the Lord.
They have definitely got a chance to pick up the Lord, but Ashley with the nice little barrier to make sure. Oh, the 3-man wall charge! That's what we want to see! Moshibang all the way in the middle of the fight, wasn't able to do too much when it comes down to the penalty zone. Tegami all the way in the front lines. He's still stripping everyone to shreds while Nicolette deals with Tegami's friends down near the back lines, while Panda throwing all of these spinning light wheels away on the CFU. Cloud9 emerged victorious in that fight.
Yeah, and finally Ashley, with all of her previous wild charge, we say even though they lose the fight, she has been getting some great multi-target wild charge with this Grok, and that one was the perfect one, hitting 3 people at once. You see, CFU, they wanted to retaliate, right? Yui instantly responds with her own Flicker Earth Shatter to stop this carry, to break that momentum, but Cloud9 was just too strong. CXZ Panda came online with the help of Xayah's Hard Guard, absolutely just shredded the front lines of CFU. You look at this STC replay. Ashley, what a read into that push. A 3-man knockup and this carry uncontested. Yu Fendi thought she was strong enough. Goes in with a BMI blazing duet only to get her life snuffed out in an instant by this carry. 4 for 2 exchange. Cloud9 in full control of the game.
With that all said, Cloud9 now has a total of about 4,000 gold lead on top of CFU. How big of a change a single team fight could just spin over to the side of Cloud9. And with the Lord now running down in the middle lane, preparing to pillage all of CFU and whatever that they hold on dear. As it charges on to the middle lane inhibitor, brings it down almost immediately while the top lane and the bottom lane are shoved up pretty nicely too. Cloud9 now reserving their energies just a tad little bit, make sure that they do not go and overextend themselves, and all they want is objectives to bring down the top lane inhibitor turret, while Nicolette have got other plans in her mind. Immediately went for the assassination onto Abby. That puts 4-person onto the side of CFU. Cloud9 definitely have got a numbers advantage now. Nicolette is not going to be stopping with all of these assassinations, as you can see, constantly going in and out of the fight. Very slippery.
Just look at Xayah, she's just hanging back. Watch out for Ashley though, Flicker is back up. So we might see another Flicker wild charge. This could be the final push.
Yes, now we do have the wild charge coming from the side of Ashley. It did manage to do a very good job, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the damage coming from the side of CFU is doing much at all. Tegami went straight in and wanted to end the life of Ashley. Put too much time and resources just for the Grok. Moshibang now focuses herself down onto Ashley, but still not quite enough. With only 2 members left, Abi as well, Yui Fendi. Nicolette brings Abi down, and the rest of Cloud9, they don't have a crit just yet, but they don't care because the next wave comes right in and Cloud9 takes the crown for this tiebreaker match away from CFU.
CFU Serendipity sent back to the depths of the ocean as Cloud9 soars beyond the clouds. And they have made it into top 8, made it to playoffs. Congratulations to the ladies. What a decisive game, right? It looked close. Look at CFU Serendipity had it all figured out. We have a lot more damage. We take objectives. Well, we can fight you during early objectives. But First Lord, it was given up by C9. CFU were not able to break the mid-tier 1. And then Ashley, the turnaround, the game changer, flicker 3-person wild charge, and then hitting another 4-person wild charge in the base of CFU to really seal the deal. You can really kind of see that Cloud9, they came well prepared, right? And it's such a heartbreak for CFU Serendipity because 3 of the players, Yui Fendi, Yui and Moshi Bang, they finished 5th to 8th place last MWI, but this time their journey cut short, and soon the keys will be crushed as well, and by no other team than Cloud9.
It is definitely a heartbreak for our friends over at the side of CFU Serendipity. But Cloud9, they are going to be real happy as they will be able to move on to the playoff stage. This is definitely it's a greeting match, you know. They're going to have to go through all of these nerves and to know that their lifeline in the tournament rests on this one single game, on this one single draft. We identified and we saw, hey, where are they getting all their damage from? All of it comes in from the side of Hayabusa. Do they really even have enough time to kind of drag things out or just kind of like propel the income of carry fast enough for carry to really come online faster than both the Roger and the Claude? It seems like they managed to find their answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cloud9, it is a pretty star-studded roster, especially Nicolette. She has a lot of accolades under her belt, right? She has participated in several NACT leagues, has achieved 1st to 3rd place. Even the most recent one, she wasn't able to play the grand finals, but still, right? She was a big part of that NACT squad that led them here, and we did see them perform on the MSC stage, but as much as the MSC Cloud9 didn't make it through into playoffs, at least the MWI Cloud9 will have a shot at glory heading kind of past the gauntlet and into the best of 3s where you really have 3 chances to prove your worth. So I think this is such a good opportunity for these teams, and I think even more important for Nicolette, right? Switching roles from mid to jungle 1 month before MWI, and after getting benched from the NACT Spring Finals, this is a path to redemption.
I gotta have to say, the game ended a little bit too early, I gotta have to say. I was kind of hoping that we'll be able to get a little bit more out of that game, but what can you say? The Cloud9 members, they were very sure as to how they would want to play the game, and they knew that they were technically on a timer. Not technically, actually. They are on a timer, especially since they are dealing with a Claude as well as a Roger. Once these two come online together with the crazy amount of lockdowns that they can be provided by the Terizla as well as the Edith, it's definitely going to be scary to really deal with all these powerhouses in one go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with the first tiebreaker concluded, we are glad to tell you guys that we still have more tiebreakers to come. ZNOL Lilies against Victory Song Gamers coming up next after this break.
they're going to have to put their best foot forward because they're going up against DreamHack Girls, who, by the way, is from one of the biggest esports franchises in all of Latam. So, got a chip on the shoulder for the ladies there. But I trust that they'll be well, especially with the Lala Land at the helm.
By the way, Net Angels.
And we're back again. وعدنا عليكم من جديد أعزائي المشاهدين. And here we are. Another group with a lot of exciting things happening. How do you feel about that, Cheryl?
I'm like literally out of breath just watching the first 3 matches because it is an absolute bloodbath over at the Land of Dawn. Crazy, crazy stuff. Now, what I'm super excited right here at MWI is, you know, in the movies, Beauty and the Beast are separate entities. They're 2 different things. But right here, they are Beauty and the Beast.
There we go, Beast Mode with a beautiful look.
Absolutely crazy. No way, Kyoe earlier with that maniac. Absolutely crazy. And right now, we're cleaning up the battlefield and deploying a brand new group. So I'm super excited. What about you?
It's over 9,000 with it. Let's go with this match.
So yes, with that being said, Beauty and the Beast. Now we're gonna bring you the Burmese Beast, all the way from Myanmar, presenting to you Net Angels. Incredible, incredible stuff. Now what's something that I'm gonna share with you? Do you know what's my favorite flavor of ice cream?
Oh, okay, let's go there. Is it caramel milk with chocolate flavor?
No. My favorite flavor is gonna be vanilla because that's gonna be who's gonna be in the jungle for Net Angels, and she's all the way from Indonesia coming into this Myanmar team, and she's gonna be someone that you want to look out for. Now, who do we have on the other side of the ring?
Oh man, oh man, oh man. They dream big and all the way to the max. They actually contributed to the MLBB scene in South America. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come right now is DreamHack Girls. It is happening. Oh my God, I love the Beauty and the Beast part. It's still resonating right here. I'm getting goosebumps.
Let me tell you something special about DreamHack Girls, right?
Yeah.
DreamHack Girls, acronym DMG.
Yeah?
Damage.
Ooh,
let's
go.
So what will happen over at the Land of Dawn? Guys, I'm shivering. I'm gonna ask our friends at the studios a question.
Yes.
All right, sometimes it gets a little bit easier for them to get away as the match progresses, for them to see who's at the top of the table. So since we're here with a brand new group of Group B, guys at the studio, we want to ask, before all 3 matches commences, who do you think will come up at the top of the table? Let's hear it from you.
Let's go. ولعوها.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Bara. I'm gonna, catch that and I'm gonna throw it over to our analyst here.
Wow.
Leo, what do you think? Who do you think is gonna come out on top?
Yo, just tag team me, really, huh? Eternal, Bara, and Cheryl. It's like that. Okay.
That's my role.
Okay, put me on the spot, but I'm ready. Again, we talked about what we expect from Net Angels, what we expect from the OMGE DreamHack Girls. I like to think both of their ecosystems, the tournament scenes that they come from, are both relatively developed, like to present, right? DMX, they come from parallel to MPL Latam, one of the biggest in the world. You have Net Angels coming from Myanmar. Despite everything that's happened and an MPL pulling out from there just a few years ago, they're still competitive. The Burmese are still very strong and respected in the world of MLBB esports. So with that said, I think it's going to come down to their variety, diversity, how much they prepared, and the influences they're getting from wherever they're getting them from, which now I'm going to bring the answer to Net Angels. Net Angels actually has an import, an Indonesian import in vanilla, and just being Burmese allows for you to have access to more scrimming partners. So with that said, I think I'm on NA.
Okay, Leo's for NA. Then I'll play the devil's advocate here. I'm DMG.
You DMG.
I'm DMG, and we're going into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this best of 2 series as we shift our focus on to Group B, rather. And here it is, Angela, Luo Yi already taken off the bat, Chip and Ling. This is something that we've seen already so commonly. Is this a shift in meta, or is this specific to MWI?
Partly it is specific. You still do not want to open up the Ling, one of the most dominant junglers in the game right now. Angela, quite the menace, changes the math involved when you're counting bodies, when you're counting heroes. Chip just, and Luo Yi actually folds the map in half. Matilda, this is a specific call. I think there is something that Net Angels knows. That's why they're taking that out. And then, of course, the Jushin. The Jushin, which, by the way, about 24 hours ago, I stood here saying, hey, Jushin is a factor. Jushin is showing up. And here she is, about an 80-90% contestation rate.
No one believed you.
No one named
believed
Miracle. He said, nah, I don't think the teams are going to, I hate to put you on blast, buddy, but here is Jushin.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday, after we saw the potential that the Zusin could offer, it's uncanny, and it really warrants that first phase ban.
She is a force to be reckoned with. A mage unlike any other right now, honestly. She has some level of protection, great CC that's easy to access, and continuous damage. Like an Alice with CC, imagine that. Like an Alice with CC. Opening up the draft, on blue, they're on the play. Net Angels picking the Terizla. I'd say, bar none, number 1 XP laner in the game right now. Great pickup. Put it on Hlang, and that's it. Bob's your uncle, or at least maybe Bet's your aunt. Specifically for MWI. But yeah, you can start so many fights. You can hold down lanes, take control of half the map, and early, mid to late, she's a factor. The answer, though, Ruby Valentina. As far back as a week ago. This is a great first 2 picks, right? Ruby, Valentina, the best of the best teams all around the world would pick these. And yeah, I love that DMX heroes are on that, which is par for the course. Looked at my notes, looked at the research. For a team that was built just relatively recently, they know what they're doing with the metagame.
Definitely Ruby, right? Ruby has definitely risen in popularity. I think it was amidst the Terizlas as well. Being a really good flex, right? I mean, Ruby can tri-flex, technically,
that's right?
EXP lane, roam, and we've seen the Ruby in the gold lane. Conditional, but we have seen that come through.
So one of the few fighters that can actually do well in gold.
Exactly. And well, an argument could be made for CC.
When did you see that? Do you do that?
Fnatic Onyx, CC
that was
in
a while ago.
the gold lane. Yeah.
That was a while
You know, with how fast everything progresses in esports, I would say a month ago is a while ago.
You're right. That's like 2 patches back.
Yeah.
Here we go, closing up the first phase. Minotaur and Harith for Net Angels, and the DMX girls picking up a comfort in carry, throwing it on the hands of Aslan here. All right.
Okay, so up until this point, they actually completely left the Roger untouched.
Yeah, this is coming down to taste. If Net Angels could have gotten the Roger for no question, right? Yeah, but they chose to put Sikoshi, or maybe Vanilla, rather clearly Sikoshi on the Harith. So I guess they're leaving it up to Vanilla. They're protecting Vanilla in that way, like letting her play what she wants.
And that's the thing, right? And if we're thinking down to predictions of the games and of the roles and, of course, the heroes that these queens are going to be bringing into the Land of Dawn, can we really do that? Because even today alone, we've seen so many debut picks. Benedetta jungle, we saw the Alice in the jungle. So give us an intuition here, Leo.
All right, I think this is a sentiment that Coach Nadia of DMX will share from one coach to another. When you're drafting and when you're playing for a team, you have to respect the fact that, yes, there is a metagame that you have to play to, but also comfort plays a huge role. When you tell a player, hey, this is the right hero for this moment, pick it, chances are that player's going to struggle with it. Not just in the moment, but also in the long run, because they're going to have to pick it up. That's why here in MWI 2024 specifically, teams are either comfort or meta. Comfort or meta. There's a third one that kind of is an asterisk there, breaking the meta. But here, I think with the way that picks are coming through, comfort plays a very big role. So you listen to the players and you say, okay, if that's what you think we should pick up now to protect you or to have you play a good game, then let's do that.
So with the Yuzon being banned out now for DMX, do you think an Arlet could be picked up here?
Yeah, you got Arlet. You also have the Ruby still sitting. That might be your XP laner. So we might see an actual roamer here or the jungler come up. And there you go, locking in the Ruby roam. There's your CC. But I'm pretty sure it's an XP CC.
Yeah, no CC gold lane for Eterna today. I mean, luckily so. I'm not really sure how it will fare in this current matchup, but carry on the other side, who do we have for the gold lane here? Harris. So we're lacking a mid laner up until this point.
And a jungler.
Julian.
Looking at Net Angels, I'd say a physical jungler. So the Roger came through. Look at that.
Roger's
still
up?
open. Yeah. Net Angels, again, we didn't mention it, folks. The Fredrin got banned. They took out the Fredrin. This is something that is curious because usually I would say that's a wasted ban, but there he is. There's Roger. But DMX did not react. And now to close it up, Net Angels pick up the Nana. So there's your solid mid. A lot of burst there, and then the cleanup from Vanilla. And they close up with another utility jungler. All right.
That's why.
DMX, DMG, they're playing to a very specific meta. This is a I wouldn't want to say old meta, but this is a meta that they're comfortable with.
So Net Angels, maybe with the Fredrin being banned out and with the Boxia pickup, is Angelus more comfortable on the utility jungle?
Yes, they know something. Oh, Coach Knight of Net Angels knows something. Had breakfast with him the other day. Such a charming dude. They know something.
They definitely do. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Both compositions have been set in stone by both of these teams. No debut picks just yet. But of course, that Nana is going to be an interesting mid laner to watch out, especially in her lane with a Valentina. So we're going to ring up our casters. You there?
We are. Thank you very much, Eterna, and of course to Leo again. I'm Naisu, and I'm joined on desk here with Mirko. And we're heading on into Group B now. Last group, of course, to get through the group stage. How we feeling, Mirko, about the lineups?
I'm feeling good about the lineups, you know. I definitely got to clarify some things here. You know, Liam and Jonathan Green mentioned earlier that, you know, the Juicin has been doing real good.
Juicin?
Yeah, the Juicin, according to Naisu. But, you know, at this point, I think I've just been playing with the wrong Juicins, right? Because, yeah, the Juicins have been amazing. Not my Juicins on my team, though, for some reason.
Hey, you know, I don't know if you got to blame the RGs here for that or what.
Oh, no, I'm not. I was not playing solo.
Oh, you know? So whoever you were playing with, that's what... Well, who was that, you know? It wasn't me, but look, I would say this as far as the lineups here that we have for this game number one between Net Angels and Dream Max Girls, this is a lineup that we don't typically see often. I mean, Nana from Cassie is here, and, you know, you see this pop up once in a while, but it's really for certain lineups. This one can work, though, because if you think about it, you've got a great setup potential with this. You play down into the Zaman Force, the Z Force, you drop down the Blitz. Whoa, oh, early aggression already from Vanilla. By the way, Vanilla from Indonesia, an import. I'm surprised with this. I was actually, when I saw that, I was like, man, how did they end up even getting Vanilla, you know, to compete for this? But great to see from Net Angels bring in some import as well.
It's really, really cool, definitely, right, to see an Indonesian player playing for Net Angels here from Myanmar. So technically, this is the first time I think that Myanmar has like an import going on for them, right? Because even for the men's team, we don't really see imports from the Myanmar region. So really, really cool to see that already. Net Angels in the early game, though. You can see that aggression. Vanilla definitely has that signature Indonesian aggression as the Roger in this game. And it seems for now, Keria in the mid lane will have a bit of a tough time flying, doing some damage back. Angelus able to get the shield unity. Now with the Poisson's hybrid going in as well with the current call. Pops in a vengeance penalty, so stolen away. La La Land locks them down.